Title: Operation Steel Ghost. Chapter 1: The Last Training Cycle. The last light of Texas faded behind Major Reyes as he stood in the open hatch of the lead M1A2 CPV-3 Abrams. Heat still clung to the metal, a thin shimmer rising from the turret as the temperature fought its way down from a brutal summer afternoon. The firing range stretched ahead in a wide sweep of pale dust and stubborn scrub, marked only by the distant silhouettes of target towers, standing like forgotten sentries. Reyes lowered her binoculars and keyed her helmet mic. Iron Dawn, this is Alpha 1, status check. The responses came back in sequence, clipped and efficient. Bradley crews, Abrams gunners, the Raven UAV team, and the small SIGINT detachment under Liu. Everyone was synced, everyone was ready. The final evaluation cycle before their advanced readiness certification was supposed to be routine, another box to tick before the battle group returned to Fort Hood for debrief. Nothing about tonight felt routine. Diagnostics nominal, Sergeant Diaz reported from inside the turret. Thermals crisp, rounds accounted for, navigation grid stable. Stable? Reyes almost smiled. Nothing stayed stable on this range after dark. The heat, the mirage, the way sound traveled across the plain. It always played games with the sensors. But she trusted her crew. She always had. They were the reason she requested command of this composite detachment in the first place. Behind her, 2 more Abrams idled in neat formation, their turbine engines sending out deep, steady pulses. Farther back, the Bradleys waited with their IR lights dimmed, silhouettes blending into the slow-falling dusk. To the side, the M88 Hercules recovery vehicle sat quiet and hulking, a guardian lurking in the dark. Reyes adjusted her gloves. All vehicles, prepare to commence exercise. Iron Dawn at 0600. Standard rules apply until notified. A faint breeze carried the scent of baked earth and cordite residue from previous drills. In the growing darkness, she could already feel the weight of the night settling onto the range. Something in it felt charged. Not dangerous, not yet, just different. An edge she couldn't define. "Nguyen," she said, glancing toward the Bradley technicians. "Give me a quick brief on the new power distribution logging. I want to know if that sensor jitter came back." Nguyen jogged over, tablet tucked under his arm. "Ma'am, we think it's environmental. Some thermal lag in the upper relay housing. The numbers smoothed out by late afternoon." "You think," Reyes repeated, not unkindly. He swallowed. "I'll verify again before 06. "Good. I want this detachment clean on every metric." She turned back to the range. The shadows were deepening, stretching long fingers across the ground. Somewhere far out, a coyote called, its cry dissolving into empty wind. This was supposed to be the last quiet night before the big evaluation push. One more long cycle. One more set of drills. One more chance to prove that this experimental composite formation, Abrams, Bradley's, SIGINT UAVs, could operate as a single, precise organism. Reyes had commanded in combat, Iraq, Afghanistan. She had seen the worst days of urban fighting and the best days of American armor. But tonight felt like the edge of something she couldn't explain, the way the air sometimes shifted before a storm. She rested a hand on the rim of the hatch. "All right," she said quietly. "Let's finish strong." In her headset, Liu's voice cut through, steady and calm. "Ma'am, I'm picking up something odd on the range beacons. Probably artifacting, but I'll run a secondary scan." "Copy," Reyes said. "Log it." Night settled fully now, swallowing the last warm lines of daylight. The turbines hummed. Dust drifted. The range lights flickered once, just once, as if unsure whether to stay on. Reyes frowned. "Let's stay sharp, people. Something feels off tonight." She didn't know it yet, but this would be the last moment of normalcy any of them would remember. Chapter 2. Midnight Anomaly. The night deepened into a stillness that felt unnatural on the Texas plain. Usually the range hummed with its own quiet rhythm. Insects, wind, the soft metallic creaks of cooling armor. But tonight was different. The air had settled into a strange, breathless calm, as if the landscape itself were holding still. Major Reyes stood beside the Abrams, helmet under her arm, while the crews finished their final checks. The sky above was clear and sharp, stars bright enough to cut through the residual heat haze. That alone made her uneasy. Texas nights in midsummer rarely offered perfect clarity. "Ma'am," Liu called from the SIGINT HMWV, "I'm still seeing intermittent drift in the beacon pings." "It's tiny, but consistent." Reyes approached him, boots crunching over gravel. "Define tiny." "Milliseconds of timing offset on the ground transponders should be impossible unless the range calibration is off. And it's not." "Environmental effects?" Liu shook his head. "Not this clean. It's shifting like—" He stopped, searching for a word. "Like a synchronized drift, all at once." Reyes didn't like that, not because it was dangerous, but because it was unknown, and unknowns broke operations. "Keep logging," she said. She climbed back into her hatch. Diaz and the others were inside, running final tests. The interior lights glowed a muted red, throwing long shadows across the control surfaces. "Everything good?" Reyes asked. Diaz nodded. "All green. Navigation grid locked. Thermal channel stable. Ammo confirmed." Reyes checked her display. For a moment the digital clock flickered. All the numbers dipped by a fraction. Not a blink, just enough for her to feel, not see. She frowned. "Did you see that?" "See what, ma'am?" Diaz asked. Reyes stared at the display. Normal now, steady. "Nothing," she said. "Probably glare." But glare didn't make a clock drift. Outside the wind rose suddenly. Not a gust, but a long steady push across the plain, hot and cold at once. Dust spiraled, lifting in narrow columns as if pulled upward by invisible threads. Reyes saw the range lights flicker again. The shadows moved strangely, stretching and contracting like they weren't tied to the ground. Her radio crackled with static. Harsh, sharp, as if someone was pressing the transmit key and dragging metal across metal on the other end. "This is Alpha 2, came a voice through the distortion. "Ma'am, we've got—" "I don't know what we've got. The whole western perimeter just lit up on thermal, then went dark." "Faulty sensor," Reyes said. "Negative. Every channel spiked at once. We thought an engine backfired, but there's nothing out here." Reyes keyed open the channel. "All vehicles. Maintain current positions. No one moves without my command." The static surged again. This time voices bled through, layered. Overlapping, unintelligible. Not English. Not anything she recognized. It sounded like radio chatter recorded underwater, played backward, then stretched thin. Diaz stared at the speaker. "What the hell is that?" Reyes didn't answer. The sound wasn't local. It wasn't range interference. It wasn't anything she could place in a checklist. Outside, the sky pulsed. It wasn't light, not exactly. More like the color of the night shifted for a fraction of a second, a faint blue sheen that rippled like heat mirage. The dust columns froze in place before collapsing all at once. Reyes gripped the hatch rim. "Liu, report." "Ma'am, everything just jumped. GPS, inertials, logging." "I've never seen a coordinated jump like that. It's like the clocks all reset at the same time." "Reset to what?" Liu hesitated. "We're trying to figure that out." A deep rumble passed through the ground. Not explosive, not seismic, just a low-frequency vibration that resonated through the suspension and into Reyes's boots. The Abrams engine momentarily coughed, turbines dipping before stabilizing. The Bradley's IR lights fluttered, then the stars disappeared. The sky didn't go black, it just changed. The constellations shifted, unfamiliar shapes scattering across a darker, colder dome of night. The air smelled different too, less alkaline, more damp, as if the earth itself had changed underfoot. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, what are we looking at?" Reyes kept her voice level. "Check the horizon, all sectors." They looked. The distant lights of the base were gone. In their place lay an open expanse of dark terrain, broken only by shallow river cuts and the faint outlines of rolling fields. The range towers were gone, the utility poles were gone, the perimeter fencing, the access roads, the distant glow of the city, gone. Reyes's breath caught for half a second. "Lau," she said, "give me a full spectrum sweep. All bands." "Already running it," he replied, voice tight. "Ma'am, there's no radio traffic, nothing. 0 emissions in any direction. No civilian bands? None. No military? 0. Reyes felt the night closing in on them, quiet and immense. Diaz turned to her, eyes uncertain but steady. "What do we do, ma'am?" Reyes inhaled slowly, the last 15 years of command training compressed into a single moment. She keyed her mic. "All vehicles, listen carefully. Engines at idle. Maintain formation. No one fires. No one moves. We hold position until we understand what we're standing in." Static snapped once, then the line cleared. Reyes looked at the new sky, the unfamiliar land stretching into the dark, and the silence in her headset. Something had replaced their world, and she had no intention of letting her people break before she understood it. Chapter 3. First Contact on the Steppe. The new landscape emerged slowly as dawn crept over the horizon. Pale light washed across a terrain none of them recognized. Gone were the tan flats of Texas, the firing towers, the dusty access roads. Instead, soft rolling fields stretched outward, broken by scattered birch trees and dark patches of woodland. A thin river cut through the low ground, glinting faintly as the sun touched it. Major Reyes stood in the hatch, scanning through her binoculars. The early morning air carried the chill of a different climate, colder than any Texas dawn she'd known in years. In the distance, thin lines of mist rose from the earth like smoke, but the silence was the most unnerving part. No traffic, no jets, no hum of distant power lines, only wind and bird song. Diaz climbed halfway up beside her. "Ma'am, this isn't anywhere in Conus." Reyes lowered the binoculars. "No, it's not." She keyed her mic. "Liu, update me on emissions." "Same as overnight," Liu replied. "No civilian radio, no digital signatures, no encrypted packets, nothing. I'm scanning every band. It's dead out there." "Navigation?" "Ma'am, the maps don't match anything. We fed the terrain contours into the system. Nothing correlates." Reyes didn't respond right away. She studied the distant tree line again. A squirrel darted across a branch, the wrong species for the region they were supposed to be in. "Bradley's," she said over the comm. "Launch Raven 1. Keep it low." "Copy," came the reply. Moments later, the Raven UAV slid into the cold morning air, wings humming as it banked toward the river valley. Reyes watched its feed populate her display. More unfamiliar terrain. No roads, no structures, just open land and winding water lines. Then the grainy thermal feed caught motion. Reyes zoomed in. A small formation of figures moved along a dirt track. Infantry. Marching, weapons slung. Uniforms old-fashioned, bulky, not matching any modern cut. No night vision gear, no radios visible. Helmets were round, almost spherical, steel. And behind them lumbered a tracked vehicle. Reyes froze. The silhouette was unmistakable. Boxy turret, narrow tracks, a stubby cannon barely longer than an outstretched arm. A Soviet T-34. "Jesus," Diaz whispered. "That's impossible." Reyes didn't answer. She was too busy forcing herself not to jump to conclusions. Shock did nothing for leadership. "Alpha 1 to all vehicles," she said evenly. "We've unidentified forces approaching from the northeast. Maintain full noise discipline. No lights, no movement." Diaz inhaled, steady but tense. "Ma'am, what are the odds this is a reenactment?" 0. They both knew it? The Raven's camera tracked the Soviet column as it advanced. 20 infantry, 1 tank. Their uniforms were worn, patched. Their steps were heavy from fatigue. This wasn't a show team, a film, crew, or historical reenactors. This was a military unit moving through a world where nothing modern existed. "Ma'am," Liu said quietly, "I just did a spectral match on those engine notes. That's a real V2 diesel from the 40s. This is authentic." Reyes nodded once. "Understood." The T-34 ground forward along the track, engine coughing as it climbed a small rise. The tank commander stood half-exposed in the hatch, scanning the horizon through battered binoculars. His coat was worn, his face gaunt, his expression sharp with suspicion. Diaz whispered, "We're exposed here. If they look our way—" "They won't understand what they're looking at," Reyes said. 3 modern Abrams and 2 Bradleys sitting silent on a rise. They'll think it's a mirage." She paused. "Until they get closer." The Soviet infantry halted. The tank slowed. The commander in the hatch lifted his binoculars again, and this time he was staring directly toward them. Reyes stiffened. She could feel the tension ripple through the formation behind her, an invisible pressure spreading across the armored line. "Alpha 1 to all vehicles," she said softly. "Crew to stations. Keep safeties on. No one fires unless I give the order." The Soviet officer lowered his binoculars. He shouted something to the infantry. They spread out, cautious. The T-34 angled slightly toward the American position. Reyes keyed her mic again. "Diaz, bring the gun to 0 elevation. Slow traverse, no sudden movements." The Abrams turret shifted with a smooth mechanical whisper, aligning not at them, but simply leveling forward in a neutral posture, a gesture that looked cautious, not aggressive. The Soviet commander froze. For a long moment neither side moved. Wind rustled the grass between them. The Raven circling above sent back a whispering hum. Reyes could hear her own heartbeat in her helmet, slowly, steadily, thudding in her ears. The Soviet officer raised his hand, signaling something to his men. The infantry hesitated. Then one soldier, young, tense, gripping a Mosin Nagant like he expected the world to explode, took a single step forward. Reyes muttered under her breath, "Easy, don't spook them." She lifted both hands outside the hatch, palms open, a universal gesture. Across the field, the Soviet commander stared at her, really stared, as if he couldn't decide whether she was human or something else entirely. Reyes exhaled. "Diaz," she said quietly, "this is first contact. All we can do is meet it head-on." Then, standing tall in the hatch of a 21st century war machine facing soldiers nearly a century out of place, she took the first step. She raised her voice just enough to carry across the morning air. "We're not here to harm you," she called. The Soviet officer stiffened, and the world held its breath. Chapter 4. The Standoff. The Soviet infantry held their positions, weapons raised but trembling. The early morning light cast long shadows across the field, turning each ridge and fold of earth into a place where danger could hide. The T-34 idled in place, exhaust coughing pale smoke that rose in ragged columns behind it. Major Reyes kept her hands raised, palms open, standing high in the Abrams hatch. The cold air bit through her gloves. She could feel every pair of Soviet eyes locked onto her, searching for any sign of threat. Behind her, the Abrams engines rumbled in a steady, controlled idle. The Bradleys sat in a staggered position, weapons pointed downward, armor angled deliberately away to present the least threatening posture possible. Even so, they looked alien on the landscape, hulking shapes of steel and composite armor amid a world of wood, canvas, and war-worn uniforms. "Ma'am," Diaz said quietly from inside the turret, "the gun is level. No hostile posture. We're good." "Hold it that way," Reyes replied. "If anyone twitches wrong on either side, this gets ugly fast." The Soviet commander barked something in Russian. His infantry spread into a wider semicircle, creating a cautious perimeter. Reyes caught fragments of their tone, fear, confusion, and something else. Awe. Liu's voice came into her headset. "Ma'am, I'm recording all audio and visual signatures. Their formation discipline checks out. Standard Red Army line infantry." "Year estimate?" Reyes asked. "We're working on it," Liu said. "But ma'am, everything about them so far matches mid-1943. Reyes said nothing. She'd ordered her team not to jump to conclusions, but every minute on this plane was pushing her toward one. The Soviet commander climbed further out of his hatch. His coat flapped in the light breeze, revealing a battered sidearm and medals that looked hand-worn. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted something across the gap. Reyes didn't understand the words, but she understood the intent. "Identify yourself." She lowered one hand and pointed to herself. "United States Army," she called. The effect was immediate. A ripple of confusion shot through the Soviet ranks. Several soldiers looked at each other bewildered. The commander narrowed his eyes sharply. One of his men muttered in disbelief. Reyes could almost feel the moment their expectations fractured. Diaz shifted uneasily. "They didn't react like they recognized us." "They shouldn't," Reyes replied quietly. She raised her voice again. "We are not here to fight you." The Soviet commander shouted again, more urgently. The infantry tightened their formation. The T-34's engine revved. The commander drew a pistol, not in threat, but in ritual. A formal gesture of authority. Reyes didn't flinch. She took a slow breath, steadying herself. "All right," she whispered. "We're going. Forward." "Ma'am, that's—" Diaz started. "Necessary." Reyes slid out of the hatch and climbed down the side of the Abrams. The ground was cold beneath her boots. The open space between the two forces felt like stepping onto a stage where one wrong line ruined the play. She walked forward. 1 step. 2. 10. She stopped halfway between her formation and theirs, hands visible, stance relaxed but firm. She could feel every weapon pointed at her, every eye tracking her movements. The Soviet commander hesitated, then barked an order. 2 infantrymen lowered their rifles slightly. Another soldier stepped forward with a cautious, uncertain gait, stopping a few meters ahead of his line. The commander said something sharp to him. The soldier nodded stiffly and raised his voice. Reyes didn't understand the words, but Liu did. In her headset, he translated. "He's asking who you fight for. He wants to know what army uses machines like yours." Reyes answered calmly. "The United States Army, a nation far to the west." Liu translated quickly into Russian. The field fell silent. Then the commander shouted again, shorter this time, almost like a command to step aside. One of the Soviet soldiers slung his rifle and jogged back toward the T-34. A moment later, the tank commander climbed down from the hatch, landing heavily on the ground. He approached, boots crunching with deliberate steps. He stopped a few meters from Reyes. Up close, she saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the deep lines etched from days of combat, the hard caution of a man who had buried comrades. He studied her uniform, her posture, her calmness. Reyes spoke first. "I am Major Reyes, commanding officer." Liu translated. The Soviet officer straightened, squared his shoulders, and replied in firm Russian. He says his name is Captain Ivanov, Liu said. Tank Commander, 29th Tank Corps. Reyes nodded once. Captain. Ivanov pointed at the Abrams behind her. He spoke again, more measured now. He wants to know what kind of tank that is, Liu translated. He's never seen anything like it. Reyes chose her answer carefully. An armored vehicle, a friend. Nothing more for now. Ivanov studied her a moment longer, then gave a single short nod, a gesture of understanding, not agreement. He holstered his pistol. The tension in the Soviet ranks softened, subtly, but undeniably. Reyes lowered her hands. We need to talk, she said. Ivanov gestured for his men to hold their positions. He stepped forward just slightly, enough to signal willingness without surrendering caution. Liu whispered in her ear, Ma'am, this is the best opening we're going to get. Reyes kept her eyes on Ivanov. Then let's take it. The first fragile thread of trust stretched across the field. Not much, but enough. Chapter 5. Negotiation on Open Ground. The wind carried a light chill as Major Reyes and Captain Ivanov stood facing one another in the empty space between their formations. The early sun cast long shadows across the field, stretching toward them like thin black wires drawing the two worlds together. Reyes kept her posture steady, hands visible, gaze calm. She had led armored patrols through urban chaos, negotiated with local commanders in deserts and shattered towns, but nothing compared to this, a conversation across nearly a century. Ivanov spoke first, voice low but edged with authority. Liu translated through Reyes's headset. He asks how many soldiers you command. Reyes considered the question. Giving the real number was harmless, but the context wasn't. Tell him I command a small detachment, enough to defend ourselves if threatened, nothing more. Liu relayed it. Ivanov absorbed the answer without outward reaction. He replied with a question that came sharper. He wants to know your allegiance. He says no Western nation fields machines like yours. Reyes breathed out slowly. Tell them again. United States Army, a nation hostile to no one on this field. Liu translated word for word. Ivanov's jaw tightened slightly. He gestured toward the Abrams, toward the massive turret, the layered armor, the smooth flat gun that dwarfed the T-34's stubby cannon. He spoke again, longer this time. He says your machines look like something the Germans might invent, Liu said, uneasy. Something meant to break their lines. Reyes raised an eyebrow. Tell him if we intended to break their lines, he'd already know. Liu translated delicately. Ivanov froze, then let out a short exhale that might have been amusement, disbelief, or both. His shoulders eased by a fraction. Reyes took a small step forward. Ask him where his unit is headed, she said. Liu translated. Ivanov answered immediately. He says they're moving to rejoin the main force. They were hit yesterday, hard, lost tanks, lost men. He's regrouping to the south. Reyes studied his uniform, the crusted dust, the broken thread on his collar, the way his boots were worn down at the heel. Not reenactment gear, this was lived-in battlefield wear. Ask him the date, she said softly. Liu hesitated. Ma'am, ask, Liu translated. Ivanov blinked, surprised the question was even necessary. He gave a crisp answer. 14th of July, Liu said. Year 1943. Reyes felt the world tilt, not physically, but in her chest. A weight settled inside her, heavy and cold. 1943. She didn't let her expressions change. Ivanov watched her carefully. He sensed something in her silence. He spoke again, slower, studying her reaction. He says you seem surprised by the date, Liu translated. He wants to know why. Reyes exhaled. Tell him the truth. Tell him We're not anywhere near this place yesterday." Liu delivered the words. This time, Ivanov didn't hide his confusion. His brow narrowed, lines of suspicion creasing deeper into his face. He spoke sharply to two nearby soldiers. They moved closer, guarding his flank, rifle still lowered but ready. Reyes kept her hands open. "We don't intend harm," she said quietly. "We're trying to understand what happened to us." Ivanov held her gaze for a long moment. His eyes were sharp, intelligent, exhausted, but deeply perceptive. He wasn't reckless. He was a man carrying his unit's survival on his shoulders, and he recognized desperation when he saw it. He asked a question, shorter this time. Liu translated. "He wants to know what you want from him." Reyes replied without hesitation. "A conversation, nothing more. No weapons, no tricks, just leaders talking." Ivanov studied her again, then gave a slow nod. He signaled to his men. They lowered their rifles slightly, but stayed alert. He motioned toward an open patch of ground between them. Reyes mirrored the gesture. They walked forward together, closing the distance until they stood only a few meters apart. No weapons drawn, no soldiers at their backs, only open field and the soft wind weaving through the grass. Reyes spoke first. "We have no quarrel with you," she said, "but we need to avoid one, for both our sakes." Liu echoed her Russian translation. Ivanov replied, voice steady. "He says he has no quarrel with you either, but he cannot trust what he does not understand." "Then let's change that," Reyes said. Ivanov nodded once, the smallest gesture of acceptance. Reyes continued, keeping her voice slow and deliberate. "Your uniform, your tank, your date, all of it is real. We understand that now, but understand this. Our presence here is not an attack, not an invasion. We are lost." Ivanov's eyes shifted, a flicker of something human, empathy maybe, or memory. He glanced back at his men, then to the distant hills where smoke from past battles clung to the horizon. He spoke a long sentence. Liu translated. "He says no army appears without reason. If you are here, someone sent you, and if someone sent you, he needs to know who." Reyes didn't blink. "No one sent us." Ivanov's jaw flexed. "He says that is impossible." Reyes let the silence hang, allowing the weight of her next line to settle. "Tell him we came here by accident, not by choice, and we want nothing but to avoid conflict." Liu translated. Ivanov's face softened minutely. Not trust, but a beginning. He took a slow breath. "He says there may be a way to talk further, but he cannot bring you to his commanders. They would panic, or worse." Reyes nodded. "I understand." "He says," Liu continued, voice lower, "that perhaps he can speak with you here, away from others, share information, if you can promise safety." Reyes didn't look back at her armor line. She didn't need to. "Tell him my word is my bond." Liu spoke. Ivanov considered her one final time, then extended his hand slowly, cautiously, as if testing the reality of her presence. Reyes stepped forward and took it, the first official handshake between their worlds, a fragile agreement in the cold morning air, one neither of them understood, one that would decide everything that followed. Chapter 6. Terms of Understanding. Reyes and Ivanov moved a few paces off the center line of their two forces, far enough that neither side would misinterpret a gesture, but close enough that each could hear the other's tone. The morning sun strengthened behind them, washing the field in pale gold and sharpening every detail of a world that seemed too real to dismiss and too impossible to accept. They stopped beside a pair of low shrubs near the crest of a gentle rise. No table, no flags, no protocol, just open ground and the tension of two officers trying to measure the other's intent with nothing but instinct and military discipline. Ivanov spoke first, his Russian clipped and formal. Liu translated quietly in Reyes's ear. "He says he thanks you for not firing. His men expected it." Reyes nodded. "Tell him I thank him as well. Our positions could have escalated fast." Liu translated. Ivanov's gaze drifted back toward Reyes's armor line. He studied the angular silhouettes of the Abrams, the shape of the gun barrels, the thick slabs of armor unlike anything he had seen. His eyes lingered long enough to betray not fear, but fascination. Reyes kept her voice level. "We meant what we said earlier. We're not here to fight you." Ivanov replied without hesitation. Liu said, "He says he believes you for now, but believing is not the same as understanding." Reyes allowed herself a small breath. Honest skepticism was better than blind panic. "Then let's start simple. You're Red Army, clearly. But tell me, what is happening here? Where are your forces headed?" Ivanov adjusted a frayed cuff on his coat. His movements were slow, deliberate. He chose his words carefully, not because he feared her, but because he feared what she represented. "He says they withdrew from heavy fighting 2 days ago," Liu translated. "German armored units struck them near a rail junction. They lost many men. They were ordered to regroup with the 5th Guards Tank Army for a counterattack." Reyes absorbed the words carefully. Heavy fighting. German armored units. 5th Guards Tank Army. Pieces clicked into place. "Ask him the name of the rail junction," she said quietly. Liu translated. Ivanov answered immediately. Reyes felt her pulse tighten. Liu translated with a slight tremor. "He says the junction was Prokhorovka." Reyes didn't react outwardly, but something inside her locked into place, a cold, precise understanding settling through her mind. July 1943. Kursk, the largest tank battle in history. Soviet forces preparing to meet the spearhead of Lemdaim SS Panzer Corps. The Americans stood in the middle of one of history's densest armored kill zones, days before the clash that would define a generation. Reyes looked at Ivanov. His face said he expected her confusion, not because she was ignorant, but because anyone outside the Eastern Front would need context. Reyes asked, softly, "Tell him." "I've heard of Prokhorovka." Liu translated. Ivanov's expression changed, a flicker of surprise, then suspicion. Finally a slow, narrowing focus, as if weighing whether her knowledge was coincidence or something larger. He asked a short question. Liu hesitated. "He wants to know how you've heard of a battle that hasn't happened yet." Reyes kept her expression neutral. "Tell him military intelligence rumors travel fast." Liu translated, though he knew as well as Reyes that the explanation would barely hold. Ivanov did not press the issue. He shifted to another question, one that carried more weight. Liu relayed it. "He asks if your machines can defeat German Panthers and Tigers." Reyes considered her answer. She could tell him the truth, that an Abrams could annihilate WWII armor before they even entered firing range, or she could temper it, maintain stability. She chose balance. "Tell him our vehicles are powerful," she said, "but we do not know this terrain, and we are not here to alter his war." Liu translated. Ivanov's brow furrowed. He muttered something low. "He says nobody stands in this valley without becoming part of its war," Liu reported. Reyes let that settle. Then she changed direction. "Ask him what his orders are for the day." Ivanov replied without hesitation. Liu translated. "Patrol to the river bend. Report German movement. Hold until reinforced." Reyes scanned the terrain. No roads she recognized, no highway grid, only open steppe and shallow marshes. She took a breath. Tell him we need safe ground to evaluate our situation, a neutral place to talk further. Liu translated. Ivanov folded his arms. His reply was long, calm, measured. He says your machines terrify his men. He says none of them has seen armor like yours. He cannot guarantee they won't panic if you move closer. Reyes nodded. Tell him we won't move unless he requests it. Ivanov listened, then nodded back, the gesture of an officer acknowledging another officer's professionalism. He spoke again. He says he will speak alone if necessary. He wants to understand who you are and why you have come. Reyes answered without pause. Tell him the truth. We came here by accident, and we're trying to avoid making things worse. Liu translated. Ivanov's gaze drifted again to the Abrams. He sighed once deeply, a man trying to reconcile fear with logic. Then he spoke the question that mattered most. He wants to know, Liu said softly, if you will stand aside if the Germans attack. Reyes looked over the steppe, toward a horizon that would soon fill with the greatest armored assault of the age. Tell him this, she said firmly. We do not intend to join your war, but we will defend ourselves if attacked, and we will never fire first. Liu translated with precision. Ivanov absorbed every word. When he finally responded, his voice was quieter. He says that is fair, Liu finished. Reyes extended her hand again, not for tradition, but for clarity. Ivanov hesitated only a moment before taking it. A second handshake, a deeper understanding, still fragile, still unsteady, but no longer accidental. Reyes released his hand and said one more thing. Ask him if he will return at dusk, Liu translated. Ivanov nodded once. Then he turned back toward his men, and the long day ahead began. Chapter 7. Shifting Lines. By mid-morning, the composite detachment had shifted from shock to procedure. Soldiers did what professionals always did when faced with the inexplicable. They fell back on drills, checklists, and standard operating orders. Reyes made sure of it. Confusion could be managed. Panic could not. The Abrams and Bradleys repositioned slightly, forming a tighter defensive arc along the rise. Fields of fire overlapped, but all guns stayed depressed, angled toward the ground. To anyone watching from a distance, the formation looked less like a spearhead and more like a shield planted in the earth. Raven 1, continue pattern north to south, Reyes ordered. Keep altitude under 200 meters. I want terrain data, not a sky tour. Copy that, came the reply. On her display, the UAV feed painted a wider picture. The shallow river curved like a silver blade through the low ground, flanked by marshy patches and tree lines. Farther out, narrow dirt tracks snaked between fields. Here and there, blackened scars marked recent artillery strikes. No modern structures, no paved roads, no transmission towers. Luke climbed out of the German WWII and joined Reyes at the Abrams. He carried a tablet tucked close, eyes squinting against the thinning clouds. Ma'am, we've cross-compared the terrain data against everything from satellite archives to historical contour maps. And? Reyes asked. Liu exhaled. If this isn't the Prokhorovka sector, it's the best imitation I've ever seen. River placement matches, elevation bands match, landmarks match. Within margin of error for wartime mapping, it lines up. Reyes watched the UAV footage for a moment longer. A flock of birds scattered from a stand of trees as distant artillery rumbled somewhere beyond the horizon. The sound was faint, but real. A low, dull roll that came and went with the wind. Any sign of German positions? She asked. Negative, Liu said. But we're picking up aftershock patterns consistent with heavy guns. Farther west, I'd guess. Not close enough to threaten us yet. Reyes nodded slowly. We'll treat them as if they're close anyway. Diaz's voice came through the net. Ma'am, Crews are asking the same question. Are we staying put, or are we planning to move? Reyes keyed her mic. We hold for now. No one goes sightseeing. We're not here to rewrite anybody's history. There was a brief pause, then Diaz answered. Understood. Reyes knew the question didn't stop there. Soldiers would be thinking beyond it, talking in quiet pairs behind vehicles, trying to understand where their duty ended and survival began. That was fine. Let them talk. But the orders needed to be clear. Nguyen approached from the Bradleys, grease on his gloves, a tight look on his face. Ma'am, we've run full diagnostics again. Power systems are healthy. No unexplained spikes in draw or distribution. Whatever hit us? It didn't leave a signature we can see. So it wasn't an EMP, Reyes said. No, ma'am. If anything, it was like, a system-wide reboot without the systems knowing it happened? Reyes gave him a long look. That's about as unhelpful as it gets. Yes, ma'am, Nguyen said. I know. She let it go with a small nod. Nobody had a clean explanation. The task now was to keep the detachment functional while they lived with the lack of one. By early afternoon, the sun climbed higher, burning off most of the mist. The landscape lost some of its surreal edge and settled into a grim sort of familiarity. Fields, low rises, stands of trees, scars of previous battles. The kind of ground that had seen too much steel and fire already. Ma'am, Liu said later, approaching with his tablet again, we've got something else unusual. What now? Reyes asked. We intercepted a brief radio burst, Liu said. Old band frequency. Very short transmission. Directional antenna caught it on a sweep to the northwest. Content? Encrypted or badly degraded. But the structure looks German. Pre-NATO, obviously. Signal strength suggests a unit not too far away. Medium power, probably an armored column, or forward observation post. Reyes considered that. And the time-stamp drift we saw last night is still there, Liu said quietly. Our internal clocks and the propagation's delay don't add up cleanly. It's close, but not perfect, like something shifted in the way time is being recorded. Reyes gave him a flat look. I want you to listen to yourself before you scare the hell out of the crew. Yes, ma'am, Liu said. Understood. Operational translation, Germans nearby. We can't count on precise timing. We assume they might move faster than we expect, or slower, at the wrong moment. That's better, Reyes said. The hours stretched. Tank crews checked and rechecked systems. Gunnery sergeants walked their men through mundane tasks with deliberate calm, cleaning optics, recalibrating sights, reviewing emergency action drills. The Hercules crew ran full checks on tow gear and recovery rigs. No one talked about home. No one talked about what day it might be back in Texas. Professionalism filled the silence where fear might have slipped in. Once, near mid-afternoon, a flight of aircraft passed far overhead. Reyes snapped her binoculars up, heart tightening. Dark specks, moving in rigid formation, engines droning in a low, steady beat. Too slow for jets, too heavy for old prop-driven trainers. Liu, she said, get me a visual confirm. Working on it, he replied, already trying to zoom the Raven feed. The camera caught them just enough. Dozens of aircraft, primer gray and dark camouflaged. No contrails, no modern navigation lights. Their silhouettes were unmistakable to anyone who had ever studied air power history. Ju 8E8s, Liu said quietly, or close cousins, German medium bombers. Reyes tracked them as they moved toward the west, where the distant artillery rumble had intensified. They never saw the American formation. They didn't need to. Their war was already waiting for them elsewhere. Log heading, altitude estimate, and count, Reyes said. Already done, Liu replied. The ripple was subtle, but it was there. The Americans were now an unplanned variable sitting astride the edge of a historic battleground. They could feel the gravity of what moved around them, even if they refused to step into its path. By late afternoon, the shadows lengthened again. The light shifted from harsh white to softer gold. The range of colors on the horizon compressed into banded layers of dust, smoke, and distant haze. The air cooled, and a familiar shape appeared cresting a low rise. The T-34 came first, its engine growling, tracks biting deep into the soil. Behind it, a cluster of Soviet infantry followed on foot, tired, wary, weapons slung but ready. They advanced at a cautious pace, stopping well short of the Abrams line. Reyes climbed back into the hatch. All vehicles, maintain posture. No aiming at their formation. Weapons ready, but idle. Copy, Diaz said. The T-34 halted at roughly the same distance as in the morning. Captain Ivanov climbed out of the hatch. He rested one hand on the turret as he scanned the American position. The weariness in his face seemed a little deeper, but so did his resolve. He walked forward alone. Reyes stepped out to meet him, stopping halfway again. The choreography felt like a newly established protocol, a fragile habit born in a single day. Ivanov spoke first, tone measured. Liu translated. He says you are still here. That means you haven't found a way home. Reyes shook her head once. No, we have not. Ivanov nodded slowly, as if that answer satisfied some internal calculation. He looked back toward his men, then at the Abrams behind her. He spoke again, shorter. He says he has news. Liu translated. German probes increased along the sector. Higher command believes a major armored thrust is imminent, within a day or two. Reyes didn't say anything for a moment. The historic record in her memory lined up with his words almost perfectly. Ivanov added more, his tone shifting to something sterner. Liu relayed it. He says that when the Germans come, they will not care what nation you belong to. They will see only targets. Reyes glanced back at her formation. The Abrams sat like silent sentinels under the late sun, their armor reflecting small highlights. They looked invulnerable, but she knew better. No machine was invulnerable, not to war, not to time. Tell him we understand that, she said, and we're preparing for that possibility. Liu translated. Ivanov studied her for a long, quiet stretch. Finally he spoke again, voice softer, this time. He says he still doesn't understand you, Liu said. But he believes one thing now. You are soldiers, and soldiers do not choose where they are sent, only how they stand when they arrive. Reyes met Ivanov's gaze. For the first time she saw something in it that matched what she carried in her own, the tired recognition of someone who had spent too long balancing duty against survival. Tell him, she said, that we will not start his war for him, but if the Germans bring it to our doorstep, we will not run either. Liu translated with care. Ivanov let out a slow exhale. After a moment he nodded once. A small, grim understanding settled between them. The line around them were shifting. German bombers moved overhead. Artillery rumbled farther west. Commanders at higher echelons were drawing arrows and circles on maps, planning thrusts and counter-thrusts. None of them knew that a small, impossible detachment sat quietly on a rise, waiting to decide which way to lean when history collided with them. Reyes looked out across the steppe. She could almost hear it, the faint distant rumble of engines not yet visible, an armored storm assembling just beyond the horizon. Tomorrow, she said quietly, more to herself than to anyone else, this ground will not be empty. No one argued. They simply began to prepare. Chapter 8. Night before, steel. Night fell in slow layers. light draining from the sky until only a deep blue haze marked the horizon. The air turned colder, the kind of sharp chill that got into joints and seams and stayed there. It carried the faint smell of distant smoke and burned fuel, traces of battles already fought somewhere beyond their line of sight. The American formation sat in a tight defensive horseshoe along the rise. Engines were shut down to quiet idle cycles, and then killed entirely, leaving only the soft ticking of cooling metal. The Abrams and Bradleys became dark shapes against a darker sky, visible only as heavier blocks of shadow. Reyes walked the perimeter on foot. It was an old habit, from deployments where walking between vehicles at night told her more than any digital report could. Men and women in army units were like their machines. They gave off small signs when something was wrong, an offhand joke that fell flat, a tool left out of place, a voice too calm. Tonight there was none of that. The crew movements were efficient, precise, low voices, few words, professionals adjusting to a reality they could not explain by narrowing their focus to the things they could. She stopped beside the second Abrams. A crewman was sitting on the hull, helmet off, boots braced on the track, head tilted back to look at the unfamiliar constellations. "You see something you like, Specialist?" Reyes asked. He startled slightly, then relaxed when he recognized her. "No, ma'am. Just trying to see if any of those stars match the ones I used to know." "Any luck?" "None, ma'am." Reyes followed his gaze for a moment. The sky looked almost right, but not quite. Patterns were skewed, angles wrong. The brain wanted to map them to familiar constellations and failed every time. "Get some rest when your shift is done," she said. "Tomorrow's going to be heavy whether we move or not." "Yes, ma'am." She moved on. Nguyen was at the rear of one Bradley, checking a junction box with a small flashlight held between his teeth. The beam cut a narrow cone of light through the darkness, illuminating cables, connectors, and dust. "Anything?" Reyes asked. Nguyen pulled the light out. "No anomalies, ma'am. Power distribution is clean. If the universe is broken, it did not start in this panel." Reyes allowed herself the smallest smile. "That is reassuring," he shrugged. "If they roll out, we roll with them. The hardware will hold." "Make sure it does," Reyes said. "I want no surprises that come from our side." "Yes, ma'am." She left him to his work. Near the SIGINT HEM-V, Liu sat on a folding stool, headphones around his neck, fingers moving across the keyboard with a methodical rhythm. A small field lamp cast a muted glow on his screen. Graphs and waveforms scrolled by, steady and empty. "Nothing?" Reyes asked. Liu shook his head. "German radio discipline is good. They are talking, but not in a way that gives us easy hooks. Short bursts, structured messages, directional. I can tell you they are moving assets. I just cannot tell you where yet." "Any change in the timing drift?" Reyes asked. "It is still there," Liu said quietly. "Everything here measures out just a little off compared to our internal references. If this were a comms lab, I would say someone changed the length of the room overnight." Reyes looked at him. "Can you use that to our advantage?" "Maybe," Liu said. "If we are here long enough, I might be able to model how fast cause and effect propagate in this environment. For now, all I can tell you is that clocks do not quite agree with each other." "Then assume things will happen either sooner or later than they should," Reyes said. "Plan for both." "Already adjusting the warning thresholds," Liu replied. Reyes nodded and moved on. She ended up back at her own tank, the lead Abrams. Diaz was inside, but for the moment the turret was quiet. She climbed halfway into the hatch, rested her arms on the rim, and let herself listen to the stillness. She remembered another night, years earlier, in a different theater. A city with no power, streets choked with debris, Buildings half collapsed. Her platoon had been tasked with escorting an infantry company through a hostile district. The route had gone wrong. The company had been cut off in an alley network too narrow for her tank to enter. She had found another way, rammed an old stone wall, widened the passage by brute force, taken small arms fire from windows as she forced the Abrams through angles it was never designed for. 3 infantry squads had made it out alive because her tank had been there when it should not have been able to be. Command had quietly praised it later. Others called it reckless genius. Reyes never liked either term. To her it had been a calculation, nothing more, a balance between risk and necessity. Tonight felt similar, but on a scale so large she could barely model it. Diaz's voice came up from below. "Ma'am, you plan on sleeping at all?" "Eventually," Reyes said. "Crew rotation's set. We can hold a perimeter all night." "I know," Reyes replied. "That is why I can afford to walk." Diaz hesitated, then said, "If the Germans hit the Soviets hard tomorrow and swing this way, what is our play?" Reyes looked out over the dark field. The night hid the contours now, but she knew them. The rise, the river, the low ground where armor would channel itself, whether the commanders wanted it or not. "We hold," she said. "We do not join their offensive or their defense. If their fire spills onto us, we survive it. If we can keep them from punching through our position without rewriting their history, we do that. But we are not here to win this battle for anyone." "That is a narrow needle to thread, ma'am," Diaz said. "Yes," Reyes said. "It is." He did not argue. Farther away, where American eyes could not see, a different camp settled for the night. Ivanov sat on an overturned crate near his T-34, a tin cup warming his hands. The liquid inside was thin and bitter but hot. The men around him ate from ration tins, smoked when they could, murmured to each other in low voices. The field smelled of oil, damp earth, and cold metal. The sounds were familiar to him in a way that was almost comforting. Clinging mud on boots, the occasional cough, the ticking of cooling engines. A young gunner from his crew, barely old enough to shave, glanced toward the dark horizon, where the American machines sat out of sight. "Comrade Captain," the gunner said quietly, "do you think they will fight with us if the Germans come?" Ivanov took a slow sip before answering. "I think they will fight for themselves," he said, "which is not the same thing, but it is not nothing." The gunner frowned. "They claim to be American." "So they did," Ivanov said. "You do not believe them?" Ivanov looked into the darkness. He remembered the smooth, angular armor, the quiet confidence of the woman in the hatch, the way she carried command like a weight she had chosen. He thought of the handshake, the way her grip had been firm but not overbearing. "I believe they are soldiers," he said. "That is enough for now." A political officer, older, thin from too much work and too little rest, approached. His coat was buttoned to the throat, his expression guarded. "Comrade Captain," the officer said, "higher command will want a report on what you found." "They will have one," Ivanov said. "Will it mention these strangers?" the officer asked. Ivanov held his gaze evenly. "It will mention that we observed unknown armored silhouettes in the distance, possibly new German prototypes. No direct contact." The political officer studied him. "That is not entirely accurate." "It is accurate enough," Ivanov said, "until we know whether they are a danger or an advantage. Reporting what we don't yet understand will only cause panic. Panic makes men stupid. Stupid men die quickly, and they take others with them." The political officer was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You take a risk, Comrade Captain." "I have been taking risks for months," Ivanov said. This one at least involves someone who did not shoot at us when they could have. The officer's jaw tightened. Be careful that your respect for them does not exceed your respect for the party. Ivanov did not look away. My respect is for the men who ride in my tank and the ones who march beside it. The party will benefit more from them alive than dead. The political officer studied him a moment longer, then nodded once and walked away. When he was gone, the young gunner whispered, "Do you trust them, comrade captain?" Ivanov let out a slow breath. "I trust that they are not cowards. That is the beginning of trust, not the end." He looked up at the foreign sky. The stars were the same as always, but something in their arrangement felt off tonight, as if they had been nudged a fraction out of place. He had the fleeting, irrational thought that somewhere far above, someone had moved pieces on a board he could not see. He dismissed it. Soldiers did not have the luxury of believing in unseen hands. They dealt in steel and distance and orders. Back on the rise, Reyes settled at last on the edge of the Abrams turret, helmet beside her, rifle slung. The night had grown very still. Somewhere to the west, artillery thumped again, low and steady. The pressure waves arrived a few seconds later, a faint push in the chest. Lou's voice came quietly over the net. "Ma'am, intercept traffic suggests German formations are concentrating. Timing is not exact, but it fits the prelude pattern you described this afternoon." Reyes nodded to herself. "Then tomorrow we watch history try to unfold the way it thinks it remembers itself." "Do we intervene?" Liu asked. "We already intervened by existing here," Reyes said. "The question is how visible we want that interference to be." "And your answer?" Liu asked. Reyes looked into the darkness, where somewhere out there a Soviet tank captain was watching the same horizon from the other side. "We keep our heads down until we cannot," she said. "Then we act in a way that lets us live with ourselves afterward." There was a quiet pause. "Understood, ma'am," Liu said. One by one the camp settled into rotations. Some slept, some pretended to. Some stared at the sky, trying to fit their lives into constellations that did not match any from home. The night wore on. The engines stayed cold. The steel stayed still. But underneath it all, the ground felt charged, as if it knew that by the next sunset, it would be carrying weight and fire it had never been meant to hold. Chapter 9. The First Tremors. The first sign of the German advance came just after dawn, not through sensors or sightings, but through the ground itself. A faint vibration rolled across the steppe, so subtle at first that it could have been mistaken for distant thunder. But there were no storm clouds, no wind shift, no weather in motion. Reyes stood beside the Abrams, cup of lukewarm instant coffee in hand, watching the eastern sky shift from dark blue to pale gray. The vibration grew steadily, small at first, then more defined. A pattern, repetition, tracks and engines layered together. Diaz climbed up beside her. "That's armor, ma'am. Big formation." "Agreed," Reyes said. She keyed the net. "All vehicles, stand to. Engines off, weapons cold. Maintain full camouflage posture." Acknowledgements rolled back in crisp sequence. Liu emerged from the SIGINT truck, headphones around his neck, tablet under his arm. "Ma'am, I just caught fractured radio bursts. German unit identifiers, but the signal quality's rough. They're communicating on armored column frequencies." "What direction?" Reyes asked. "Northeast to southwest," Liu said. "Heading toward the river bend. If they keep that vector, they'll pass north of Ivanov's approach route." Reyes looked across the field. The Soviets were already in motion. Ivanov's T-34 had crested a low ridge, moving with the same grinding determination as before, his infantry trotting alongside. Dust plumed behind the tracks. Reyes keyed her mic to the external speakers. "Diaz, Give me speakers only, no weapons powered. Copy. She raised her voice toward the Soviet formation. Captain Ivanov. The T-34 slowed. Ivanov appeared in the hatch, scanning her position. We're detecting German armor moving from the northeast, Reyes called. Liu translated, relaying her Russian words through the directed speaker array. Ivanov stiffened, then shouted orders to his infantry. They tightened their line immediately. The T-34 pivoted slightly to face the new threat axis. He shouted something back. Liu translated. He says their scouts reported enemy massing, but not this close. They expected more time. Reyes glanced toward the horizon. The vibration in the ground deepened. A low, dull rumble began to bleed into the air. Tell him he doesn't have more time, she said. The wind shifted and carried the first hint of engine noise. It came in waves, the unmistakable thrum of large engines moving in formation, not the turbine whine of modern armor, the heavier, grinding roar of steel pushing across open country. Liu's voice came through her headset again. Ma'am! Raven picked up dust columns. Multiple. Big. Reyes climbed into her hatch. Put it on my screen. The UAV feed snapped in. Dust clouds arched in wide plumes as armored vehicles advanced toward the bend in the river. Shadows flickered through the haze. Long, angular shapes. Boxy turrets. Wide tracks. Diaz muttered, "Those are Panthers." "And at least 2 Tigers," Liu added. "Signatures match." Reyes zoomed the image. The column was moving deliberately, keeping tight interval spacing. Camouflage nets fluttered as the morning wind pushed against them. The sun glinted off steel plates, still oily from maintenance. This wasn't a probing force. It was the opening thrust. Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles, listen up. Germans are moving toward the low ground. They do not see us yet. We hold position unless directly fired upon. Repeat, do not reveal yourselves." "Copy," came the unified reply. Reyes watched the Soviet formation. Ivanov's infantry had dropped to one knee, forming a defensive fan along the ridge. The T-34 positioned itself at an angle for hull defilade, trying to use the landscape for cover. He looked tiny compared to what was coming. Ivanov shouted again toward Reyes, rough and urgent. Liu translated. "He asks if you will support their flank if the Germans break through." Reyes felt the weight of the question like a stone. "Tell him this," she said. "We will not engage unless attacked, but we will not allow them to destroy us either." She paused. "We will help him if his line collapses into ours." Liu translated. Ivanov absorbed the answer, then nodded once, a gesture of grim understanding. He turned back to his men. The German column drew closer. Reyes studied the tactical geometry. The Panthers were pushing the center. The Tigers were holding the second line, using the terrain to conceal their heavier silhouettes. She could see motorcycle outriders sweeping ahead, scouting for ambushes. Infantry carriers moved behind them, small half-tracks with MG-34s mounted. Old machines, but disciplined, coordinated, deadly in this era. "Liu," Reyes said quietly, "if the Germans spot us—" "They'll assume we're some new Soviet armor project," Liu said. "Or a miracle weapon the Soviets shouldn't have," Reyes said. "Either way, they'll open fire." Liu nodded grimly. "Yes, ma'am." The wind carried the sound of gears shifting, tracks grinding, engines roaring. The first Panther crested a shallow rise and halted, turret rotating slowly as its commander surveyed the terrain through binoculars. The German officer raised his field glasses toward the distant Soviet position, toward Ivanov's line, not toward the Americans. Not yet. "Ma'am," Diaz said, voice taut, "they're lining up for long-range fire." Reyes exhaled, slow and measured. "We stay cold. If we ignite the turbines, they'll hear us. If we power systems, we risk EM signatures. They'll spot the Abrams long before the Soviets do. Another Panther crested the rise, then another. The Tigers moved in behind them, massive turrets angled upward, guns searching for targets. Liu's voice tightened. German spotters are painting Ivanov's position with rangefinders. The first tremor of artillery rolled across the steppe, not fired yet, but engines spooling. Reyes glanced toward the Soviet tank commander. Ivanov was already shouting orders, pointing toward defensive positions, urging his infantry to spread out and prepare. She keyed the net. All vehicles. This is the line. Do not move. We cannot intervene unless they threaten our position. Diaz replied quietly, understood. The Germans shifted again. Turrets angled. Engines roared. Dust rose. Reyes gripped the hatch rim. History was moving in front of her, unstoppable, massive, deadly, and she had no intention of letting her people be crushed by it. But if the storm rolled toward Ivanov first, she wouldn't be able to watch it happen from the sidelines. Reyes steadied her breathing. Liu, she said, track everything. If the Germans break through onto our line, we won't wait to be overrun. Liu finished. No, Reyes said softly. We won't. The battle had not begun, but its shadow had fallen. Chapter 10. Contact at the Bend. The first German shells came without warning. A sharp, cracking thunder rolled across the plains, followed by the rising howl of incoming artillery. Reyes recognized the sound instantly. Not modern coil guns or guided shells, but heavy WWII, high-explosive rounds fired in mass, the kind that traded accuracy for volume and fear. The ground shook as 3 impacts detonated along the river bend, geysers of dirt and shattered reeds ripping upward. A 4th landed closer, throwing a cone of earth across the Soviet line. Ivanov's infantry flattened themselves instinctively, clutching the ground. Reyes keyed her net. All vehicles, stay dark, no engines, hold position. A chorus of quiet acknowledgments returned. The barrage intensified. Now the shells came in clusters, slamming into the ridge Ivanov held. Artillery markers flashed on Liu's screen as he tried to model impact vectors. "Ma'am," Liu said, "German fire direction is adjusting. They're bracketing the ridge. They're going to walk the barrage straight across the Soviet position." Reyes watched as Ivanov's men scrambled behind shallow earth mounds, barely enough protection against anything heavier than rifle fire. The T-34 stayed angled in its firing position, turret tracking the incoming threat, even though it couldn't respond. The next volley hit. One shell detonated so close to a Soviet infantry squad that the shockwave lifted men off their feet. Another burst blew a crater beneath a tree line, sending splintered wood and soil whipping in all directions. A 3rd impact rocked the earth near Ivanov's tank. The T-34 lurched as if punched, its hull dusted in dirt and smoke. Diaz muttered from below, "They're getting flattened out there." Reyes didn't answer. Another barrage, another step closer. "Ma'am," Liu said quietly, "German fire is correcting again. Their spotters must have Ivanov's precise coordinates now." Reyes felt her jaw tighten. She wasn't here to change history, but she wasn't here to watch an Allied company get annihilated on open ground either. She keyed her mic to Liu privately. "If we start our engines now, what's our detection window?" 3 seconds for radar-equivalent German optics, Liu said. 9 to 11 seconds for their visual spotters. They'll hear us long before they understand what we are. "And the UAV?" Reyes asked. "Still airborne," Liu replied. "Still unseen." Reyes nodded slowly. Another set of explosions consumed the Soviet right flank. Dirt and bodies flew upward in the same sickening column. Men shouted, some dragging wounded behind them. Ivanov was still shouting orders, voice raw, pointing for his infantry to shift left. But he was running out of ground to shift onto. Diaz climbed up enough to look out. His expression hardened. "Ma'am, this is not a fight they can survive alone." She knew that. She also knew what came next if she acted too boldly. A modern armored detachment blowing apart a World War II assault would cause ripples no historian could explain, even if none survived to write the report. Lines had to be drawn with surgical precision. She reached for her radio again. "All vehicles, stand by for conditional activation," Reyes said. "Repeat, conditional. No one powers up unless ordered." "Copy," Diaz said, tone controlled but firm. "Understood," Nguyen replied. "Systems primed but idle." The next German salvo landed directly on the ridge, obliterating an entire section of Ivanov's infantry line. One man was hurled backward in a spin, another crumpled where he stood, a third staggered through the smoke, weapon gone, half blind. Ivanov didn't retreat. He didn't falter. He climbed fully out of the T-34 turret, waving his arm, ordering his men to reform, to pull back from exposed ground. Another explosion hammered the T-34. Shrapnel pinged off the turret. The tank rocked violently but stayed upright. Lou's voice tightened. "Ma'am, the next correction will put shells directly on the tank. They're trying to crack it open." Reyes inhaled through her nose, exhaled slow and steady. "Diaz," she said quietly, "bring the engine to stand by. Do not ignite." "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Engine ready on your word." Another shell landed. Too close this time. The T-34's right track lifted off the ground. Ivanov lost his footing and tumbled down the hull, hitting the earth hard and rolling down the slope. Two of his infantry sprinted toward him, dragging him behind a broken rise. Reyes watched the German formation through her viewport. Panthers repositioned, Tigers anchored. A line of half-tracks fanned out behind them, and somewhere just behind the smoke, German officers scanned for the Soviets' last holdout. This was the moment modern restraint collided with battlefield reality. Reyes keyed the net fully. "All vehicles, prepare for counter-battery mask," she ordered. "On my mark, activate ECM and thermal dampening only. No ignition." Diaz acknowledged. "Mask ready." Nguyen locked systems. Thermals suppressed. The next German volley rose. 5 shells. 4 aimed for the ridge. 1 aimed directly at the T-34. Reyes narrowed her eyes and whispered, "Now." Diaz confirmed instantly. "Mask active." Invisible to WWII optics, the American formation's thermal and electronic signatures collapsed to near zero. Every Abrams and Bradley became an inert, hulking shadow, indistinguishable from stone. The German spotters, expecting a clear kill, received back a distorted scatter of data, false echoes, shifting heat lines, broken silhouettes. Their artillery corrections faltered. The salvo landed wide. 2 shells overshot the ridge, slamming into a distant patch of marsh. 1 exploded short, scattering dirt harmlessly in front of the Soviet infantry. The shell meant for the T-34 landed meters behind the tank, missing its mark entirely. Ivanov's men seized the moment, scrambling into a shallow depression to regroup. Reyes exhaled. Diaz murmured, "That bought them time." "Exactly what we needed," Reyes said. "Exactly what we give." German artillery crews adjusted again, but slower now, uncertain. Their spotters had lost the Soviet position's precise geometry. The Panthers shifted formation. The Tigers advanced 2 vehicle lengths and paused, turrets scanning. Then a German motorcycle scout crested the far rise. Reyes went still. The rider froze mid-turn, staring directly at the line of dark American silhouettes. Even masked and unpowered, the Abrams shape was impossible to mistake from this distance. The scout's hand moved toward the radio strapped to the side of his bike. Diaz swore. "He's calling it in." "Wait," Reyes said. The scout hesitated. The silhouettes weren't moving. No dust, no engine heat, no sound, nothing. Shadows at dawn could look like anything. The scout lowered his radio. Reyes released the breath she'd been holding. He turned the bike sharply and retreated toward the German lines. Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles, remain dark, no movement." But quietly, so only Diaz heard, she added, "That illusion won't hold much longer." The Germans regrouped, artillery shifting to new coordinates. The Soviets crawled to a defensive fold behind the ridge, and the Americans stayed still, the quiet center of a storm about to break open. The first tremors were over. The real impact was coming. Chapter 11. When Steel Meets Fire. The lull didn't last long. German artillery relays shifted again, this time correcting with new caution. Their spotters, unable to reconcile the distorted returns from the American masking, narrowed their search onto what they could confirm: the Soviet survivors. The next volley landed with brutal efficiency, falling in a tight bracket around the depression where Ivanov's infantry had regrouped. The blast pattern threw dirt high into the air and sent men sprawling, scrambling for any cover the broken terrain could offer. Reyes watched through her optics without blinking. She'd seen artillery concentrations tear through positions before, at Fallujah, at the outskirts of Mosul, during combined arms exercises that simulated scenarios like this but never reproduced the smell of real earth being torn open. This was different, older, rougher, less precise but massive in its intent. "Ma'am, Ivanov's left flank is collapsing," Diaz reported from inside the Abrams. "He's losing cohesion." "I see it," Reyes said quietly. The German line began to advance. Panthers moved first, hulls angled, guns searching. Behind them, two Tigers rolled forward with the slow, implacable confidence of machines built to intimidate enemies by presence alone. Infantry carriers followed, half-tracks pushing up in staggered lines. German officers pointed toward the ridge. They saw the weakness in Ivanov's position and intended to exploit it. Then, a sharp flash erupted from the base of the Soviet ridge. Ivanov's T-34 fired. The shot streaked across the open field and struck a Panther squarely on the glacis plate. Sparks flew. The round ricocheted skyward, deflected by armor designed decades after the Soviet tank had been built. The Panther barely shuddered. Ivanov fired again. The second shot hit the left track guard, denting metal but not disabling the tank. German turrets snapped toward the ridge. Liu flinched behind his console. "Ma'am, they're locking onto his tank. They're going to light him up." "Hold," Reyes said. "Ma'am." I said hold. The first German return fire came from a Tiger. Its 88 mm shell tore through the air with a violent hiss and slammed into the ridge just short of the T-34, exploding in a shower of earth and smoke. The shock wave knocked Ivanov's crew off balance. The tank lurched sideways as the ground gave way beneath it. The second Tiger fired. This one hit. The shell smashed into the T-34's turret ring, ripping metal, sending fragments spraying. Flames burst from the tank's rear deck. The old Soviet vehicle rocked heavily and sagged to one side, tracks twisting beneath it. Reyes clenched her jaw. Ivanov's men rushed toward the crippled machine, some dragging a wounded loader from the turret hatch. Others fired ineffectual rifle bursts down the slope, shouting to cover each other's retreat. It was not enough. The Germans tightened their formation, guns converging. Another Panther advanced, ready to finish the kill and roll directly into the Soviet line. Diaz's voice came through the net, low and tense. "Ma'am, if we wait any longer, he's gone." Reyes didn't answer. The decision had already formed. It wasn't a choice between history and interference. It was a choice between letting allies die in front of her or stopping a slaughter. It was the same moral geometry she'd resolved in every conflict she had ever commanded. She keyed her mic. All vehicles, listen carefully. We're not breaking concealment fully. We're not firing main guns unless absolutely necessary. Diaz muttered, "What are we doing then?" Reyes looked out across the field where Ivanov and his men were about to be crushed under advancing German armor. "We are taking one step," she said, "a controlled one." She flipped her comm switch. "Nguyen, bring only your Bradley smoke launchers online. No engines, no radar, no thermals, just smoke." There was a pause. "Ma'am, those launch signatures will show up." "Yes," she said, "but they'll show up as something the Germans already expect. Soviet artillery, Soviet smokescreens, nothing modern." Nguyen's tone hardened. "Understood. Arming smoke." Reyes took a breath. "On my mark, deploy." The Germans advanced. Ivanov's men braced. Reyes watched the sight line. "Mark!" 9 smoke canisters fired in a staggered arc, exploding into thick white plumes that rolled rapidly across the low ground. The wind carried them in heavy sheets, blanketing the ridge in the field between the Soviets and the Germans. To the German gunners, the battlefield vanished. "Good," Reyes said. "That's enough." Nguyen cut the system immediately, returning the Bradley to a cold silhouette. Liu monitored the German intercepts. "Ma'am, they're confused. The Tigers are pulling back 10 meters. Panthers losing visual. Spotters requesting confirmation. They think the Soviets triggered a blind retreat maneuver." "Exactly what we want," Reyes said. Across the ridge, Ivanov seized the moment. Soviet infantry dragged their wounded deeper into the defilade. The remaining gun crews gathered themselves, repositioning for closer combat. And Ivanov himself, limping and battered, shouted new orders through the chaos. Reyes keyed the external speakers again. "Tell him, this is the only help we can give. He must hold the left, or they will envelop him." Liu translated. Ivanov turned, looked directly toward the American position, even though he couldn't see them through the smoke, and nodded once. The Germans regrouped quickly. They were veteran tankers, trained to push through confusion rather than retreat from it. Engines roared. Formations tightened. Turrets swept side to side, searching for Soviet movement through the thinning haze. Liu's voice cut in. "Ma'am, German infantry is advancing through the smoke. Close-range assault. They're trying to find the ridge by foot." Diaz added, "If they reach Ivanov before the smoke clears, they'll tear through him." Reyes inhaled deeply. "Then we buy him more time." She raised her hand to the comm panel. "All vehicles," she said, "prepare for controlled ignition on silent start. Engines to idle only. No forward movement. No targeting lasers. No weapons. Hot." Diaz hesitated. "Ma'am," Reyes finished for him. "Yes, the Germans will hear us, but it will sound like thunder from the wrong direction, and it will slow them." Diaz set his jaw. "Understood. Engine on your go." Reyes didn't blink. "Go." The Abrams turbines spooled to life with a deep, controlled whine. The Bradleys followed. The sound rolled across the steppe like a storm coming from nowhere, echoing against the ridges. Liu monitored the intercepts. German infantry has stopped advancing. Armor is halting to confirm the noise. They're repositioning, trying to identify the source. "Good," Reyes said. "That's enough pressure. Engines back down." One by one, the American engines faded into stillness again. The Germans didn't move. The Soviets breathed. The battlefield paused. Reyes exhaled slowly. Her first step into the war had been taken, a measured one, but it was still a step. The Germans were unsettled. The Soviets were still intact, and the Americans were still invisible, for now. Chapter 12. Lines Under Pressure. The smoke dissolved faster than Reyes expected. The wind shifted north, dragging the white curtain into streaks, thinning it across the ridge until dark shapes began to emerge through the fading veil. German infantry appeared first. Their silhouettes resolved into men crouching low with rifles at the ready, moving in cautious bounds across the broken terrain. Behind them, half-tracks crept forward, their MG-34 gunners scanning the ridge for movement. The armor followed. Panthers advanced in tight formation, angled hulls pointing toward the Soviet defensive fold. Their turrets moved in slow, deliberate sweeps, searching for the T-34 they'd crippled minutes earlier. The Tigers held steady behind them, massive guns aimed downward like executioners preparing their final shot. Reyes watched everything from her vantage point and felt the tempo tightening. What had started as methodical movement was now accelerating, as if the battlefield itself had turned a notch upward toward inevitability. Liu broke the silence. "Ma'am, German comms indicate they intend to overrun the ridge before Soviet reinforcements arrive. They want to clear this section fast." Diaz muttered. "They're going to punch right through Ivanov." "Not if he holds the lower fold," Reyes said. But she knew Ivanov didn't have the manpower or the armor depth to absorb a full mechanized push. The T-34 was disabled. His infantry were bleeding. His flanks were collapsing under pressure from multiple vectors. And the Germans had the advantage of momentum, mass, and firepower. She keyed her mic. "All vehicles. Maintain dark state. No activation unless ordered." The formation acknowledged. Then the smoke cleared enough for the Germans to see the T-34 again. A Panther's turret jerked, aligning on the crippled tank. Reyes watched the precise angle. The commander would fire into the hull to ignite stored ammunition. Liu whispered, "They're going for a kill shot." The Panther fired. The 75mm shell slammed into the T-34's midsection. The tank rocked violently, smoke bursting from the turret ring. Men near it scattered, one falling face first as the shockwave hit him. Ivanov shouted something, not at the enemy, but at his own wounded crew, urging them forward, telling them to abandon the machine before the next shell struck. Another Panther rotated its gun. Diaz's voice cracked the tension. "Ma'am, permission to act." Reyes didn't answer right away. Another shell hit the Soviet ridge, flinging dirt skyward. A German infantry machine gun nest opened fire, bullets stitching lines across the ground dangerously close to Ivanov's retreating men. The Russians returned fire, but it was scattered and thin. They were being driven backward, step by step, into a narrowing cone where German fire converged. Reyes felt the moment crest. The battle had reached a point where the Americans' neutrality was no longer a stable position. If they remained still, the Germans would overrun the ridge, roll toward the rise, and eventually discover a modern armored battalion sitting at the edge of the battlefield with no contextual logic. If they acted too aggressively, they would turn this engagement into something the timeline couldn't absorb. She keyed the net. "All vehicles, listen closely. We are not firing main guns yet, but we intervene on threat vectors only. That means suppressive fire without direct hits, loud, controlled, intentional." Diaz hesitated. "Machine guns only." "Yes," Reyes said. "We give them noise, pressure, and confusion. Nothing that rewrites the outcome of their battle, only enough to distort it." Nguyen chimed in. "Ma'am, our guns outrange theirs. Even suppressive bursts risk cutting through armor they can't replace." "Then we don't hit armor," Reyes said. "We shape the field without breaking it." Diaz nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "Understood." Reyes took a breath. "On my command, fire a limited burst." She looked at the battlefield. German infantry pushed closer to the ridge. 2 squads advanced through the smoke's remnants, ready to flank the Soviets. A 3rd squad moved toward a collapsed section of earth, a perfect entry point into Ivanov's defensive pocket. Reyes keyed the net. "Mark, fire!" The Abrams on the right flank lit up first. Its coaxial machine gun barked a tight burst, the rounds snapping across empty ground in front of the advancing Germans. Soil spat upward in a precise, non-lethal fan. Bradleys followed. Their 7.62mm guns unleashed coordinated patterns, stitching controlled arcs that forced German troops to drop instantly to the ground. A half-track jerked sideways as its driver panicked under the unexpected fire. The MG-34 gunner hit the side plating and slumped, not from bullets, but from his own sudden movement. Liu monitored intercepts. They think Soviet heavy guns reactivated. Pressure is high, confusion rising. Command is requesting confirmation from armor units. Diaz added, "Panthers are pulling back 5 meters. Tigers rotating turrets left to search. We broke their push." Reyes didn't allow herself relief. Not yet. The Germans weren't retreating. They were recalibrating. A disciplined armored force never broke off an advance from a short burst of suppressive fire. They regrouped, reoriented, and pushed again. A Panther fired blindly into the ridge. The shell tore through the smoke, detonating behind Ivanov's line. Another Panther fired into the tree line. They were trying to flush out what they thought was a hidden Soviet gun position. Ivanov's men used the chaos. They retreated deeper into the natural fold, dragging their wounded and forming a tighter defensive pocket. Their rifle fire became more coordinated. Their posture changed from collapse to stubborn resistance. Liu reported quickly, "Ma'am, German officers now believe the Soviets have repositioned artillery camouflaged near the ridge. They're trying to triangulate the bursts." "Good," Reyes said. "Let them." Then the Germans adjusted their plan. A Tiger moved forward, hull angled, turret aimed at the ridge's left descent. The commander intended to breach the line by brute force, a method that had broken countless positions in the Eastern Front campaigns. Diaz saw it before Reyes spoke. "Ma'am, if that Tiger pushes through, it will roll right into Ivanov's retreat." She knew that. If Ivanov's line buckled now, the Germans would envelop the entire Soviet pocket, turning it into a killing field. And the Americans, even hidden, could get caught in the sweep. There was no more space for partial action. Reyes keyed her mic. "All vehicles. Next phase. Engines silent start. Turrets locked to non-returning arcs. Machine guns only. No direct hits on armor." Diaz answered, "Ready?" Reyes exhaled once. "Open fire." The combined roar of multiple coaxial guns erupted across the rise. Tracers streaked across the field, slicing between advancing German squads and tearing up the earth in deliberate patterns. Again, no hits. But the shock effect was immense. The Tiger halted mid-advance. Its turret rotated abruptly toward the rise, toward the Americans. Reyes felt the moment shift. The Germans suspected something. Not knowledge, not clarity, but suspicion. Enough to turn the next minute into a knife edge. "Ma'am," Liu said, "German command is identifying a new threat axis. They think Soviet reinforcements might be massing behind the rise." Reyes replied softly, "Then we pushed that illusion to its limit." She keyed the full net. "All vehicles. Increase suppressive fire by 10%. Keep arcs wide. No armor hits. Make them think an entire Soviet battalion is waiting behind this hill." Diaz acknowledged. "Executing." The guns thundered again, louder this time. German infantry hit the dirt. The Panthers pulled back to regroup. The Tiger rotated slowly, indecisively, caught between its objective and the unknown shadows beyond the rise. Ivanov's men pushed deeper into cover, alive only because modern fire had reshaped the angles of approach. Reyes watched the battlefield from her hatch, expression controlled, voice steady. This was the line. This was the threshold. They were no longer invisible observers. They were part of the engagement now, maneuvering the battle without ever firing a shot that history could record. But the Germans would not hesitate forever. Eventually they would push again. And when they did, the Americans would face a choice with no neutral answer. Chapter 13. The Breaking Point. The Germans didn't stay confused for long. For all their uncertainty about the sudden Soviet suppressive fire, they were still an armored force trained to push through resistance. The moment the smoke thinned and the battlefield regained its shape, the Panthers resumed their advance with renewed determination. This time they came in a wedge. 2 Panthers pushed forward on the left, angling toward the ridge's collapse point. A Tiger anchored the center, its turret scanning for threats, its 80mm gun searching for the crippled T-34. On the right, a second Tiger held the flank, shadowing the others with slow, predatory confidence. Infantry followed in staggered bounds, hugging what little cover they could find. Half-tracks positioned themselves behind the armor, ready to deliver machine gun fire once a breach opened. Reyes watched them advance with a sinking certainty. The Germans had recalibrated. Noise alone would not stop them now. "Ma'am," Diaz said, "Panthers will reach Ivanov's line in under 2 minutes. Once they're through, they'll roll onto the fold and finish what they started." "Understood," Reyes said. Liu added, "Intercepts confirm. German command believes the ridge is lightly defended. They're expecting a quick collapse." Reyes nodded slowly. "They're not wrong." She looked down the ridge. Ivanov's men had steadied themselves inside the natural fold, but they were barely holding on. Their ammunition reserves were low. Their positions were compromised. Their mobility was gone, and without armor support, they stood no chance against a mechanized breakthrough. A Panther fired. The shell tore into the ridge, obliterating a section of earth just meters from Ivanov's nearest infantry squad. The blast flung a Soviet soldier backward, his rifle spinning from his hand. Another shot followed, this time from the Tiger. It hit the ridge with terrifying precision, sending a plume of dirt over the Soviet position. Ivanov shouted orders, his voice raw. His men pulled back deeper into cover, firing controlled bursts at advancing infantry, but doing little to slow them. Reyes felt the moment locking into place like gears meshing inside an engine. She keyed her mic. "All vehicles, prepare for engagement." The silence that followed was short but heavy. Diaz answered first. "Ma'am, full engagement?" "No," Reyes said. "Controlled, minimal. But we can't hold without showing teeth." Nguyen chimed in. "What are our rules?" Reyes narrowed her eyes as the leading Panther crested a rise and oriented toward Ivanov's last viable defensive position. "We fire only to shape the fight," she said, "not to dominate it. We disable, distract, and delay. We do not annihilate. We do not alter the war beyond this battlefield." Liu added quietly, "Germans will react. They may try to flank." "They will," Reyes said. "But it won't matter if we keep the engagement tight." The Panther pushed forward another 10 meters. Its turret rotated, lining up for a clear shot into the ridge's heart. The second Panther angled to cover its right. The Tiger behind them advanced in increments while elevating its gun. This was the moment. Reyes keyed the net fully. All vehicles, engine start, turrets to forward arc, machine guns ready. Bradleys prepare Tau systems but do not fire. Abrams main guns locked but cold. The response came like a heartbeat. Engines online. Cokes loaded. Tau safed, standing by. Thermals up, optics calibrated. The Germans heard the engines immediately. The sudden low growl of 4 Abrams turbines and 2 Bradley diesels rolling across the steppe like thunder from a different world. German infantry froze. Turrets jerked toward the rise. Half-tracks reversed several meters. The lead Panther hesitated for the first time. Reyes didn't give it a second chance. "Diaz," she said calmly. "One coax burst, left of the Panther. Put it into the ground." "Yes, ma'am." The Abrams barked a short, violent burst. Earth erupted in a spray just meters from the Panther's left track. German infantry dropped to the ground instantly. The Panther halted. Its commander ducked into the turret, slamming the hatch shut. Liu scanned intercepts. "They think it's a heavy Soviet gun or concealed armor. They're trying to identify the caliber." "That buys us seconds," Reyes said. "Use them." The second Panther rolled forward to support its partner. Reyes keyed, "Nguyen, coax burst. Force them right." Nguyen fired. The rounds snapped into the earth on the Panther's opposite side, channeling its movement like cattle being steered. The Panther obeyed the invisible pressure, adjusting its advance arc without knowing why. But the Germans weren't blind. The Tiger commander spotted the disturbance and oriented toward the rise, elevating the 80 meters slightly. Diaz hissed, "Tiger's got eyes. He's going to fire into our hill if he panics." Reyes responded in an even tone. "Then we don't let him panic." She keyed the net. "All Abrams, synchronized fire, 2-second burst intervals. Keep arcs wide, no armor hits. Make them think we're repositioned Soviet heavies." The guns opened up. 4 coaxial stitched arcs of fire across the low ground. Dirt kicked up in precise, intimidating lines. German machine gunners ducked. Infantry crawled backward. A half-track lurched and stalled. The Tiger commander refrained from firing. He didn't have a clear target and didn't want to waste ammunition on a phantom. But the Germans pushed anyway. The lead Panther advanced again, then the second, and the Tiger took another step forward. Reyes felt her pulse tighten. They were seconds away from overrunning the ridge and smashing Ivanov's defensive pocket. "Diaz," she said quietly, "disable the Panther." He froze. "Ma'am, that's direct engagement." "Yes," Reyes said. "We have no more room to maneuver. 1 shot. Mobility kill only. No turret hit. No catastrophic penetration." Diaz swallowed hard, then said, "Understood." Reyes watched the Panther's movement. It exposed its right track as it crested the ridge's outer lip. "Take the shot!" The Abrams barked. The sabot round streaked across the field, a silver flash of controlled violence, and slammed into the Panther's exposed track. The steel links shattered, whipping free from the drive sprocket. The tank lurched violently, nose dipping, turret jolting sideways. It didn't explode, it didn't burn, it simply stopped. German infantry scattered away from the crippled machine, shouting in confusion. The second Panther halted abruptly, unsure what had happened. The Tiger shifted formation, angling its turret between the ridge and the rise. Reyes keyed her mic. "Mask thermals. Engines at half idle. Do not fire again unless ordered." The Americans disappeared into heatless stillness once more. German officers scrambled to interpret what had happened. Intercepts crackled with arguments and misidentifications. Some shouted that the Soviets had hidden a heavy gun. Others argued it was a mine. One believed it was a lucky T-34 shot. All of them were wrong, but all of them were confused, and confusion was a weapon. Reyes looked out across the field. Ivanov's men were alive. The German wedge had stalled. The Americans had revealed only the smallest fraction of their power, and the battle's trajectory had shifted by inches. Nothing more, just enough to keep the balance without breaking history. Diaz spoke in a steady voice again. "Ma'am, what now?" Reyes exhaled slowly. "Now," she said, We hold this line until the Germans decide what they think they saw. Chapter 14. Probing the Shadows. The Germans didn't recoil from the mobility kill. They absorbed it. One Panther cripple didn't undo a mechanized assault trained to push through fire and uncertainty. Instead, the German line shifted with grudging discipline. Officers barked orders. Infantry reformed. Half-tracks repositioned along the right. The remaining Panther advanced another few meters, angling to protect the stalled machine. And the Tiger commander made his decision. He stepped onto the turret roof, raised his binoculars, and stared long and hard at the rise where the American formation lay hidden behind shaped signatures and silent engines. His silhouette, tall and rigid in the cold morning light, looked carved out of iron. "This one's sharp," Diaz muttered. "He's going to test us." He was right. The Tiger's turret rotated, slowly, methodically, not toward the ridge, not toward the disabled Panther, toward the Americans. Liu's voice tightened. "Ma'am, German intercepts indicate they're trying to triangulate the shot. They think the hit came from behind the rise." "They're not wrong," Reyes said quietly. "But they don't know what we are," Liu added. "No," Reyes said, "they don't, and we need to keep it that way." The Tiger cannon elevated a hair. The commander leaned forward slightly. Reyes whispered, "Diaz, do not react." Understood. A second later, the Tiger fired. The 80mm shell screamed across the field and slammed into the top of the rise, 30 meters left of the Abrams position. Dirt exploded upward in a violent fan, cascading down the slope like a mini landslide. The blast shook the ground. Reyes didn't flinch. Diaz exhaled through his teeth. "That was a warning shot, or a guess." "It was a probe," Reyes said. "He wants to see what moves." The Tiger remained perfectly still, waiting for dust to clear, waiting for silhouettes to shift, waiting for the enemy to answer. Reyes keyed her net, voice quiet and controlled. "All vehicles, hold position. Absolute stillness. No return fire." Acknowledgments returned in disciplined whispers. The dust settled. The rise stayed silent. The Tiger commander studied the ground through his binoculars another 10 seconds, then barked an order down the hatch. The turret traversed a few degrees left, then right, as if testing angles that didn't match his expectations. Liu reported, "Ma'am, intercept traffic suggests they're divided. Some believe it was a lucky Soviet hit. Others believe a hidden gun is behind the ridge. A few think they're looking at a new Soviet tank design." Reyes nodded once. "Good, let him argue." But the Germans were not the only ones adapting. Across the ridge, Ivanov's men were crawling back toward their defensive fold. The smoke had thinned enough to reveal their movement. Some limped, some carried wounded draped across their shoulders. A handful moved with rifles ready, eyes fixed on the advancing German infantry. Ivanov himself, dusty and bruised, appeared atop the ridge again. He didn't shout. He didn't signal wildly. He simply raised his hand in a gesture of quiet determination to the men around him. A rally point. A spine stiffening through exhaustion. Reyes watched the Soviet captain as he limped toward the T-34. 2 crewmen helped him climb onto the crippled machine. He inspected the damage, placed a hand on the turret ring, then gestured to his driver. Liu frowned. "Ma'am, he's trying to recover the tank." Diaz shook his head. "That thing's dead." "Not to him," Reyes said. "Not yet." Ivanov shouted orders. His men attached tow cables. A group of infantry formed a perimeter around the tank, offering suppressive rifle fire toward German infantry who were creeping closer behind debris. The German MG-34s opened up. Bullets cracked against stone and earth. Soviet riflemen returned fire in sharp bursts. The firefight intensified into a jagged back and forth that favored the Germans by weight and volume. The T-34 groaned as the driver tried to force movement through its shattered track. It lurched forward a meter, then another, the left track biting into soil, the right grinding uselessly. "Ma'am," Liu said, "he's going to get himself killed out there." Reyes didn't answer immediately. She watched Ivanov's men struggle to coax life from a machine that had already given everything it could. "This battle won't remember his name," Diaz said quietly, "but he's not letting this ridge go without a fight." Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles, coax only. Channel German infantry back from the ridge. No hits on armor. No rounds near the T-34. Nguyen responded, "Copy. Coax loaded. Standing by." Reyes exhaled. "Fire when ready." The American machine guns barked again, precise angled bursts stitching the earth in front of advancing German infantry. Dirt flew upward. German squads dove for cover. A half-track halted abruptly and reversed, and once again the Germans were thrown off balance. Liu analyzed the intercepts. They think Soviet reinforcements are definitely behind the rise now. Confusion spreading. Some units are requesting to halt their advance. Diaz smirked. That buys Ivanov time. It did. Ivanov's men surged around the T-34, pulling it backward into cover with a mix of brute strength and desperation. The tank slid, scraped, and finally came to rest inside the fold, out of the main line of German fire. Reyes allowed herself a small breath of relief. But the Germans were not finished. The Tiger's turret rotated again. This time it pointed not at the rise, but at the ridge, at Ivanov's defensive pocket. Liu's voice changed. "Ma'am, he's going to breach the line." A Tiger pushing directly into the fold would tear the Soviet resistance apart in seconds. Diaz looked up through the hatch. "We can't let that happen." Reyes didn't hesitate. "All vehicles, prepare for escalation protocol." The net went silent. Nguyen asked, "Escalation to what degree?" "Limited direct action," Reyes said. "We engage only what threatens our containment of the battle. No catastrophic hits. Mobility kills only." Diaz breathed out slowly. "Understood." The Tiger advanced another 3 meters. Infantry flanked it, firing steadily into the ridge. Ivanov's men ducked low, trying to return fire, but unable to hold the line under the combined pressure. Reyes keyed her mic. "Diaz, mobility kill the Tiger. No turret hit, track shot only." Diaz steadied himself. "Give me angle." The Tiger exposed its left track as it crested a small ridge hump, shifting slightly to traverse its gun toward Ivanov's men. Reyes watched the geometry seal into place. "Now!" The Abrams fired. The sabot round cracked across the open field like a hammer blow. It struck the Tiger's left track at the perfect angle. Steel tore apart. The track snapped, whipping outward. The Tiger lurched sideways, its weight driving into the dirt with a grinding, metallic shriek. It didn't explode. It didn't burn. It simply died where it stood. German infantry panicked, pulling away from the crippled machine. Shouts rang out across the field. Officers scrambled to reorganize. Half-tracks swung wide, uncertain whether to advance or pull back. Ivanov's men seized the moment again, repositioning deeper into cover. Reyes maintained her calm posture, voice steady. "All vehicles, stand by. Maintain concealment. Engines warm but idle." The battlefield fell into a brief, tense stillness, a shape-shift of momentum, a recalibration of intent. The Germans had been stopped for the moment, not by overwhelming force, but by confusion, misinterpretation, and the smallest, sharpest application of modern power. Diaz broke the silence. "Ma'am, we just kicked a hornet's nest." Reyes nodded once, eyes fixed on the field. "Yes," she said, "and the hornets are starting to understand the nest isn't Soviet." Chapter 15. The flank that shouldn't exist. The Tiger's immobilization changed the battlefield, but it did not break the German advance. If anything, it sharpened it. Within minutes, German officers were shouting new orders, gesturing in tight arcs, repositioning their infantry and armor around the sudden absence of their spearhead. The Panthers shifted formation with crisp efficiency, rotating turrets to cover angles they hadn't accounted for earlier. Half-tracks withdrew to safer ground, then moved forward again in measured bursts. Liu translated intercepts as they came through. "Ma'am, they're debating what hit the Tiger. One group thinks it was a Soviet mine. Another insists it was an anti-tank gun hidden somewhere behind the ridge. One commander thinks they're facing a new Soviet weapon." Reyes nodded. "Good. The more theories they have, the less certainty they can follow." But the Germans adapted quickly. A new officer, one with a clipped, commanding tone, took charge of the forward assault. His orders were simple, direct, and dangerous. Liu translated. "He's telling his infantry to probe wide. They're going around the ridge's left edge. He thinks the hidden fire came from there." Diaz leaned forward in the turret. "If they swing around that side, they'll get eyes on us." Reyes pressed her lips together. He was right. The rise they were hiding behind was tall, but not infinite. Its left flank tapered into gentler ground. German infantry could climb it. Once they reached the lower slope, they'd see silhouettes that no Soviet arsenal could explain. "Ma'am," Nguyen said through the net, "that's our weak side." Reyes knew it, and so did the Germans. Infantry squads began moving left, cautious, disciplined, rifles raised, keeping their heads low as they advanced in bounding pairs. A half-track followed them at a distance, covering the advance with its mounted MG-34. The Panther behind them turned slightly to support the push. Ivanov's line was no longer the main target. The Americans were. Reyes keyed her mic. "All vehicles, prepare to reorient left. Maintain cold systems. Minimal thermal." Diaz acknowledged, rotating. The Abrams turret moved in slow, silent degrees. Bradleys adjusted their positions by inches, angling without powering their engines. Reyes monitored the advancing Germans through her optics. "They're probing with infantry because they don't want armor walking into a trap," she said. "They'll scout first. Confirm second, commit third." "Which gives us, what? 2 minutes, Diaz said. "If that," Reyes replied. German infantry reached the rise's lower slope and spread out, advancing in a loose fan. One soldier knelt and scanned through binoculars. Another signaled to the half-track behind them. Liu leaned closer to his monitor. "Ma'am, we have a problem." "What is it?" "They're sending a motorcycle scout to the left. He's fast. If he crests the ridge, he'll see the Abrams at 30 meters. Diaz swore. "That's point-blank exposure." Reyes steadied herself. The scout accelerated, weaving between debris, heading directly toward the Americans' masked position. "He'll be on top of us in 20 seconds, Liu said. Reyes made her decision. "Diaz, one burst, dirt only, in front of the scout." Diaz didn't hesitate. "Roger." The Cokes fired one short, sharp burst. Dirt erupted in a straight line just ahead of the motorcycle's front tire. The scout panicked. The bike wobbled, skidded, and toppled sideways into the earth. The young rider tumbled off, rolling twice before scrambling to his knees and sprinting backward as fast as he could. He shouted something, frantic, urgent, toward the half-track. German infantry immediately dropped flat. The half-track braked. The Panther rotated its turret a fraction left. Diaz checked his feed. "They think we shot at him." "Good," Reyes said. "But they don't know who we are," Liu added. Reyes nodded. "Exactly." German officers regrouped quickly. Orders snapped through the ranks. Liu translated. "Ma'am, they're planning a coordinated sweep of the left flank. They want to push infantry up the slope while the Panther provides overwatch. Nguyen exhaled. If they get too high up that slope, they'll see us and everything changes. Reyes knew that. Full engagement would then be unavoidable. History would bend, maybe break, and the consequences would cascade far beyond this field. She considered her options. Silence was no longer an effective weapon. Noise alone wasn't enough. Precision had reached its limits. The Germans needed to believe the threat on the rise was Soviet, numerous, dug in, and capable of defending itself, but not modern, not impossible, not American. Reyes keyed the full net. All vehicles. Prepare coordinated suppressive fire, 10 seconds only, arcs wide, high dirt, no personnel hits, no armor hits. Diaz responded immediately. Ready. Nguyen. Ready. Bradley Cruz echoed the same. Reyes raised her voice just enough. On my mark, fire. She waited. Watched the Germans take their first steps up the slope. Watched a half-track inch forward, trying to get an angle. Mark. The battlefield erupted. 6 coaxial machine guns opened up simultaneously. Tracers cut wide arcs across the slope, ripping into dirt and stone but hitting no soldiers. Soil flew upward. Dust filled the air. The Germans dropped instantly, scrambling into defensive positions. The half-track reversed so fast it nearly hit a tree stump. The Panther halted. Its commander ducked back inside, slamming the hatch. Reyes held the volley for 10 seconds. Cease! Silence returned, except for the sound of German officers shouting over each other. In confusion, Lou scanned the intercepts. They're arguing again. One insists the Soviets have multiple heavy machine gun nests behind the rise. Another thinks the Soviets have a second tank line. A third believes they're facing concealed anti-tank rifles. Reyes allowed herself a slow breath. That was the illusion they needed, but the Germans weren't giving up. A Panther advanced another meter. The infantry reformed. The half-track's MG-34 swung toward the rise again, and then Liu's tone changed. Ma'am, new movement. Reyes raised her optics. Soviet reinforcements, maybe 20 infantry, were approaching from the northeast, moving fast, weapons ready. Their uniforms were tattered, their boots filthy, their pace urgent. Reyes recognized the pattern. These were survivors from another unit, drawn in by the sound of battle, converging instinctively toward Ivanov's last defensive fold. Diaz leaned forward. That might relieve him. Liu nodded. Or break the Germans' assumption that they are dealing with a small pocket. Reyes understood immediately. If the Germans saw more Soviets approaching, if they believed the ridge was being reinforced, if they thought the fold was hardening instead of collapsing, they might pause long enough for Ivanov to rebuild a line. She keyed the full net. All vehicles, hold, no fire, no movement. Let the Soviets take the field. The Germans saw the approaching infantry. Confusion exploded through their ranks. They began to reposition again, uncertain whether the ridge still represented a soft target or a trap. Reyes watched quietly. Ivanov's men rallied. Soviet reinforcements reached the fold. The German advance hesitated. For the first time since dawn, the ridge felt like it might hold. But Reyes also knew the truth. This was only a pause, a breath, a temporary rebalancing of pressure. The Germans weren't done probing. They weren't done testing the rise. They weren't done trying to find the threat that shouldn't exist. Diaz broke the silence. Ma'am, what do you think the Germans will do next? Reyes didn't look away from the field. They'll do what any good commander does, she said. They'll find the flank that's weakest, even if it isn't supposed to exist. Chapter 16. Pressure from 3 angles. The lull lasted less than 10 minutes. For a force as disciplined as the Germans, hesitation was only a recalibration window. As soon as their officers sorted through the conflicting battlefield reports, their next move became inevitable. Pressure from multiple angles. The German assault reorganized with methodical speed. Infantry squads pulled back from the oversaturated left flank and reformed into tighter, mutually supporting teams. Half-tracks repositioned behind them, angled to provide suppressive fire without risking their engines to unseen threats. The remaining Panther rolled several meters backward, repositioning to anchor the new formation. Liu listened to the intercepts with narrowed focus. "Ma'am, they're assigning 3 simultaneous probes, one left, one center, one slightly wide on the right. They want to triangulate the ridge and expose whatever's firing from behind it." Diaz nodded grimly. Classic 3-pronged feel-out. They're mapping the threat. "They're testing us," Reyes said, "not the Soviets." German infantry on the right began to move first, advancing in low, deliberate steps across uneven ground. A half-track supported them at mid-range, MG-34 angled toward the ridge. On the center line, another squad moved up tight against the disabled Panther, using its hull as a temporary shield. On the left, the same group who tried earlier advanced again, slower, more cautious, rifles up. They were learning. Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles. Cold state. Minimal signature. Only reactive fire on my mark." Bradleys and Abrams held their breath in steel. Across the ridge, Soviet reinforcements had reached Ivanov's men. Their arrival changed the tone, but not the danger. These new troops weren't fresh reserves. They were exhausted survivors, faces smeared with smoke and mud, uniforms patched, weapons battered, eyes hardened by weeks of retreat and counterattack. But they moved like soldiers who still believed a line could hold if someone told them where to stand. Ivanov seized them immediately. He pulled a senior sergeant aside, pointed toward the right fold, barked orders. The sergeant directed half his men forward, sending them to reinforce the crumbling edge of the ridge. The rest formed a staggered line behind the crippled T-34, loading fresh magazines and preparing for another German push. Reyes tracked the movement. Their posture was improving. Their coverage was tighter. Their fire discipline was steadier. But they were still outmatched by the armored mass pushing toward them. A Panther advanced again. Its commander stayed buttoned up this time. No exposed silhouette, no easy read of his intentions. "Ma'am," Diaz said, "we're one wrong movement from exposure." Reyes gave a short nod. "Then we make sure the wrong movement happens on their side, not ours." The Panther crept forward, searching for an angle into the fold. German infantry on its left flank advanced in tandem, carefully stepping around fragments of shell-cratered earth. The right probe moved faster. Liu's voice shifted. "Ma'am, German right flank is advancing with more confidence. They're expecting the ridge to collapse." Reyes lifted her optics. She saw it instantly. The right flank had found momentum, not aggressive speed, but determined forward progress. They thought the Soviets were weakening. They thought the ridge was bending. They believed the American suppressive bursts were misaligned Soviet fire. They were wrong, but their assumptions made them dangerous. Reyes keyed her mic. "Diaz, ready coax, arc right." Diaz adjusted slowly, careful not to shift the Abrams silhouette enough for the Germans to track movement. "Arc set," he said. Reyes waited another second, watching the Germans come into range. Then, "Burst, dirt only." The Abrams fired a tight, angled burst. Dirt leapt upward in front of the advancing German infantry. They dove flat, one shouting to his squad mate that they'd been targeted by a hidden MG nest. Liu confirmed. "They think it's a DP-28 or Maxim position, old Soviet heavy guns." "Let that theory grow," Reyes said. The Germans halted, repositioned, slowed. But they didn't stop. The center probe advanced now, 2 squads moving up behind the disabled Panther, using its hull as both cover and reference point. A German NCO waved them forward, shouting clipped commands over machine gun fire from the ridge. Ivanov's reinforcements returned fire, but they were pinned by overlapping angles. One Soviet soldier stood a second too long behind a shattered log, firing a burst toward the Germans. An MG-34 round caught him in the shoulder, spinning him backward into the dirt. Ivanov shouted for a medic. Liu stiffened. "Ma'am, they'll break through the center in under a minute," Diaz muttered. "They're getting close enough to see us if we breathe wrong." Reyes watched the advancing German squad as they maneuvered through debris. They were 40 meters from the crest, 35, 30, too close. She keyed the net again. All vehicles, small angle cokes, no more than half-second bursts. Keep arcs shallow. Guyon acknowledged. Ready. Reyes. Mark. The Americans fired again, brief, precise, and deliberately misaligned. The ground erupted just ahead of German boots. The reaction was instant. The NCO waved his arm in a sharp retreat signal. Infantry pulled back behind the disabled Panther. The half-track reversed sharply, wheels kicking dust. Another German squad flanked right, trying to locate the Soviet gun firing at them. "That slows the center," Diaz said. "Left flank still moving," Liu checked. "Left is stalled. They're afraid of exposing themselves on the rise. Right is the problem." Reyes focused on the right. Flank. German infantry there had regained momentum. They kept low, moving in disciplined bounds, using the ridgeline's dead ground to mask their advance. If they reached the lower lip, they'd see silhouettes that couldn't belong to any tank of this era. Reyes keyed her net quietly. "Diaz, one more burst, but listen carefully." "Yes, ma'am." "Make it sloppy." Diaz blinked. "Sloppy?" "Yes," Reyes said. "Make it look Soviet, overcorrect, overshoot. Give them a pattern they recognize." Diaz understood immediately. He fired, a ragged line of Koch's fire that stitched erratic arcs across the earth like a gunner compensating under stress. Not a modern stabilized system, not an Abrams's characteristic flat recoil, something rougher, human-driven. The effect was immediate. The Germans halted hard. One soldier shouted, "Sowjetisches MG, verdammt schwer!" Another yelled for retreat cover. Liu translated. "They think it's a Soviet heavy MG crew firing badly under pressure. They're buying it." Reyes nodded slowly. "Good." But the battlefield wasn't stabilizing. The Germans weren't retreating, only pausing. They were regrouping for a second push. Diaz saw it too. "Ma'am, they're shifting armor again." A Panther on the left began rotating slowly, not toward the ridge, not toward the fold, toward the rise. Liu's tone sharpened. "They're beginning to suspect the fire isn't coming from the ridge at all." The threat was clear. If that Panther crested the left rise by even a few meters, they would get eyes on Abrams hulls, Bradley silhouettes, and equipment no one in 1943 could explain. Reyes clenched her jaw. "Diaz," she said softly, "we cannot let that Panther get high on that slope." He nodded. "So what's the play?" Reyes lifted her mic. "All vehicles, prepare to reposition 10 meters backward, engines at whisper idle, thermals suppressed, move only on my mark, slow and steady." Bradley signaled ready. Abrams' crews steadied their hands. Reyes watched the Panther inch toward the fatal angle. "Wait." The German commander raised his binoculars. "Wait." He signaled to his driver. "Wait." The Panther moved another meter upward. Reyes gave the order. "Mark, back 10 meters. Slow." 6 modern vehicles eased backward in eerie, near-silent unison. Abrams on turbine whispers, Bradleys on dampened diesel hums, sliding into deeper concealment behind the shape of the rise. From the German perspective, nothing moved on the crest. Nothing appeared. Nothing changed. The Panther kept climbing, but it no longer held the correct line. The angle was off just enough. Reyes lowered her optics. "That's it," she said. "We're safe, for now." The battle hadn't stopped. It had simply entered a new phase, one where every meter of ground, every misinterpretation, every deliberate illusion mattered more than firepower. Diaz looked up through the hatch and said what everyone felt. "Ma'am, they're circling the problem. They don't know what we are, but they know we're here." Reyes stayed perfectly still. "Not yet," she said quietly, "but they're close." Chapter 17. The Far Right Edge. The Germans had tested the left. They had pushed the center. Now they committed to the far right. Not a small probe this time. A deliberate flanking maneuver. Liu caught it first. "Ma'am, German intercepts indicate a coordinated shift to the far right edge of the ridge. They believe the Soviet position extends only to the fold." Diaz muttered. "They're trying to roll around it, wrap the whole position." Reyes saw it a second later through her optics. A full infantry platoon, backed by a half-track and supported by one of the remaining Panthers, was slipping wide along the steppes' natural dip. The terrain sloped downward in a long, shallow curve that hid them from most Soviet sight lines. If they reached the far side of that curve, they'd be positioned to flank Ivanov's entire line, fire directly into his defensive pocket, gain the high ground behind the Americans' concealed position. Reyes exhaled slowly. This was the move she'd been anticipating all morning. The Germans weren't reacting anymore. They were hunting. "They'll crest the far right in 60 seconds, Liu said. "If they push even another 10 meters up that angle, they'll see us." Diaz locked his hands on the turret grips. "Ma'am, that's exposure." "No," Reyes said quietly. "Exposure is when they see what we are. This is pre-exposure." Nguyen chimed in from his Bradley. "If they reach that high ground, they'll be at a perfect depression angle to look straight down into our hulls." "They won't reach it," Reyes replied. But she knew the truth. They were inches from forcing her into a full engagement. Across the ridge, Ivanov realized what was happening. Even under fire, even bleeding, he understood flanking doctrine. He shouted orders at his reinforcements, pointing toward the far right, shouting for grenadiers, urging a reposition of 2 machine gun crews. His men tried. They sprinted across broken terrain, but they were too slow, too exposed, too few. A German MG-34 opened up, cutting a path across the ridge and pinning the Soviet reposition down. Ivanov ducked behind a twisted root, raised his binoculars, and swore under his breath. Reyes caught the look on his face. He knew the line wouldn't hold. "Ma'am," Liu said, "they're accelerating the right sweep." The German platoon advanced with professional coordination. 2 infantry squads moving low in bounding pairs, the half-track supporting from the mid-slope, the Panther behind them, using the terrain as a natural shield. They were 30 meters from the crest. 25. 20. Diaz's breath tightened. "We're out of time." Reyes keyed her mic. "All vehicles. Prepare to reposition right. Engines whisper idle. Movement on my command. We do not silhouette ourselves against the crest." Nguyen answered, "Copy. We're ready." The Panther on the right flank slowed, angled slightly left, and began to climb toward the height that would expose everything. Reyes clenched her jaw. She had avoided firing main guns. She had avoided revealing the American footprint. She'd used noise, misdirection, and precision to shape the battlefield from the shadows. But the Germans were about to walk into the one angle she could not mask. She keyed the net fully. "Bradleys, prepare Tau tubes. Safed. I want visual intimidation only. Turrets up 5 degrees. No launch." "Yes, ma'am," Nguyen replied. tubes raised. The Panther's commanders wouldn't know what they were seeing, only that new silhouettes had appeared, low and rectangular, rising slowly through the heat haze like hidden Soviet armor. Reyes raised her voice by the smallest margin. All Abrams, cokes ready, arcs left and down, fire only on my mark. Diaz steadied himself. Ready. The German infantry crested the final slope. Reyes spoke with calm precision. Diaz, one burst, 5 meters in front of their lead squad. The Abrams cracked off a short, vicious burst that tore into the earth just ahead of the Germans. The effect was immediate. The lead German squad collapsed flat. The second squad halted. The half-track driver slammed the brakes, jolting the entire chassis, and the Panther, halfway up the slope, poised to crest the fatal angle, froze. Reyes saw the turret jerk, a fraction too fast, a fraction too uncertain. A German commander shouted something, not the crisp, clipped confidence of earlier commands, but a bark edged with confusion. Liu translated quickly. He's yelling that the Soviet position is deeper than expected. He thinks they triggered a layered defense. Diaz allowed himself one breath of relief. That buys us a minute, maybe 2. Reyes kept her eyes on the battlefield. No, she said. It buys us a decision. Because the Germans were not giving up. The right probe regrouped. Infantry crawled behind rocks and scrub. The half-track angled its gun higher. And the Panther began adjusting. Search pattern, left, right, left, looking for the hidden gun that had stopped it. Ma'am, Liu said slowly, they're forming a 3-unit assault wedge. Center Panther, right infantry, half-track suppression. And if they commit simultaneously, Diaz added, they'll push straight through Ivanov and take the rise. Reyes didn't blink. This was the moment the battle would pivot. She keyed the net again. All vehicles. Escalation protocol stage 2. Nguyen's tone dropped. Stage 2 confirmed. Diaz asked the question he already knew the answer to. We're going active. Yes, Reyes said, but controlled. She lifted her binoculars again. 3 German squads were moving into the open, converging on the ridge. The Panther adjusted its angle. The B? Half-track's gunner steadied his weapon. Ivanov's men fired desperately, but were being pinned down, buckling toward collapse. Reyes spoke in a quiet, sharp tone. Diaz, mobility, kill the half-track. No casualties. Disable the engine block. He hesitated only half a heartbeat. Copy. The Abrams cannon fired. The AP round hit the half-track's engine compartment with a metallic thunderclap. The front axle snapped. Steam and smoke poured from the ruptured radiator. The vehicle pitched sideways, sliding into a shallow depression. The German infantry broke formation instantly, scattering behind rocks in the disabled hull. Reyes keyed again. Nguyen, coax fire, sweeping arc. Push them left. Nguyen fired a contained arc that drove the German squads straight back into the center wedge, right where their advance lost cohesion. Reyes gave the final order of the sequence. All Abrams, engine idle, weapons cold, return to concealment posture. And just like that, the Americans vanished again. Steam rose from the half-track. German officers shouted over each other, trying to make sense of the battlefield. The Panther's advance stalled for the 3rd time. Ivanov's line held, barely. Diaz exhaled. That was close. No, Reyes said softly. That was necessary. The Germans weren't broken, not discouraged, not beaten, but they were slowed, confused, unable to find the ghost on their flank. Nguyen summed it up perfectly. Ma'am, we're holding this battle together by inches. The next push may not give us inches. Reyes didn't argue. She looked out over the ridge, at the smoke, the wounded, the broken Soviet tank, the creeping German armor, and knew exactly what came next. "They're not done probing," she said, "and the next probe won't be cautious." Chapter 18. Weight of Steel. The battlefield changed its sound before it changed its shape. Up to now, the fight had been defined by rifles, machine guns, scattered artillery, and the harsh metallic reports of mid-century armor. But as Reyes listened from her hatch, she felt the shift in the earth, a deeper vibration rolling through the ground, long and heavy. This wasn't probing fire or cautious maneuvering. This was weight, commitment, mass in motion. Liu confirmed it seconds later. "Ma'am, German intercepts indicate they're assembling a heavier push, not a probe, a coordinated armored thrust." Diaz tensed. "How many?" "2 Panthers repositioning from the midline, 1 Tiger attempting to recover mobility unsuccessfully, and a 2nd Tiger moving up from reserves." Reyes narrowed her eyes. "That's half a battalion's punch." Nguyen added, "If that Tiger gets within direct fire range of the fold, Ivanov will be flattened, and if the Panthers sweep right, they'll uncover our ridgeline." Reyes took a long breath. This was the escalation she'd expected. German doctrine. When disrupted, amplify pressure. Do not retreat unless forced. Ivanov's reinforced line looked more resilient now, more structured, but it had no ability to withstand a mechanized combined push. Not without help. Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles, thermal suppression at maximum. Engine idle at half. No silhouettes above crest level." Acknowledgments rippled through. The German force began its transformation. The Panthers pulled into a staggered wedge, one taking the left, one shifting wide to the right flank. Infantry clustered behind them, spreading into 2 supporting squads. The Tiger's turret swept side to side like a lighthouse beam searching for prey. Then the entire line advanced, slowly at first, then with gathering speed. Liu analyzed the structure. "They're advancing in a 3-phase push. Armor forward, infantry close support, half-track elements covering flanks. Classic breakthrough pattern." Diaz nodded tightly. "They're going to crush the ridge." Reyes watched more closely. The rightmost Panther had adjusted its line with unnerving precision. It was angling toward the exact contour that would reveal the Americans' hulls if they stayed put. "They're reading the terrain well," Nguyen said. "They always have," Reyes replied. The advancing armor rattled the earth. Shells fired from German guns landed in staggered brackets around the fold. MG-34 bursts raked the ridge. A Soviet soldier fell. Another pulled a wounded comrade back behind cover. More reinforcements from the earlier group took positions behind broken rock and tree stumps, firing controlled bursts into the advancing German infantry. Ivanov himself reappeared near the T-34, shouting orders, pushing his line into a tighter shape. But it wasn't enough. "Ma'am," Liu said quietly, "Ivanov's left flank will collapse in under 60 seconds, and his right flank will fold under the Panthers in 90, Diaz added. "And if they crest the far right," Nguyen said, "they'll see us in 80. Reyes processed all of it with the calm of a commander who had trained for layered failure points her entire career. She keyed her mic. "All vehicles. Escalation protocol, stage 3. The net went silent for a beat. Nguyen finally asked, Just confirm, ma'am. Stage 3 is limited direct action, no longer purely suppressive." Reyes answered with precision. "We engage only armor that threatens collapse of the Soviet line or reveals our position. Mobility kills only, no catastrophic hits." Diaz breathed out slowly. "Understood." The German right flank made its move. The Panther surged forward, gaining momentum on the slope. The infantry at its side moved quickly, using its hull as cover. Another half-track advanced behind them, its MG-34 ready to sweep into the ridge. Reyes watched the Panther carefully. "Diaz," she said quietly. "Do not fire until I call it." "Yes, ma'am." The Panther angled higher up the slope, another meter, another. A German officer pointed toward the fold, then toward the rise. He was drawing a line between the two, telling his men exactly where to go. Liu read it in the intercepts. "Ma'am, they're preparing a pincer. Panther up the slope, infantry into the fold, half-track covering both." "It'll break Ivanov's line," Diaz said. "No," Reyes replied. "It'll break the battlefield." She lifted her hand. "Diaz, 1 sabot. Mobility kill. No turret hit." Diaz steadied his aim. "Shot ready." "Wait." The Panther crested another half-meter, giving her the perfect angle. Sidetrack exposed, drive sprocket visible, armor at its weakest. "Take it." The Abrams fired. The sabot round cracked through the air and hit the Panther's left track with surgical precision. Steel shattered, the track snapped, and the tank slewed sideways with a heavy metallic scream, turret swinging violently before it came to a dead stop. German infantry dove for cover. The half-track braked hard. Another German officer shouted that they had hit a hidden Soviet gun line. Reyes didn't allow momentum to slip. "Nguyen, sweep right with Cokes. Push infantry back." Nguyen's Bradley opened fire, raking the dirt inches off the Germans' advance path. Dust and debris exploded upward. The German right flank broke position, retreating into a staggered defensive line. The center line responded immediately. The Tiger fired into the ridge again, trying to hit the gun, disabling its armor. The shell obliterated a rock outcropping but missed Soviet positions. Ivanov's men took advantage of the moment to relocate one machine gun nest. But the Germans weren't done. Their left flank began advancing again. This time more aggressively. Liu's tone sharpened. "Ma'am, left flank is pushing at double pace. 2 squads, 1 MG team, and wait, another half-track." Reyes felt the pressure tightening like a vice. This was the danger of shaping the field too effectively. The enemy adapted faster each time. "Diaz," she said, "rotate left. Be ready." "Yes, ma'am." Nguyen added, "My line of sight on left flank is limited. I can suppress but not deny." Reyes nodded. "You give me pressure. Diaz gives me precision." German infantry sprinted the last few meters into a shallow dip, preparing to climb the ridge. The left half-track moved behind them, swinging its MG toward Ivanov's weakened flank. The Soviets were running out of time. Ivanov saw it too. He signaled his remaining men to form a last-ditch defensive arc, bracing rifles against shattered timber, preparing grenades, shouting over the machine gun fire. Reyes didn't waste breath. "All vehicles, active suppressive, fire on my mark." She waited until the Germans crested the first angle, waited until their momentum committed them forward, waited until turning back would do them more harm than good. Then, fire! Abrams and Bradleys unleashed synchronized Cokes bursts. Dirt exploded in precise patterns. German infantry dove flat. The half-track jerked sideways and nearly tipped. The Tiger halted completely, confused by the sudden triangulated fire from multiple Soviet positions. Reyes watched the entire German line stall, watched Ivanov's troops seize the moment and push back 2 meters of ground, watched the battlefield breathe. Diaz looked up and said what everyone felt. "Ma'am, we just held off a full German armored push." Reyes didn't blink. "No," she said quietly. "We delayed it." The Germans weren't beaten, only slowed, only confused. Their next push would not be blind. Chapter 19. The line trembles. The battlefield paused again, but this time the stillness felt unstable, like a plate balanced on the edge of a table. One more vibration, one more shift in weight, and the entire front would slide into chaos. Reyes saw the signs immediately. German runners moving between officers with fresh orders. infantry squads pulling back in perfect discipline to regroup, panthers adjusting angles to cross-cover each other, and the tiger, still the heaviest hammer on the field, beginning a slow pivot that meant only one thing. They were preparing a coordinated assault. Liu read the intercepts, his voice tightening. "Ma'am, they've shifted from probing to confirmation. They've identified at least 3 locations they believe are Soviet gun positions." Diaz grimaced. 3 guesses. All wrong. "Correct guesses," Reyes said, "would mean they already see us." Nguyen added, "They're adapting. Fast. Too fast." Reyes had been expecting this. The Germans were at their best not when they were winning, but when they were confused. Confusion made them dangerous because it sharpened their instincts. They would test every angle, every contour, every sound until something gave. And something was about to. The tiger fired another round toward the fold, not careless, not panicked, measured, precise. The shell landed closer this time, sending a shower of rock splinters over Ivanov's men. One soldier ducked late and took a fragment across the helmet, hard enough to knock him unconscious. Ivanov shook him once, realized the soldier was alive, and thrust him into the hands of 2 riflemen who dragged him toward a safer depression. Reyes watched the tiger cycle another shell. "They're walking that fire into the fold," she said. "Step by step. Once they suppress that line, the panthers will push right through." Liu nodded. "They'll hit Ivanov in the center and roll him inward." Nguyen added, "And if they break his center, they open the right slope, and that exposes us." Diaz said it bluntly. "We're about 30 seconds away from a collapse point." Reyes didn't answer immediately. The tiger fired again. This round struck the T-34 directly in the turret stump, sending a fountain of burning debris upward. Flames burst from the wreck's interior. Even reinforced Soviet men flinched from the heat. The Germans interpreted the reaction as weakness. Their infantry surged again. 2 squads moved up the center lane, helmets low, rifles ready. Another squad pushed the left, moving with faster momentum than before. And the right flank, still shaken from the earlier Panther loss, regrouped behind a rocky ridge, preparing for another coordinated push. Diaz watched the whole thing unfold. "They're lining up 3 strikes, center heavy, left pressure, right exploitation." Reyes spoke with quiet certainty. Classic doctrine: smash the strongest point, collapse the weaker ones, drive through the seam. Nguyen sounded tense. "And our position is right behind that seam." Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles, hold state. No firing until I call it." The Germans advanced. The tiger rolled forward another few meters, gun stabilizing for a direct shot into the fold. Panthers flanked it on both sides. The half-tracks moved in staggered intervals, MGs primed to rip open anything on the ridge. Reyes lifted her binoculars. Ivanov was shouting again, gesturing, forcing men to shift right and reinforce the fold. They responded with courage, not hesitation, but their footing was slipping. Their rifles fired with rapid discipline, but the German armor was simply too heavy, too relentless. Liu's voice broke the tension. "Ma'am, Ivanov's center is collapsing. He's got a gap forming between 2 squads. The Germans have seen it. They're converging." Diaz cursed under his breath. "Ma'am, if they break through that gap—" "I know," Reyes said. She watched the tiger's turret swing. Then she made her decision. "Diaz, ready saboted airburst." Diaz froze. "Ma'am, that's a reveal." "Not full," she said. "A glancing demonstration. No fragments into personnel. I want a blast shock only." Nguyen cut in. "That's still a risk." Reyes answered without hesitation. "So is losing the entire battle." She leaned forward. "Diaz, load." Diaz worked through the sequence with disciplined speed. Round loaded. Reyes watched the tiger adjust again. 15 meters from perfect firing position. 10. "Angle up," she said. "High burst. Fire above their heads." Diaz steadied himself. Afraid? No. Concerned for the boundary between eras. Absolutely. He fired. The airburst detonated 20 meters above the German formation with a crack like the sky splitting open. A pressure wave rippled downward, flattening the grass, shaking the half-tracks, and jolting the infantry to the ground. Not lethal, not visible impact, but unmistakably powerful. The Germans panicked. One squad dove flat, covering their heads. Another scrambled backward in confusion. The half-track braked violently and slewed sideways. The Tiger halted dead in its tracks, the commander ducking back inside the turret in alarm. Liu translated the radio chatter as it poured in. "They think it's a Soviet catastrophic shell malfunction. Others think it's a new Soviet artillery type. They're arguing over whether they walked into a trap." Diaz let out a breath. "They're frozen." Reyes nodded once. "Not for long." And she was right. German officers recovered faster than their men. They issued new orders, cautious, fragmented, but determined. The line trembled again. Soviets caught their breath. The Americans stayed hidden, and the Germans prepared their next move. Nguyen looked across the ridge and voiced the truth none of them could avoid. "Ma'am, they're afraid now, but they're not stopping." Reyes didn't blink. "No," she said, "they're not." The battle wasn't turning. It was tightening, and the next German push wouldn't test the line. It would try to break it. Chapter 20. The Hunt Begins. The German line no longer moved like a force advancing on a ridge. It moved like a force hunting something it could not see. The airburst had not frightened them into retreat. It had shaken them into curiosity, and curiosity, in the hands of trained German officers, was far more dangerous. Liu caught the shift first. Different intercept tone, different pacing, different words. "Ma'am," he said, "German command has changed assumptions. They're no longer thinking in terms of hidden Soviet gun crews or misfired artillery." Diaz frowned. "So what do they think?" Liu listened carefully to the clipped German voices leaking through his headset. His expression tightened. "They believe," he said slowly, "that the Soviets have deployed a concealed heavy asset they weren't told about." Reyes didn't move. "A new weapon?" "Yes." "That's a problem," Nguyen muttered. "A big one," Liu said, "because when Germans believe something new exists on the field, they don't stop. They identify it. Then they destroy it." Reyes watched the German armor reorganize again, but this time it wasn't a wedge or flanking line. It was a search formation. 2 infantry squads pushed forward in staggered pattern. A Panther backed them, turrets sweeping left and right. The Tiger took center, slower but unshakable, gun line held steady, as if expecting something massive to reveal itself. Behind them, runners moved between half-tracks, delivering new ammunition crates. The Germans weren't advancing to break the ridge. They were advancing to find the ghost. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, we're the ghost." "Not yet," Reyes said, "but we're close." Ivanov's men didn't understand the shift. They saw only the renewed pressure and responded as they always did, firing controlled bursts, shifting positions, bracing for another armored push. But Reyes saw the dangerous precision in the German movement. They weren't pushing blindly. They were feeling for shapes in the dark. "Ma'am," Liu said, "their intercepts keep referencing unknown firing signature." Nguyen cursed under his breath. "They're trying to triangulate us." And they were getting frighteningly close. The Panther on the right flank angled again, moving deliberately toward the slope. Not aggressively, not charging, sliding, hunting, mapping angles by watching Soviet muzzle flashes. The Tiger followed its line, Reyes closed her eyes for a moment. The Germans weren't reacting to visible fire. They were reacting to pattern, her restraint, her timing, her misdirection. It had worked too well. Where chaos had once helped her, now discipline was helping them. Diaz felt it too. "Ma'am, they're narrowing the field. Another push and they'll see our barrels through the brush. They won't see our barrels," Reyes said calmly, "because they won't get the angle." She keyed the net. "All vehicles, prepare to shift right by 20 meters. Silent. No engine flare, no track scrape." Nguyen replied, "Copy. Bradley moving. Diaz. Abrams adjusting." The American vehicles eased backward and rightward, using the slope's irregular shape to keep their silhouettes masked. Crews held their breath. Even the smallest sound felt amplified. But it was enough. The German Panther crested the old angle and stared straight into empty scrub. Had they moved earlier, they would have been revealed. "Ma'am," Diaz said softly, "we dodged that by seconds." "That's how wars hinge," Reyes replied. The Germans continued forward. The Tiger fired again, this time not at the fold, but slightly off, aiming for a suspected secondary Soviet emplacement. The shell detonated in a plume of dirt 20 meters from the Americans' previous position. Nguyen stiffened. "They're bracketing us," Liu confirmed. "Yes, they're firing not to hit, but to test for reaction." Diaz muttered, "If we fire back, we're exposed. If we don't fire back, Ivanov gets crushed." Reyes said nothing. The German infantry on the right surged again, faster and more confident now. Their angle was better. Their timing was better. They were circling the Soviet fold and pushing toward the rise. Ivanov saw it. He shouted for 2 grenadiers to reposition. One was shot immediately. The other dove behind a rock, pinned before he could move. "Ma'am," Liu said, "the right is collapsing again. Hard." Diaz added, "They'll crest the slope in 30 seconds." Nguyen said what they were all thinking. "We can't keep up the illusion forever." Reyes lowered her binoculars. "No," she said quietly. "But we don't need to." She keyed the net. "Nguyen, fire 1. She let the pause hang. "Just 1. Tau." Silence filled the net. Diaz blinked. "Ma'am, that's not concealment. That's a broadcast." "A broadcast they won't understand," she said. "And one we cannot aim at infantry. Mobility kill only. You hit the Panther's rear hull, nothing else." Nguyen steadied his controls. "Confirmed. Targeting rear quarter. Firing on your mark." Reyes watched the Panther. Its turret was up. Its track was exposed. Its infantry cover was widening. Perfect. "Mark!" The Bradley fired. The Tau streaked across the battlefield, a thin, bright line of guidance wire trailing behind it, carving across the air with a hiss Germans had never heard in their lives. It hit the Panther squarely in the rear drive assembly. The explosion wasn't huge, but the effect was absolute. The Panther's rear hull crumpled, the track snapped. The engine compartment burst into black smoke. The turret jerked violently and jammed at a 90-degree angle. The Germans froze, stunned. Then the shouting began. Liu translated rapidly. "They're saying, 'New Soviet rocket, guided, impossible, unfair, unknown weapon.' They're demanding artillery confirmation." And the Tiger stopped, not paused, stopped. Its turret rotated slowly toward the precise location where the Tau had been fired. "The Tiger's searching," Diaz warned. "They won't find anything," Reyes said. "We moved." But the Germans didn't need to find. They needed to assume. And they assumed something was there. The infantry pulled back behind the disabled Panther. The half-tracks reversed. 2 squads reformed at a lower slope. German officers shouted for spotters and fresh ammunition. The advance halted, not broken, not shattered, but halted. Nguyen exhaled. Ma'am, they're rattled. Reyes didn't smile. No, she said, they're calculating. Because rattled Germans were unpredictable, but calculating Germans were lethal. Ivanov's line held, barely. The Americans remained hidden, barely. And the Germans, for the first time, had a theory. That something on the ridge was not Soviet, not known, not in any handbook, and too dangerous to ignore. The hunt had begun, and they would not stop. Your chapter 21. Doctrine shifts. The Germans didn't rush back into the fight. They fell silent. That silence carried more weight than their last 3 armor pushes combined. Reyes saw it instantly and felt the shift in her bones. She could almost imagine the German officers hunched over maps somewhere behind the tree line, speaking in clipped tones, turning field reports around in their heads, drawing connections they weren't supposed to draw. They had stopped thinking like attackers. They had started thinking like problem solvers. Liu translated the intercepts, his voice low. Ma'am, they've concluded the Soviets are fielding an unidentified heavy weapon, potentially in limited deployment. They think the ridge holds a concealed experimental unit. Diaz grunted. Great, we're now an experiment. Nguyen added, which means they're going to stop using brute force and start using precision. And precision was something the Germans had in abundance. The first sign came minutes later. The Germans repositioned their infantry not into assault columns, but into listening posts. 2 squads spread wide across the right flank, spacing themselves carefully to triangulate sound. The next sign came from armor. The Panthers didn't roll forward. They rotated in place, adjusting their orientation to create overlapping arcs of observation. No rush, no forward lunge, just quiet geometry. Then the Tiger. It repositioned 30 meters backward, not retreating but widening its field of fire. Diaz frowned. Ma'am, they're creating a kill box. No, Reyes said. They're creating a diagnostic box. Nguyen shook his head slowly. They're treating us like a malfunctioning machine they're trying to troubleshoot. Exactly. The Germans weren't searching for movement. They were waiting for it. Reyes looked down the ridge at Ivanov. He didn't know any of this. He only saw the enemy pausing, and he used the moment to reorganize his battered line. 2 machine gun teams shifted positions. Ammunition runners pushed forward with crates. Wounded men were pulled further back behind the wreck of the T-34. Ivanov's shoulders were squared, jaw firm. A soldier who had survived months of chaos and believed wrongly that this pause was a gift, it was not. Liu broke the quiet. Ma'am, they're positioning artillery for bracketing fire. Diaz's grip tightened on the turret controls. That means they're trying to force us to react. Reyes nodded. And once we react, they measure. Once they measure, they identify. Once they identify, they destroy. Nguyen let out a slow breath. They're going full analytical. Correct, Reyes said. This was the worst scenario for concealment. The Germans were intelligent, patient, ruthless, and now convinced something unfamiliar was hiding on the ridge, and they intended to isolate it. A German forward observer team advanced quietly on the left flank. 2 men, low silhouettes, helmets ducked, one with binoculars, the other with a rangefinder almost identical to what Reyes had seen in modern training slides. Not amateurs, not expendables, experts. Ma'am, Diaz said, 10 more meters and they'll have an angle on our hulls. Correction, Liu said. 8. They're taking the exact route they used earlier and adjusting by offset. Reyes kept her voice level. All vehicles, prepare for micrometric reposition. 5 meters backward, no more. The Abrams and Bradley shifted like shadows, the soil barely crunching under their tracks. Not enough movement to draw German fire. Not enough noise to give away signatures, but enough to keep hidden. Barely. Liu listened again. His voice sharpened. New intercept. German command believes the unknown weapon is attached to the ridge's center, but not fixed. They think it relocates between shots. Diaz blinked. They're close. Reyes felt a cold ripple run down her spine. Not fear, recognition. They're building a mental model of us, she said. Nguyen responded quietly. And they're doing it too well. The Germans began Phase 2. A Panther fired a single round toward the fold, not at a target, but at the ground between Soviet positions. A test, a provocation. Ivanov's men responded with rifle fire. The Germans waited. Nothing from the Americans. Another test shot. This one closer, angled toward the right slope. Still nothing. Another. Different angle. Reyes realized exactly what they were doing. They're trying to trigger our pattern. Diaz stiffened. Everything we've done so far, every burst, every misdirection, they're trying to reproduce it. Nguyen added, if they succeed, they'll triangulate us. Then it got worse. German smoke. Pale drifting sheets of it began to cascade down the center, obscuring the fold and rolling into the right slope, the exact place where Reyes's vehicles had fired earlier, not to blind, to isolate, to reveal silhouettes against shifting contrast. Liu whispered, "Ma'am, they're using smoke as a backdrop. If we silhouette against it, even a few centimeters, they'll see us." Diaz said, "Ma'am, we've run out of slope." He was right. They were sitting on the last fold of usable terrain. Another meter backward, and the angle would expose their hulls to a lower valley. Another meter forward, and they'd silhouette against smoke. Reyes watched the smoke drift, watched the German listening posts crouch, watched the Panthers settle into firing posture, watched the Tiger's turret stabilize, gun angled perfectly. The Germans weren't guessing anymore. They were about to force revelation. Reyes spoke quietly into the mic. "All vehicles, hold. Do not fire. Do not move. Do not answer their tests." Nguyen hesitated. "Ma'am, what if Ivanov collapses under this?" Reyes answered with a cold calm Clancy would appreciate. "Then we hold the ridge invisible and fight an unseen battle?" Diaz muttered, "That sounds like a contradiction." "No," Reyes said. "It's doctrine. You hold the line you cannot show." The Germans advanced another 2 meters. The ridge grew tight. The smoke curled. The hunt sharpened. Reyes steadied herself. The next German action would either force American exposure or force her to make a decision she'd been postponing since the first moment she saw this battlefield. And the Germans were not stopping. They were ready. Chapter 22. Cornered by silence. The Germans broke the silence first. A single whistle blast, sharp, high, unmistakably deliberate, cut through the drifting smoke. Every German squad halted mid-step. The Panthers froze at offset angles. The Tiger corrected its turret with mechanical precision. Then the next order came, not shouted, but spoken into the field telephones carried by officers. Liu translated with a growing chill in his voice. "Ma'am, they're switching to a synchronized sweep, full field, contour by contour." Diaz blinked. "A what?" Nguyen answered for him. "A reconnaissance net. They're going to sweep every meter of the ridge simultaneously from 3 angles. If anything reacts or breaks silhouette, they'll know." Reyes kept her breathing steady. She knew this tactic. It was a classic German anti-ambush maneuver, used in forests, villages, hillside clearings. Except here, in 1943, it was being employed against an enemy no one understood. An enemy that wasn't even supposed to exist. The German smoke continued drifting in pale sheets, curling into the right slope, clinging to the uneven ground. It thickened in certain pockets, thinned in others, creating a shifting canvas that made even the smallest movement stand out. "Ma'am," Liu said, "they're calibrating off shadows." Diaz muttered, "Then we can't move even a centimeter." "No," Reyes said, "we can, but we have to choose exactly when." On the ridge below, Ivanov finally sensed the trap tightening. He'd fought Germans long enough to feel doctrine shifting even without hearing a single intercept. He shouted at his men, faster and more urgently now, pushing his squads into a compressed defense. His machine gunners repositioned again, this time bracing their DP-28s directly against broken stone. Ammunition bearers crawled on their bellies to deliver drums. The Soviets were preparing for a direct crush, but they didn't understand the new threat. They thought the Germans were preparing the next assault. They had no idea the Germans were hunting ghosts. "Ma'am," Nguyen said, "look at the left flank." Reyes raised her binoculars. 2 German spotter teams were moving in perfect parallel, separated by 20 meters, scanning the ridge through binoculars and prisms. Their angle was low, almost hugging the ground. They weren't looking for enemies. They were looking for geometry. Any geometry that didn't belong in 1943. The Americans' hull lines, the way a shadow curved, the slope of metal no Soviet crew possessed. "Ma'am," Liu said, "we're 5 meters from detection." Diaz tightened his hands on the controls. "If they crest that half ridge, they'll see us," Reyes finished. Nguyen swallowed. "And if we fire?" Reyes didn't answer yet. Down below, Ivanov's line shuddered. The Germans hadn't even attacked yet, but psychological pressure was sinking in. The Soviets clung to the ridge with raw discipline, not confidence. Then came the next German move. A Panther on the left flank fired, once. Not at the ridge, not at the Soviets, into the smoke. The round detonated in a hollow pocket, blowing away a swathe of white haze in a single sudden breach. The gust of wind that followed ripped away another patch. For a single moment, the ridge was exposed, and so were the angles behind it. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, they're clearing their own smoke." Liu confirmed, "They're creating windows, temporary windows." Nguyen added quietly, "To catch silhouettes." The Germans weren't guessing. They weren't even searching. They would source, forcing reality into a shape where only one truth could remain. "Ma'am," Diaz said, "next window and they'll see our flank plate. We can't hide the Abrams geometry." "I know," Reyes said. Ivanov's line shuddered again. Another artillery bracket. Another Soviet casualty dragged behind the wrecked T-34. Another 3 rifles lost from the forward arc. He had minutes left, maybe less. Reyes finally keyed the net. "All vehicles, be prepared for a microshift on my mark. We reposition backward 3 meters, angled left." Diaz frowned. "That's barely any movement." "Barely is the point." Nguyen asked the harder question. "Ma'am, what if shifting gives a silhouette?" "Then," Reyes said, her voice steady as steel, "we will control the silhouette." She watched the Tiger adjust again. Its turret had stopped searching. It had found an approximate arc, too broad to fire precisely, but narrow enough to aim a doctrine-driven judgment. "They're going to fire into the angle they think we're hiding in," Liu said. "Correct," Reyes replied. "And if their guess is good?" Diaz asked. Reyes closed her eyes for half a second. "Then I make a decision I hoped I wouldn't." The next Panther fired. Another blast of smoke cleared. Another window opened. "Ready," Reyes said. Diaz whispered, "On your call." Nguyen whispered, "We're with you." Liu listened to the German intercepts with tightening dread. "Ma'am, they have it. They believe they've found the concealed weapon. They're preparing to target the center of the ridge. All guns." The Germans raised their weapons. The Tiger aimed. The Panther turret stabilized. The half-tracks adjusted their MGs. The infantry leveled rifles in perfect horizontal discipline. The window opened again. Reyes didn't hesitate. "Shift," she said. The Abrams and Bradley slid backward into the last usable fold of earth in a single-inch perfect movement. No noise, no silhouette, no reveal. The German guns fired. Shells screamed into the ridge. Dust exploded upward. Shock waves tore through the fold. Soviet men were thrown to the ground. Were killed instantly, but the Americans stayed hidden. Barely. The ridge shook violently. Ivanov's men reformed in terror. German infantry surged forward on reflex. The Tiger rolled 5 meters ahead to confirm the hit, and Reyes saw her new reality. "Ivanov can't hold another assault," she said quietly into the net. "And we can't hide much longer." Diaz closed his eyes. "Ma'am," Nguyen breathed out. "So what now?" Reyes watched the German line reload in disciplined unison, and she finally spoke the word she had been avoiding since the first hour of this impossible engagement. "Now," she said, "we decide how much truth we're willing to reveal, to save a line that should already be dead." In Chapter 23, The Threshold, Reyes had made difficult decisions before. In Fallujah, it had been whether to risk a platoon to pull a wounded squad from a collapsed alleyway. In Kandahar, it had been whether to trust a local commander's intel and send a convoy through a valley that could have been an ambush. In countless training simulations, it had been whether to sacrifice one position to save another. But none of those decisions required her to weigh the truth of entire eras. She looked through her optics at Ivanov's line. It wasn't a line anymore. It was a bruise, swollen, raw, holding by instinct more than structure. 2 Soviet riflemen dragged a wounded comrade behind the broken T-34. Another machine gun team shifted position under fire, barely avoiding a burst that chewed up the rock beside them. A sergeant shouted orders that were swallowed by the next German shell. Ivanov himself crouched behind a splintered root, shouting for ammunition he no longer had. The man still believed he could hold the ridge. Reyes admired him. She respected him, and she knew he was seconds from being annihilated. "Ma'am," Liu said, voice low, "German artillery is adjusting. They're preparing for a coordinated barrage on the fold." Nguyen added, "And the Tiger is aiming directly into Ivanov now. Not tests, not bracketing, commitment fire." Diaz gripped the turret handles. "If we let that Tiger fire again, Ivanov's center collapses." Reyes stayed quiet, eyes steady. The Germans were preparing to fire a synchronized volley. Tiger, Panther, infantry support, half-tracks. A calibrated kill, a doctrine-perfect blow. Liu confirmed it. "Ma'am, intercepts say, remove the ridge's heart." Nguyen sucked in air between his teeth. "They're going to break him." Diaz said what none of them wanted to voice. "And if they break him, we're next." Reyes finally lowered her binoculars. "Liu," she said calmly, "tell me exactly how long until the Tiger fires." Liu listened to the cadence of German commands, the clipped technical dialogue shared between the gunner and commander. 10 seconds, he said. A beat. Maybe 12. Reyes nodded once. "Diaz," she said. "Ready, Sabot. Aimed at the Tiger's track. Only the track." Diaz froze. "Ma'am, that's not a hint. That's a message." "I know," she said. Nguyen's voice was measured, but there was tension beneath it. "If we disable that Tiger, we reveal ourselves, not fully, but more than we've done so far." "Correct," Liu swallowed. "And from here on, they stop guessing." Reyes didn't blink. "Correct." The German artillery crews locked in. The Tiger's loader rammed the next round. The Panthers flanked subtly, guns settling into their firing posture. German infantry leaned forward, ready to surge the moment the ridge cracked. Liu whispered,
5.
Seconds. Ivanov's men braced for the impact they knew was coming. Reyes keyed the net. All vehicles. Prepare to move on the shockwave. 2 meters forward. 2 left. Controlled. On my mark only. Nguyen answered, understood. Diaz whispered, round loaded. The German line held its breath. The Tiger's gun reached full lock. 3 seconds, Liu murmured. Reyes lifted her hand. Diaz steadied. The Tiger fired. The shell screamed across the ridge. A perfect, deadly line of steel and doctrine, aimed at the center of Ivanov's position. And in that same fraction of a second, "Mark," Reyes said. Diaz fired. The Abrams habit round crossed the distance in an impossible flash. It struck the Tiger's left track at a hard angle, exploding the drive sprocket into a spray of metal. The heavy tank lurched, the gun bucked skyward, and the carefully aimed shell tore harmlessly into the upper ridge instead of Ivanov's center. Dust and smoke burst upward in violent columns. The shock wave shook the slope. German infantry threw themselves to the ground. Half-tracks halted. The Panther's turrets snapped toward the origin of the American shot. Reyes spoke calmly through the settling haze. "Nguyen, coax. Push them off balance. Don't hit anyone." Nguyen's Bradley opened with a tight, controlled burst. Dirt kicked up in front of German squads, forcing them to scramble backward behind whatever cover they could find. Liu translated the German shouting that followed. "They're saying, 'Soviet miracle weapon, unknown cannon, impossible velocity, flanking fire from the ridge. They have no idea what just hit them.'" Diaz allowed himself a tight breath. "That stalled them." "Temporarily," Reyes replied. The ridge shook again as dust drifted sideways. Ivanov shouted for his men to reform, confusion on his face. He had no idea what saved him. He only knew the German shell meant to destroy him had missed, but the Germans were recovering. The surviving Panther adjusted its turret. The infantry reformed in new lines. The half-tracks pulled back only far enough to re-angle. And the Tiger, immobilized but not dead, began pivoting its turret, searching, hunting for the source. Liu listened again. "Ma'am, their command believes they've located the Soviet secret gun. They think it's mounted behind the ridge, mobile, and extremely fast," Nguyen muttered. "They're closer than they should be." Diaz asked quietly, "Ma'am, what's our next move?" Reyes raised her binoculars once more. The battlefield was resetting. Ivanov's line held. Barely. The Germans were reconfiguring. Faster. "We've crossed the threshold," she said softly. Nguyen understood. "We can't stay invisible and still keep Ivanov alive." "No." Diaz's voice was steady. "So what do we do?" Reyes lowered the binoculars. "We hold the ridge long enough for Ivanov to survive and reveal only what we must." She keyed the net again. "All vehicles, prepare for controlled partial exposure." Silence filled the air. Not fear, not hesitation, recognition. The next phase had begun. Chapter 24. Shaping the Lie. The ridge smelled of powder and churned earth, not the smell of defeat yet, but the smell of a battlefield holding together by threads. Reyes knew the moment she gave the order for partial exposure that they were stepping into a different kind of war. Not fire against fire, not armor against armor, but perception against perception. If concealment was no longer possible, then control was the only weapon left. "Nguyen," she said, "raise your turret 5 degrees above concealment. No forward movement, just elevation." Nguyen responded quietly, "Copy. Elevating now." The Bradley's turret eased upward, just enough to show a sliver above the brush. Not the hull, not the full silhouette, only the idea of a weapon, a shape that could belong to a Soviet prototype, a shape that could belong to something the Germans had never seen, a shape that could be anything as long as it was not American. "Hold it," Reyes said. Diaz lifted himself enough to watch over the periscope. "Ma'am, German spotters are reacting. They've seen something." Liu confirmed it with intercepts. "They're calling it a flat-profile heavy turret. Soviet, possibly a test variant. They think it's low-slung armor." Nguyen allowed the smallest exhale. "So, they bought it." "For now," Reyes replied. The Germans began shouting orders from their left and right flanks. Infantry shifted. Half-tracks re-angled. The Panthers moved to widen their arcs. They weren't preparing to fire. They were preparing to understand. Reyes keyed the net again. "Diaz, shift left by 1 meter, only 1. Slow enough that it looks like mechanical strain." He didn't question it. The Abrams edged left so subtly that only trained eyes would notice. The dust movement was minimal. The hull stayed low. The turret remained hidden. But to the Germans watching through binoculars, Liu translated their astonished chatter. "They're saying the weapon moves laterally and seems mounted on reinforced suspension. They think it's a Soviet-tracked carrier." Diaz blinked. "They think I'm a T-something that doesn't exist?" Reyes nodded. "Exactly. Something that fits their world." Nguyen added, "Something they can explain to their officers. Something they can put into a report." "That's how we survive this," Reyes said. "Not by hiding what we are, by guiding what they think we are." Down on the ridge, Ivanov's men had no sense of the deception dance happening above them. They only saw German infantry pulling back slightly, Panther turrets adjusting, the Tiger's gun settling. Ivanov shouted for his men to take the moment to breathe. Men collapsed behind rocks, panting, reloading. A medic sprinted between 2 casualties. A runner dragged an ammunition box with shaking hands. Reyes watched him. His movements reminded her of Young. Soldiers she'd trained years ago, desperate and brave in the same measure. Liu broke the moment. "Ma'am, Germans are preparing reciprocal fire. They're not convinced enough to give up the hunt." "Of course not," Reyes said. "We need to give them a stronger illusion." Diaz raised an eyebrow. "Ma'am, how strong?" "Just strong enough," Reyes replied. "Nguyen, angle your turret right by 10 degrees. Expose the underside of the gun shield. They'll see the shape and map it to a Soviet prototype." Nguyen adjusted, and the gun's lower structure caught the light through a gap in the smoke. Instant German reaction. Liu flinched at the volume of intercepts. "They're calling it experimental deck-mounted armor. They've decided it's real." Diaz let out a single breath. "We're actually sculpting their belief." "That's the point," Reyes said. But belief was fragile, and the Germans weren't done testing it. A Panther fired a single round, deliberate, careful, into the patch of ground directly in front of Nguyen's Bradley. Dirt exploded upward, forming a full dust curtain. Reyes's voice snapped. "Hold position!" Nguyen froze. The dust cleared. The Germans watched, and by holding steady, the Bradley appeared to them as something immovable, heavy, armored, a new Soviet design with a low center of gravity. Liu confirmed it. "They're convinced the weapon is too heavy to maneuver quickly. They're calling it a Soviet siege platform." Diaz grinned slightly. "Siege platform? Us?" Reyes didn't smile. This was a knife edge. "They've accepted the lie," she said. "Now we shape it around their doctrine." Nguyen asked quietly, "Ma'am, shaping it toward what?" Reyes lowered her binoculars. "Toward caution," she said. "Toward hesitation. Toward buying us time. Because if the Germans treated the ridge like it held a Soviet experimental weapon, they would stop reckless pushes. They would pause between assaults.
They would consult higher command. They would call for cautious reconnaissance. They would stop cresting angles that revealed American hulls. And all of that meant... Ivanov survived another hour. But the Germans weren't giving up. The Tiger's commander shouted new orders. The Panthers repositioned. A half-track rolled forward to get a better observation line. They wanted more data. They wanted proof. Reyes saw the moment coming before it happened. "Nguyen," she said sharply. "Drop turret now, no shift, just down." Nguyen complied instantly. The turret lowered, and the smoke window closed just as quickly. The Germans shouted in frustration. They had almost seen the shape again, almost mapped it, almost confirmed it, almost. "They'll try again," Diaz said. "Yes," Reyes replied. Nguyen asked the question no one else dared. "Ma'am, how many times can we do this before they stop accepting the lie?" Reyes looked back toward the German line, officers huddling, spotters adjusting, armor repositioning, the hunt sharpening. "As many times as we need," she said, "but the longer we dance, the closer they get to the truth." Chapter 25. Counter-Deception. Reyes felt the shift before anyone spoke. It wasn't a sound, it wasn't movement, it wasn't even the smoke pattern. It was the silence between orders. German silence had a rhythm, a cadence, a logic, and suddenly that logic changed. Liu caught it next. "Ma'am, German intercepts just changed tone. They're no longer debating what the weapon is." Diaz's eyes narrowed. "So, what are they debating?" Liu listened carefully. Then his voice settled into something taut. "How to trick it." Nguyen muttered. "They're trying to bait us." Reyes felt the knot tighten in her stomach. This wasn't a clumsy reaction. It was a deliberate intelligence shift. The Germans had enough information now to assume three things. The weapon had range. The weapon reacted to movement. The weapon was relocatable. That was enough to build doctrine around. And they did. The first move was subtle. A half-track on the left accelerated forward abruptly, engine whining, kicking dust into the air. It drove at a reckless speed toward a crater near the fold. Diaz tensed. "Ma'am, that's a suicide move." "No," Reyes said quietly. "It's a lure." Because as soon as the half-track reached the crater, it braked hard, it reversed, and two German squads sprinted in the opposite direction across open ground. A perfect bait. A noise stimulus meant to trigger American fire at the half-track while the real target moved elsewhere. Nguyen hissed through his teeth. "That's clever." "They're not probing anymore," Reyes said. "They're manipulating patterns." The infantry squads that broke right were heading straight for an angle that, 10 minutes earlier, would have revealed American hull geometry. They weren't guessing. They were testing. The second move came from armor. One Panther turret snapped toward the ridge, not to fire, but to track. Only track. It moved in slow increments, sweeping a fan pattern across the entire slope, not searching for Soviet positions, searching for a twitch, a shimmer, a shift, for anything. Liu translated the intercept tied to that movement. "Ma'am, they're saying, wait for the ghost to move. They're trying to read the ridge in real time," Diaz muttered. "That Panther gunner is a nightmare. He's not firing, he's feeling." The third move was even worse. The Tiger, immobilized but very much alive, began orienting its turret with painstaking care, not toward Soviet riflemen, not toward Ivanov, not toward the fold, toward Ibus, the exact spot Diaz had repositioned from 5 minutes earlier. Nguyen whispered, "Ma'am, they mapped your shift." Diaz swallowed. "They mapped 1 meter of movement." Reyes nodded once. "They're using our precision against us." Ivanov's men below were oblivious to the strategic trap
being set over their heads. They were focused only on holding the ridge long enough to survive another German push. A Soviet machine gun team opened fire the advancing German infantry on the right. The Germans returned fire. One Soviet gunner fell, hit through the neck. Another scrambled backward, dragging the DP-28 with him. Reyes didn't flinch. She couldn't afford to. "Nguyen," she said. "Lock turret. Zero movement unless ordered." "Locked." "Diaz, you as well." "Locked." Liu listened again. "Ma'am, they're preparing a 3-part deception. Feint on the left, noise on the center, real push on the right." Reyes steadied her breathing. "So they've decided we're a Soviet weapon that must react to threats." Diaz muttered. "Ma'am, the real push will crest the slope in under a minute." Nguyen added, "And if they crest that angle, we're done. They'll see everything, right down to the weld points." Reyes scanned the battlefield again. The feint on the left was intensifying. The noise in the center was growing louder, more erratic. The real assault on the right was forming like a tightening fist. She keyed the net. All vehicles. Absolute stillness. Nguyen exhaled. "So we let them hit the ridge." "No," Reyes said. "We let them misread the ridge." Because German doctrine relied not only on what the enemy did, but on what the enemy didn't do. Reyes watched the right flank infantry sprint forward, believing their deception had worked. They gained ground. They climbed the slope. They angled toward the fold. Then Reyes spoke. "Diaz, one coax burst, left, into empty ground, now." Diaz fired. The burst cracked into the far left empty slope, nowhere near a German soldier. Liu almost smiled. "Ma'am, they think the weapon is anchored left." Nguyen whispered. "That means they'll shift the real push left." Reyes nodded. "And that means Ivanov gets 10 more minutes of life." Down the ridge, Ivanov's eyes widened as German infantry to his right suddenly slowed, confused by the unexpected fire from the opposite direction. He didn't know why it happened, but he seized the moment. He rallied his men, reformed the right-hand line, dragged 2 wounded riflemen into safer ground, ordered his machine gunners to shift their barrels. The Germans hesitated for the first time in 15 minutes. Their counter-deception had been disrupted by a counter-deception. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, that was brilliant." "No," Reyes said calmly. "That was the easy part." Nguyen blinked. "Easy." Reyes lowered her binoculars and looked directly at the German armor formation adjusting again. "They're not done," she said. Liu translated the latest German intercept in a tight voice. "Ma'am, they're calling for artillery observers to mark our supposed location. They're bringing in a second battery." Diaz cursed under his breath. "That'll collapse the ridge." Reyes said nothing for a moment. Then, "No, it won't." She keyed the net. "All vehicles. Prepare to escalate deception." Nguyen asked the question they were all thinking. "Ma'am, to what level?" Reyes answered without hesitation. "To the level that keeps history intact." Chapter 26. The Artillery Net. Reyes knew the sound before she heard the command. German artillery didn't arrive quietly. It arrived with intention. The first sign was the distant clatter of wheels on uneven ground, then the metallic clanking of trails being dropped, then the faint, unmistakable echo of shouted gun-line instruction. Liu stiffened. "Ma'am, confirm artillery battery." 2 is deploying. They're establishing a secondary net behind the first. Diaz swore under his breath. 2 batteries? That's overkill. "No," Reyes said quietly. "That's calibration." The Germans weren't trying to flatten the ridge. They were building a measurement lattice, a 3-dimensional box of fire and echo. Nguyen said what the others hadn't yet. "Ma'am, they're building an acoustic net." Reyes nodded. "Exactly." The Germans were going to fire staggered rounds into specific coordinates, left, right, high, low, and listen for the echo off armor. American armor, Abrams steel, was denser, thicker, sharper in resonance. Nothing on a 1943 battlefield sounded like it. "Ma'am," Diaz said, "if even one shell lands near us—" "They'll hear us," Reyes finished, "and once they hear us, the lie collapses." Down on the ridge, Ivanov's men had no idea the artillery net forming beyond the hills had nothing to do with them. They tightened their positions, bracing for what they assumed would be another German barrage. Ivanov shouted for his machine gunners to conserve fire. A runner stumbled, delivering the last 2 boxes of ammunition. From the look in Ivanov's eyes, Reyes could tell he thought he was preparing for the killing blow. He had no clue the killing blow was meant for someone else entirely. Liu suddenly stiffened. "Ma'am, first battery is aiming high angle. Calibration shot in 10 seconds. Diaz tightened his grip. "We need to move." "No," Reyes said. "We need to move correctly." Seguin whispered, "Ma'am, what's correctly in this context?" Reyes raised her binoculars. The German observers had established a perfect triangulation line. 1 observation post on the right ridge, 1 in the center behind scrub, 1 on the left, half hidden near a panther, all 3 looking toward the Americans' approximate position, a perfect targeting net. "Diaz," she said, "prepare to move 3 meters backward and 2 left. Nguyen, you mirror." Diaz frowned. "Ma'am, that puts us into the depression runway. If we slip, we won't slip," Reyes said. The first German calibration shot fired. A distant thump echoed across the battlefield. A second later, a shell tore through the air, screaming upward and then plunging toward the ridge. "Incoming!" Liu shouted. Ivanov's men dove for cover. The shell landed short, 50 meters ahead of the Americans, exploding in a violent shower of dust and debris. The sound wave rolled backward, rippling across the ridge. Reyes listened for the echo. The Germans did too. Nguyen whispered, "They're calibrating the return." "They are," Reyes said. "And they know what Soviet steel sounds like. They're waiting to hear something else." Liu listened again. Second calibration shot, 7 seconds. Diaz muttered, "Ma'am, we're running out of inches." Reyes snapped, "Move." Both Bradleys and the Abrams slid backward and left in a perfectly synchronized shift. Just enough movement to realign behind a deeper slope contour. The second shell hit. Closer. Harder. Its echo rolled differently across the ground. Liu's voice tightened. "Ma'am, they're muttering confusion. They didn't get the echo they expected." Nguyen let out a breath. "Because we weren't where they thought." "Exactly," Reyes said sharply. But this wasn't over. The German observers adjusted again. Angles, elevation, wind drift. They were building the box tighter. Diaz's voice was low. "Ma'am, next shot is going to be right on our previous position." "That's what they think," Reyes said. The third shell fired. It hit exactly where the Abrams had stood 2 minutes earlier, blasting a crater deep enough to swallow half a truck. Dust rose in a thick wall. Ivanov's men flinched. Some cried out. 2 were wounded by flying debris. But Reyes's vehicles remained untouched. Nguyen whispered, "They're going to fire until something resonates. We can't outrun precision forever." Reyes took a slow breath. "No," she said, "which is why we aren't going to outrun it." Diaz frowned. "Ma'am?" Reyes keyed the net. "All vehicles. Prepare for controlled resonance." Liu's head jerked up. "Controlled what?" Reyes's voice stayed calm, measured, exact. "We're going to give them a sound, not our real one, not our metal. Something small, something Soviet, something they expect." Diaz finally understood. "Oh," he said quietly, "we're going to let them win." Nguyen blinked. Ma'am, you're saying we fake an echo? Yes, Reyes said. A misdirected echo. One they'll map to the wrong part of the ridge. Liu listened to the intercepts as German officers prepared the next bracket. Ma'am, 10 seconds. Reyes gave the order. Nguyen, fire one Coke's burst into the far left depression. Diaz, drop your engine to quarter idle on my mark. The German gun fired. The shell screamed. The ridge shook. The blast tore another crater near the Soviet line. Reyes raised her hand. Mark! Diaz dropped engine power. Nguyen fired a short Coke's burst that struck the ground far left, nowhere near their actual position. The echo rolled. The Germans heard it. Liu's eyes widened. Ma'am, they think the weapon is on the far left reverse. Slope. They're shifting artillery. Diaz released the breath he'd been holding. We gave them a ghost location, Nguyen whispered. And they bought the ghost. The Germans adjusted their targeting grid. Artillery rotated. Spotters turned. The entire German line shifted its weight left. And in that single shifting moment, Ivanov's men finally had breathing room. Reyes exhaled slowly, but she wasn't done, because deception was a currency, and once spent, it had to be spent again. Chapter 27. The Consequence Line. The shift in German artillery posture was immediate. One moment the guns were angled toward the ridge's center, the next they snapped left as if pulled by a magnet. Orders ricocheted through the intercepts. Adjust grid. Offset 80 meters. Strike the reverse slope. Eliminate the concealed platform. They were preparing to destroy a weapon that didn't exist. Reyes lowered her binoculars and watched the artillery barrels settle into their new positions. Liu translated the final preparatory order. Ma'am, they intend a saturation strike on the ghost location. Diaz let out a breath. So they're about to shell empty ground? Nguyen added, and we're about to live another hour. Reyes didn't answer yet, because deception, once set in motion, had a gravity of its own. On the ridge below, Ivanov's men sensed the pause but didn't understand it. They tightened their positions. They whispered prayers. They prepared for death without knowing the German guns had shifted their aim completely. Ivanov scanned the battlefield, his expression torn between exhaustion and readiness. His men looked to him, eyes smoking with fatigue, shells, dust, and something more dangerous, hope. They thought the pause was a miracle. Reyes knew it was mathematics. Ma'am, Liu said, incoming. The first German shell hit the far left reverse slope with a bone-shaking thud. A tower of dirt erupted, black and heavy, then the next and the next. Within seconds, the artillery net collapsed on the ghost position like a fist made of steel. Ivanov's men watched in disbelief as a corner of the battlefield detonated into craters the size of trenches. Some Soviets laughed out of relief. Others cried. A few stood, shell-shocked, staring at the devastation that would have hit them directly if the aim had been correct. Nguyen muttered, "That would have erased the entire ridge." "Yes," Reyes said. Diaz shook his head. "Ma'am, we need to appreciate the scale of what just missed us." But Reyes wasn't smiling. Because while the German strike obliterated the false target, it produced another effect, quieter, subtler, but far more dangerous. German confidence. Liu confirmed it as intercepts sharpened. "Ma'am, German command believes the weapon has been neutralized or buried." Diaz blinked. "They think they killed us." A beat. Nguyen allowed himself one tight grin. A buried prototype. Perfect. "No," Reyes said. She wasn't smiling. "The problem is not what they believe now. The problem is what they'll do next." Because destroying what they believed was a Soviet weapon only solved half the problem. The next half was doctrine-driven and ruthless. Liu read the next intercept.
his face drained. "Ma'am, they're preparing an immediate armored assault. They think the ridge is now
defenseless." Diaz's jaw clenched. "That's fast." Nguyen stared down at Ivanov's men. "They're reorganizing. But they won't have time. They're too thin." Reyes kept watching the Germans as their armor crept forward again. Not hunting this time, not cautious, not testing, confident, a victorious confidence, a fatal confidence. "Ma'am," Liu said softly, "they're coming in force, straight toward Ivanov." Ivanov saw it too, and now he understood something crucial. The Germans weren't executing a slow pressure. They were coming to break him completely. He shouted for his men to form a tighter arc. Command gestures cut the air with sharp urgency. Machine gunners reinforced the fold. Grenadiers crawled forward, clutching their last few explosives. But he didn't have enough men, not enough ammunition, not enough time. The Tiger, immobilized but still deadly, pivoted its turret toward the fold. The Panthers rolled forward in a staggered wedge. Half-tracks accelerated. German infantry quickened their pace. The artillery strike had been their starter pistol, and now they were sprinting. Diaz's voice cracked through the net. "Ma'am, if we let them hit Ivanov now, he dies," Nguyen finished, "and the ridge goes with him." Reyes kept her binoculars steady. "And then," she said softly, "our concealment collapses anyway, because the Germans will roll over the fold. They'll crest the rise, and they'll find us." Liu didn't hug away from his console. "Ma'am, we're out of manipulation time." Nguyen swallowed. "Then what's left?" Reyes lowered the binoculars. "Intervention," Diaz breathed out. "So we fight." "No," Reyes said. "We shape the next belief." Nguyen blinked. "We've already created the ghost. Are we creating another one?" "Yes," Reyes said. Her tone was steady, controlled, painfully precise. "A second ghost." Liu's eyes widened. "Another Soviet weapon?" "Yes," Diaz whispered. "Why two?" Reyes answered with cold clarity. "Because one prototype can be buried by artillery, but two working in tandem forces Germans to change doctrine. Two requires caution. Two requires distance. Two buys time." She keyed the net. "All vehicles. Prepare coordinated deception strike, right flank, 2 bursts." Nguyen inhaled. "Ma'am, that'll look like 2 separate guns firing." "Exactly." The Germans rolled forward with renewed confidence. Ivanov braced for annihilation. Diaz steadied his coax. Nguyen locked his. Reyes raised her hand. "Mark!" 2 bursts cracked from opposite ends of the American line, staggered, mismatched, but perfectly timed. The Germans froze mid-advance. The Panthers halted. The infantry collapsed backward. The surviving Tiger jerked its turret. Liu translated the chaos pouring through the intercepts. "They're shouting 2 weapons, multiple emplacements, reposition, delay assault, call higher command." Nguyen let out a stunned breath. "It worked. They think there are 2. Diaz finally exhaled. "We bought him more time." Reyes watched the Germans reorganize yet again, the attack collapsing back into hesitation. But hesitation had its own consequence, because every time she saved Ivanov, she changed the war's shape. "Nguyen," she said softly, "dial back to concealment posture. Copy. Diaz, hold coax cold, cold." Liu listened to the battlefield settle into new uncertainty, and then he spoke the truth none of them wanted to hear. "Ma'am, they're going to call reinforcements from the rear, not for an attack, for identification." Reyes nodded slowly. "They're not trying to kill ghosts anymore," she said. "They're coming to find them." Chapter 28. Eyes of Specialists. Reyes had dealt with enemies who relied on aggression, enemies who relied on numbers, enemies who relied on ideology, But the enemies she respected most were the ones who relied on specialists, and now those specialists were arriving. Liu caught it first. "Ma'am, new German units entering the field, not armor, not infantry." Diaz adjusted his optics. "What am I looking for?" "They're coming from the rear convoy," Liu said. "Small detachment, light gear, optics cases, rangefinders, sketchboards." Nguyen understood immediately. "Reconnaissance analysts." Reyes nodded. "Not scouts, not runners, not officers, specialists. Men trained specifically to map terrain deviations, identify weapon silhouettes, measure muzzle blast signatures, compare elevation anomalies, and detect false positions. In the modern U.S. Army, they'd be called ISR augmentation. Here, in 1943, they were Feldorf-Clara, field reconnaissance analysts, highly trained, highly methodical, dangerous. Because unlike infantry and tank crews, these men wouldn't be fooled by noise and misdirection. They wouldn't be baited by coax bursts. They wouldn't assume an artillery strike hit its target just because someone shouted it did. They would check. They would measure. They would know. Diaz muttered, "They're setting up on the left ridge. Wide angle, elevated line of sight." Nguyen tightened his grip. "That's a bad angle for us." Reyes agreed. It was the angle that intersected. The silenced Abrams, the partially exposed Bradley, the path Diaz had taken earlier, the ground contour used for deception. It was the worst possible place for specialists. Liu translated German chatter as the analysts deployed their equipment. They're taking notes, mapping slopes, checking smoke drift. They're saying the first ghost weapon fired from one elevation, the second from another. Diaz cursed under his breath. "If they overlay the angles, they'll realize the bursts didn't come from Soviet guns," Nguyen finished. "They won't get exact coordinates," Reyes said, "but they'll get proximity." And proximity was enough to destroy the entire deception. Down on the ridge, Ivanov had no idea new eyes were watching him. He simply braced his battered men for the next German push that hadn't come yet. He shouted encouragement. He redistributed the last cartridges. He moved like a man who believed he could still hold. He didn't know that somewhere on the opposite slope, 3 German specialists were sketching maps that would end him. "Ma'am," Liu said quietly, "they've identified impact locations that don't match Soviet calibers." Diaz muttered, "Sabot scars, damn." "They're seeing the wrong debris," Nguyen said. "Scars from metal they've never seen before." Reyes steadied herself. "All vehicles, full concealment posture, 0 turret elevation, no vibration readings." Liu translated more intercepts. "Ma'am, they're debating the possibility of multiple Soviet prototypes. They're calling our firing pattern inconsistent with known heavy weapons." Diaz scoffed. "Good. Let them chase fairy tales." "No," Reyes said softly. "Fairy tales don't survive scrutiny." And scrutiny was here. The first specialist raised a specialized optical grid, a rectangular frame with cross-lattice wires. He held it toward the slope. Liu tensed. "Ma'am, they're measuring silhouette angles." The second specialist knelt and checked elevation change with a plumb weight. The third stood atop a rock, scanning the terrain as if looking for invisible footprints. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, we're going to get caught if they keep this up." Reyes didn't look away. Not yet. But she was calculating every movement, every slope contour, every false assumption she'd planted, every German adaptation. Then the moment got worse. The specialists set up mirrors. Small rectangular glass panels angled to catch sunlight and reflected into the smoke-filled slope, to catch sheen, to catch glint, to catch anything reflective hiding behind brush. Nguyen inhaled sharply. "Ma'am, mirrors." Diaz whispered the obvious. "Our armor is matte-coated, but not invisible." Reyes clenched her jaw. They're using sunlight to scan for metallic arcs. Anything not natural will flash. Ma'am, Leo said quietly, at this angle, we can't hide every surface. Diaz asked, do we move? No, Reyes said instantly. Movement guarantees detection. Nguyen pressed. Then what's the play? Reyes studied the mirrors. Mirrors didn't catch everything. They caught flat metal, curved metal, sharp angles, symmetry. Americans had all of that, but so did Soviet armor, prototype Soviet armor. Soviet hull designs the Germans had only seen partially or by rumor. She made her decision. Nguyen, she said, elevate turret 5 degrees, slow. Give them a reflection, a small one. Nguyen hesitated. Ma'am, that's exposure. No, Reyes said. It's bait. Nguyen complied. The mirrors caught a blink, a flash, small and angled. German specialists jumped on it immediately. Binoculars shot up. Sketch pencils moved. A shouted report echoed. Liu translated fast. They think they found the second Soviet weapon. Diaz let out a tight exhale. We give them a reflection. They chase it. Yes, Reyes said, but this buys us minutes, maybe more. The specialists repositioned, moving fast, excited, talking in overlapping bursts. Reyes recognized that kind of chatter. Analysts convinced they were onto something, finally solving the problem. Then Liu's expression changed. Ma'am, they're requesting one thing from armor. Reyes lowered her binoculars. What thing? Liu swallowed. They want a confirming shell. Diaz stiffened. A direct hit on Nguyen's position? Nguyen whispered. They'll kill Ivanov's right flank. Reyes closed her eyes for 1 second. Only one. Then opened them. Diaz, coax, left, now. Diaz fired a burst into the far left empty ground again. Liu immediately translated the German reaction. They're arguing. They think the weapon shifted. They're dividing resources. Reyes nodded. A split German search was better than a focused one, but Liu wasn't done. They still want the confirming shell, he said. Diaz murmured, Ma'am, one German shell anywhere near us and we're compromised. Reyes didn't blink. Not if it hits something else. Nguyen frowned. What something? Reyes lifted her mic. All vehicles. Prepare microshift. 2 meters forward. On my mark. Diaz whispered. But that... Do it. She raised her hand. Mark. The Americans eased forward. 2 meters only. Barely enough to change shadow profile. Barely enough to shift echo resonance. Barely enough. A German Panther fired the confirming shell at the old position. It hit nothing but dirt and stone. Liu listened to the new intercept, and his voice carried something like stunned disbelief. Ma'am, they think the weapon self-relocated. Diaz blinked. Self-relocated? Nguyen stared. Like it moved under its own power? Yes, Liu said. Reyes didn't smile. Because the Germans now believed something even more dangerous. They weren't hunting a hidden Soviet gun. They were hunting a mobile one. She spoke softly into the net. We've altered their entire model. They won't try to trap us anymore. They'll try to box us in. Nguyen swallowed. Ma'am, that's worse. Reyes nodded slowly. Yes, she said. That's far worse. Chapter 29. Building the box. The Germans no longer behaved like a force searching for a hidden threat. They behaved like a force methodically containing its show one. Reyes recognized the change immediately. It was in the way the Panthers repositioned, not lunging forward, not probing, but spreading laterally, forming a wedge with deliberate spacing. It was in the infantry's movement, no rush, no panic. A controlled sweep pattern that reduced blind angles 1 meter at a time. It was in the radios. Liu translated quietly. Ma'am, They're establishing a 4-point boundary around where they believe the mobile weapon can move. Diaz exhaled. They're bracketing us. Yes, Nguyen said. They're building a containment box. Reyes watched the pattern form. 4 anchor points. The immobilized Tiger, turret oriented toward the slope, a Panther on the right ridge, a half-track with mounted MG near the road, a secondary infantry platoon, advancing with slow precision, rifles up, eyes scanning every bush and ridge contour. It was a cage made of angles and assumptions, small, tight, deliberate. Liu added another detail. Ma'am, they're coordinating with the specialists. The analysts are feeding recommendations on how far a mobile system could have shifted. Diaz bit back a curse. They think we can move 10 meters at a time. Nguyen said, That means they think we're slow and heavy? Reyes nodded. Which means they won't expect fast movement. The Germans weren't adjusting to American mobility. They were adjusting to imagined Soviet constraints. Limited traverse, limited shift, limited repositioning. A fictional machine built from echoes and coax bursts. Reyes had created that fiction. Now she had to survive inside it. The German specialists continued their mirrored scans, searching for anomalies. Infantry began marking zones with chalk, outlining where the weapon could hide. A Panther shifted slightly left to close a gap in coverage. Ivanov sensed the danger, not the specifics, but the shape of it. He barked orders, trying to reorganize his thinning men. He shifted one machine gun team farther right. He prepared grenadiers for another wave. He was fighting the visible battle. Reyes was fighting the invisible one. Liu stiffened. Ma'am, new order, German command says, tighten the box from all sides. Diaz's voice hardened. If they get any closer, we can't mask thermal bleed. Nguyen nodded. Or shadow contour, or vibration. Reyes tracked a German infantryman sweeping his rifle over the ridge with professional calm. Another followed, checking the ground for impressions. A third knelt beside a bush, lifting leaves to inspect soil displacement. They weren't amateurs. They were trained to hunt positions, not soldiers. And they were very nearly correct. Ma'am, Liu said, a forward German scout is 20 meters from our depression. Diaz whispered, Ma'am, if he takes 5 more steps, Nguyen finished. He'll see our track marks. Reyes steadied her breathing. Diaz, on my mark, 1 coax burst directly behind Ivanov's center line. Diaz frowned. That's forward. Yes, Reyes said. They'll think the mobile weapon redeployed again, farther toward the Soviet line. Nguyen realized the risk. We shift the ghost toward Ivanov. That might draw fire toward him. Reyes didn't deny it. Ivanov will adjust. He adapts quickly, and the Germans already believe he's covering a prototype. This buys us room. She raised her hand. Mark. Diaz fired 1 sharp coax burst, perfectly placed behind Ivanov's line, kicking dust and echo. Ivanov jolted, startled but alive. His men flinched. A few shouted in panic until he barked them silent. Liu's headphones crackled with overlapping German voices. He translated. They think the second weapon moved forward again. They're shifting the box. They're widening the left boundary. They're saying, it's closer to the Soviets than expected. Nguyen shook his head in disbelief. They're chasing ghosts we invented. Yes, Reyes said, and that ghost just saved us. The German infantry paused their sweep. The specialists turned their optics toward the center line. The Panther turret pivoted, adjusting elevation. The box shifted, sliding slightly right, loosening slightly left, opening exactly the gap Reyes needed along the depression. But Liu wasn't finished. Ma'am, German command wants a more aggressive containment. They're considering fire and maneuver. Diaz frowned. Fire and maneuver against a phantom? Nguyen muttered. That'll flatten half the ridge again. Reyes watched the Germans reposition and understood the next stage. They're going to collapse the box inward, she said. Slow, tight, squeezing until they hit something. Diaz asked, and when they don't hit anything? Reyes didn't blink. They'll keep squeezing, and eventually we become the something they hit. Nguyen's voice dropped. So what do we do, ma'am? Reyes raised her binoculars. We break the box. Liu swallowed. How? Reyes answered with iron calm. By moving in a direction they've eliminated as impossible. Nguyen blinked. A direction that fits our mobility, not the fiction's. Yes, Reyes said. We break their logic. Diaz muttered, That's risky. Everything is risky, Reyes said, but logic is the only battlefield they can't dig trenches in. Liu listened as German units tightened their arcs, moving with deliberate precision. Ma'am, time is short. Reyes nodded and spoke the only order that could change the battlefield again. All vehicles, prepare for rapid displacement. Nguyen whispered, Ma'am. Where? Reyes answered with a calmness that made the others stare. Up. Chapter 30. Vertical Breakout. Reyes didn't repeat herself. She didn't need to. Nguyen already understood. Diaz understood a heartbeat later. Liu understood only when he saw the contours on his topographic map tilt in a way that made no tactical sense. Ma'am, Liu said quietly, you're taking us upslope into the shale cut. Yes, Reyes said. Diaz stared at the incline ahead. Ma'am, that's a 35-degree grade. The Abrams can make it, but the Bradleys will make it because they have to. Nguyen took a breath. And the Germans think any Soviet prototype can't climb more than 10 degrees. Exactly, Reyes said. Their containment box assumes limited incline mobility. That was the flaw, and flaws were meant to be exploited. Below the ridge, Ivanov heard the sudden mechanical shift, faint, muffled, almost swallowed by the chaos, but he couldn't identify it. He looked around, saw nothing, and forced himself to focus on his own collapsing defense. The German infantry continued their sweep. The specialists continued their mirrored scans. The Panthers adjusted their firing arcs. Every part of the enemy line assumed the same false truth. The supposed Soviet weapon had nowhere to go. Reyes intended to prove them wrong. All vehicles, she said, slow throttle, steady ascent, no sharp vibration, no tread spinning. Diaz whispered, if we slip. We don't slip, Reyes said. Nguyen eased the Bradley forward, tracks gripping the dusty slope. Diaz followed, controlling his traction with surgical precision. The Abrams moved last, slow, crushing, deliberate. The incline shook with the weight of American steel, but the dust pattern remained indistinguishable from shifting soil. Liu watched overhead. Ma'am, the Germans aren't scanning that angle. It's outside their movement model. That's the point, Reyes said. Below, the German specialists kept drawing boundary angles, all on the horizontal plane, all assuming the enemy stayed on the assault ridgeline, none considering upward escape. Vertical movement wasn't in their doctrine. A Panther crewman swept binoculars along the ridge, pausing at a few bushes, focusing on the forward slope. He lowered the lenses with a frown, uncertain. Another infantryman probed the depression where the Americans had once been. He saw nothing but dust. A specialist rechecked blast patterns from earlier Koch's bursts, confused by mismatched resonance. Reyes kept her voice level. Nguyen, increase incline by 2 degrees. Nguyen gritted his teeth. Copy. Adjusting. The Bradley lurched slightly, metal grinding in a low groan. Liu froze. Ma'am, that noise... Masked by the German artillery crater cooling, Reyes said. They won't parse it.
The Abrams followed, heavier, angling its chassis like a mountain animal choosing improbable footing. The shale above them cracked, dust cascaded, pebbles slid, but the ascent held. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, 38 degrees." "Maintain," Reyes said. Liu suddenly stiffened. "Ma'am, German specialist, left side. He's looking toward the shale." Reyes raised her binoculars. A single German analyst stood on a rock, squinting upward, sensing, not seeing, not identifying, but sensing that something didn't match the patterns. He lifted his mirror, and Reyes realized something with a cold certainty. 1 more meter of ascent, and the Abrams might catch a glint. "Stop ascent," Reyes ordered. The vehicles froze halfway up the slope, held in place by impossible engineering and sheer necessity. Reyes watched the German specialist carefully. He angled the mirror, adjusted a fraction, re-angled, frowned. Liu whispered, "Ma'am, he suspects something." "He suspects everything," Reyes said, "but he sees nothing." The specialist called out something to his team. Liu translated almost instantly. "He says the light is wrong, the angle is wrong. He can't get a clear reading. He thinks the slope is masking an indentation." Diaz muttered, "We're the indentation." Nguyen steadied his breath. "Hold still." The specialist tested again, a third time, and then lowered the mirror, shaking his head. "He thinks it's just terrain distortion," Liu said. Reyes exhaled once. "Resume ascent, slow." The vehicles resumed climbing. Below, German infantry continued tightening the box, unaware that their prey had slipped vertically out of it. The Panthers shifted again, reorienting fire arcs based on the assumed Soviet movement limits. They were building a cage that no longer contained anything. Nguyen reached the upper shelf first, a narrow plateau hidden from lower angles. Diaz followed, treads biting into stable rock. Then the Abrams crested, its turret shadow spilling across the upper slope. Liu looked back down. "Ma'am, from here we're fully concealed. No German line of sight." Reyes nodded. "They think we moved forward. They think we moved lateral. They think we moved deeper into Soviet lines." Diaz allowed himself a faint grin. "We moved up." Nguyen shook his head softly. "They'll never consider it." "No," Reyes said. "They'll compensate in every direction except the one we chose." She scanned the new vantage point. Higher ground, wider angle, better coverage for Ivanov, and perfect concealment. But the Germans were not done. Liu listened, expression tightening. "Ma'am, a new intercept. German command is ordering the specialists to expand the search grid. They're frustrated. They want confirmation. They're not letting it go." Diaz muttered, "They'll rebuild the box." Nguyen swallowed. "A bigger one." Reyes lowered her binoculars. "They can build any box they want," she said coldly, "as long as we're not inside it." Chapter 31. The Ridge Kill Order. The first indication of escalation wasn't sound. It was silence. A strange, taut, expectant silence stretching across the battlefield like a wire drawn too tight. Reyes recognized the type. Not a pause between volleys. Not a hesitation in movement. Not uncertainty. It was organizational silence. The kind that meant someone above the battalion level was thinking. Liu caught the intercept a heartbeat later. "Ma'am, German command has issued a new directive." Reyes kept her eyes on the battlefield. "What directive?" Liu's voice went dry. "They're preparing to collapse the ridge." Diaz swore softly. "Ma'am, that's not a search tactic." "No," Nguyen said. "That's annihilation." Reyes nodded once. "It's a terrain denial strategy. If you can't find the threat, you delete the terrain that can hide it." Liu translated the next sequence of chatter, as German officers relayed the new plan. They're repositioning artillery to barrage the ridgeline in a rolling pattern. Left to right, step progression, 50 meters per bracket. Diaz breathed out. That'll flatten everything from Ivanov's position to the depression. Nguyen's jaw tightened, and eventually it'll hit this shelf. Reyes watched the lower slopes, calm but calculating. They've exhausted the reconnaissance box, she said. Now they're switching to doctrinal certainty. Diaz understood immediately. If the weapon is mobile, then mobility is limited. They assume it can't outrun a methodical terrain sweep. Nguyen added, so they'll sweep. And they'll kill everything, Reyes finished. Below, Ivanov sensed the shift in German posture, even without knowing the order. He watched the artillery reposition. He saw officers pointing at the ridge instead of his line. He smelled the danger. He barked to his men to stay low. His voice cracked with urgency he could barely mask. He had fought hopeless battles before, but never one where he wasn't the primary target. Liu's headphones crackled. "Ma'am, first German bracket in 30 seconds. Diaz checked the slope below. If they start left to right, Ivanov's flank gets crushed first. Not necessarily, Reyes said. Nguyen looked horrified. Ma'am, you're not planning to shift the ghost again and pull fire toward him? No, Reyes said. We pull fire away from everyone. How? Diaz asked. Reyes pointed upward, farther up the slope beyond their current elevation, into a narrower rock chute. We go where no weapon from their model could go. Nguyen blinked. You want to climb higher? Yes. Liu checked the map. Ma'am, that incline is brutal. Even the Abrams will make it, Reyes said. And if the Germans see debris from our treads up there? They won't. Their search pattern is horizontal. They're deleting the ridge, not scanning above it. Diaz muttered, Ma'am, if we go higher, we break every Soviet constraint they've built. That's why it works, Reyes said. Liu stiffened suddenly. Ma'am, first German artillery salvo incoming. The guns fired. A deep concussion trembled across the valley. A shell smashed into the far left ridge with catastrophic force, sending rock and soil tumbling down in a choking avalanche. Ivanov's men screamed warnings. One Soviet rifleman dove, barely avoiding the blast. Two others weren't fast enough and were thrown backward by the shockwave. Reyes didn't flinch. All vehicles, she said. Prepare for ascent. Nguyen swallowed. Higher than last time? Much higher. Diaz tightened his grip. Throttle minimal or we strip traction. Minimal, Reyes said, but steady. The Bradley engines rumbled as they angled upward into the rock chute. Tracks bit, slipped, regained purchase. Dust cascaded. Shale cracked under the weight. The Abrams followed with sheer mass, pushing into a gradient no German engineer would ever expect. The second German bracket hit. Another violent explosion tore the left ridgeline, throwing stones the size of helmets into the air. Liu kept translating. Ma'am, they're saying, clean the slope. Erase hiding points. Prepare for box collapse. Reyes understood the doctrine behind those words. Not rage, not fear, not even frustration. It was procedure, German procedure. Kill the ground, remove the variable, restore order. Nguyen, she said, shift another meter right. Avoid the shadow pocket, it'll slide. Copy! The Bradley crawled upward, pushing through a tight choke. Diaz mirrored the movement, sweat rolling down his temple. Below, the German infantry had no idea their artillery barrage was missing the truth by 100 vertical feet. They repositioned, confused by the sudden plume patterns. The specialists tried to reorient, but their mirrors were useless now. Their models were collapsing faster than the ridgeline. A third shell detonated, closer this time. Too close. The blast wave rolled up the slope like a living thing, shaking the American hulls. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, another 20 meters and we reach stable cover." Nguyen added, "But if they adjust elevation—" "They won't," Reyes said. "Not unless they see us." Liu listened, breath tight. "Ma'am, German command believes the bombardment is working. They think the ghost weapons are being buried." Reyes nodded. "Good." The fourth shell came. It struck the lower depression, the exact location Diaz had used to mislead them earlier. The crater bloomed like a black wound. Ivanov watched the devastation, bracing his men behind shattered rock. He shouted for them to stay down, to hold whatever ground remained.
Dust choked the air. Voices cracked, but they were alive, only because the ghosts were elsewhere. Nguyen made the final push, reaching the upper shelf, a natural stone pocket fortified by nature, hidden from every German line of observation. Diaz followed, panting in silence. The Abrams crested last, treads grinding into rock, then stabilizing. Liu exhaled. "Ma'am, we're above their entire model. They won't find us here." Reyes scanned the battlefield from their new height. The Germans were destroying a ridge with surgical brutality, convinced they were crushing Soviet prototypes, but they weren't. They were crushing assumptions, and assumptions could be weaponized. "Diaz," she said, "engines cold." Cold. "Nguyen, stay tightened. No silhouette shifts." "Copy." Liu listened to the next intercept. "Ma'am, German command is preparing a post-barrage inspection. They want confirmation of kills." Reyes lowered her binoculars. "They'll get none." Nguyen asked quietly, "Ma'am, what happens when they realize the ridge isn't hiding anything?" Reyes's voice was calm, precise, and cold. "They'll conclude it moved again." Diaz swallowed. "To where?" Reyes answered without hesitation. "Somewhere only a miracle could take it." She looked up, higher, farther, beyond the known ridgeline. Nguyen whispered, "Ma'am, are we pushing higher again?" "Not yet," Reyes said, "but soon." Because survival wasn't enough. They had to break the model completely. Chapter 32. The Misfire Geometry. The ridge was disappearing, not metaphorically, physically. German artillery chewed through it bracket by bracket, each shell shaving another piece off the slope. Rock split, soil sheared. Entire sections folded like collapsing stage sets. Dust clung to the air in brown, choking veils. Ivanov's men hugged the ground, coughing, bleeding, but still alive. Alive for one reason only. The Americans had climbed into a space the Germans refused to consider. Nguyen stared at the devastation below. "Ma'am, if they keep this up, they'll open a landslide chute." "Yes," Reyes said. "That's the opportunity." Diaz turned slowly. "Opportunity?" "Yes." Liu listened to the intercepts, his voice tightening as German officers barked orders. "They're reorganizing firing tables, adjusting for drift, correcting bracket spread. They want full ridge eradication." Reyes nodded. "They're correcting the wrong thing." Nguyen frowned. "Ma'am, what do you mean?" Reyes raised her binoculars and pointed to the artillery line behind the German infantry. "Look at their left battery." Diaz scanned it. "I see it. Barrel angles are slightly mismatched." "They're overcorrecting for imagined ghost movement," Reyes said. "Every shot assumes a mobile weapon shifting laterally." Nguyen blinked. "So every correction pushes them off true center?" "Yes." Liu confirmed it with a new intercept. "Ma'am, they're saying the weapon behavior is erratic. They're altering trajectories in a scatter pattern." Diaz let out a low whistle. "They're firing blind." "Worse," Reyes said. "They're firing with conviction." The worst combination. When certainty met ignorance, doctrine became a hammer. "Ma'am,"
Nguyen said. How do we use this? By letting their certainty collapse into geometry failure. Reyes traced the slope lines mentally, calculating angles, debris patterns, fragmentation cones. The ridge is unstable now, she explained. Every blast shifts the weight of the slope downward and sideways. If they keep firing with incorrect corrections, the debris field will slide exactly where we want. Liu made the connection first. Ma'am, toward the German right flank. Reyes nodded once. Nguyen raised an eyebrow. You're turning their artillery into a landslide weapon. Yes. Diaz stared at the loose shale below. How soon? Soon as they fire the next high-angle bracket. As if on cue, the next German volley launched. 3 shells arced high, almost vertical. They landed farther left than the Germans intended. The overcorrection Reyes had predicted. The detonation tore another massive section of the ridge free. A deep crack echoed like thunder. Dust billowed upward. Then the entire face of the slope shifted. It didn't collapse yet, but it moved. An ominous, grinding, crawling movement under the weight of physics losing patience. Nguyen whispered, Ma'am, that's the beginning of the run. Yes, Reyes said. Diaz shifted uncomfortably. If the whole thing goes, it'll bury half their infantry. They chose the ground, Reyes replied. We're just letting gravity negotiate. Liu listened to the frantic German chatter. Ma'am, they're confused. They think the slope distortion is part of the weapon effect. Reyes froze. What? Diaz said. Liu repeated it. They think the ridge movement is caused by the Soviet prototype. They think it's burrowing or destabilizing terrain to escape. Nguyen stared. They think it's tunneling? Yes, Reyes said, not even surprised anymore. When you invent a ghost, the enemy invents the rest. German officers shouted overlapping interpretations, none of them accurate. The weapon shifts through the ground. The ridge is compromised by its energy discharge. Prepare for subterranean movement. Watch the center, it may emerge. Nguyen rubbed his forehead. This is insanity. No, Reyes said. This is belief without evidence. The most dangerous form of intelligence. The next artillery bracket hit. This time the blast punched into a loose shale pocket. A pocket Reyes had been watching for 20 minutes. The ground responded instantly. Not a crack, not a slide. A full release. A deep, rolling avalanche of rock and earth tore away from the ridge and thundered downward, gaining speed like a falling wall. German infantry along the right flank screamed warnings. Some tried to scramble uphill. Others dove sideways. A few were simply swallowed. A panther tried to reverse away, treads clawing frantically, but the debris smashed into its flank, rolling it partially sideways. The tank's turret jammed instantly. Diaz watched in awe. Ma'am, they're getting hit by their own correction errors. Nguyen exhaled. They caused the collapse. Reyes nodded. That's the misfire geometry. The Germans tried to stabilize the flank, but the landslide continued, kicking debris all the way to the road. Ivanov watched the chaos in stunned silence. For once, German control fractured. They lost formation discipline. Orders clashed. Panicked voices crackled across lines. Reyes didn't celebrate. Nguyen, she said, shift 2 meters into shadow. They might scan from the far ridge. Copy. Diaz mirrored the move. Liu checked intercepts again, eyebrows rising. Ma'am, they're concluding something new. Reyes steadied herself. What conclusion? Liu swallowed. They believe the weapon moved again. They think it destabilized the ridge to cover its vertical escape. Diaz blinked. Vertical escape? They think it went through the rock. Nguyen groaned softly. So...
Now they think it's some kind of seismic emitter? Yes, Reyes said, and that's useful. Liu nodded slowly. Because if they believe it digs or moves underground, they will avoid firing at deep slopes, Reyes said, and they'll stop collapsing the ridge. Diaz leaned back. Ma'am, you turned their artillery doctrine inside out. No, Reyes said quietly. I let them do it to themselves. Nguyen asked the next question carefully. Ma'am, what's our next move? Reyes looked toward the far ridge, the only place the Germans now refused to target, a blind sector created by their new fear. We move into the sector they just eliminated. Diaz stared in disbelief. The one they think is dangerous? Yes, Reyes said, because danger only exists in doctrine, not reality. She keyed the net. All vehicles. Prepare to relocate again. Nguyen swallowed. Ma'am, where? Reyes's voice was steel. Into the forbidden angle. Chapter 33. The Forbidden Angle. The forbidden angle was not a location. It was a mistake. A hole in German doctrine created by their own fear. An entire sector of the ridge they now refused to touch with artillery, infantry, or armor, because they believed the ghost weapon, the one Reyes invented, the one they imagined burrowed through rock, had escaped into it. Reyes intended to occupy that space. All vehicles, she said quietly, advance into the forbidden sector, slow, no vibration echo. Nguyen stared at the incline ahead, an unnatural arc of rock formed by overlapping debris slides. Ma'am, nobody in 1943 would assume anything can hide up there. Exactly, Reyes said. Diaz checked the slope. We're threading a needle. Yes, Reyes replied. Below, the Germans scrambled to reorganize. The landslide had torn apart their right flank. Infantry squads were still dragging wounded soldiers across unstable ground. Tank crews cursed as they tried to realign their crippled formation. The specialists panicked over their failed models. One officer shouted contradictory orders until two subordinates shouted back. The Germans weren't collapsing, but they were shaken. And shaken armies choose caution over aggression. Liu confirmed it. Ma'am, new order. Avoid deep slope bombardment until movement pattern is confirmed. They're afraid to fire. Nguyen muttered. We broke their nerve. No, Reyes said. We broke their confidence in their own doctrine. Diaz asked the question that hung between all of them. Ma'am, what if they recover? Reyes kept her voice even. Then we create a new contradiction. They advanced. The Bradley angled through the narrow rock arc with slow, controlled precision. Its tracks pressed into dust that slipped but held. The Abrams followed, its mass groaning against the slope. Dust cascaded, but the ground didn't give way. Nguyen eased the vehicle 2 more meters into a narrow shadow fold, a place no German diagram accounted for, a pocket formed not by earth, but by error. Liu checked his view. Ma'am, we're invisible from every German line of sight. Diaz confirmed it. And we're above their artillery elevation. They can't bracket this angle without hitting their own lines. Reyes nodded. That's why it's forbidden. The Germans below had fully committed to their new theory. The mobile Soviet prototype burrowed through unstable ground. It destabilized slopes. It escaped vertically. It moved into a dead zone. It may emerge unpredictably. It must not be provoked. The more they feared it, the more their doctrine warped. Liu listened as officers struggled to rebuild coherence. Ma'am, they're escalating the threat designation. They're calling it a subterranean mobile emplacement. They're saying it has unpredictable movement behavior. Nguyen muttered, Subterranean? They think it tunnels like an animal? Diaz snorted. We made an Abrams into a mole. Reyes said nothing. She simply scanned the battlefield, calculating. The Germans had made a choice, fear over evidence, and fear was predictable. Ma'am, Liu said, German command is ordering their specialists to mark the forbidden angle as weapon escape vector. They're clearing a perimeter around it. Diaz blinked. Clearing a perimeter around us? Yes, Reyes said. They're isolating their own blind spot. Nguyen realized it. So we can move freely inside it. Yes. The Bradleys and Abrams were now positioned above the German visual arcs, above their artillery elevation, and inside a wedge of ground they refused to challenge. Reyes had turned the battlefield into a maze, and she alone understood the exits. Below, Ivanov was still fighting the visible war, staggering between dust clouds, yelling orders, dragging wounded men into partial cover. He saw the German retreat on the right flank, but not the reason. He saw hesitation, but not its origin. He would not know until much later that ghosts had saved him more than bullets. Liu caught another intercept. "Ma'am, German command is forming a new plan. They're saying, if the weapon is underground, collapse the approach routes." Diaz tensed. "They're going to seal the angles." Nguyen blinked. "Which ones?" Reyes answered before Liu did. "All the wrong ones." The Germans prepared to bombard entry points that did not exist. They would destroy their own viable avenues of advance, convinced they were choking off subterranean escape routes. Liu listened. "They're moving artillery left, preparing to fire into the side slopes." Diaz leaned back. "They're about to block themselves in?" Reyes nodded slowly. "Yes." Nguyen asked carefully, "Ma'am, can they trap us?" "No," Reyes said. "They can only trap their imagination." The first German side slope barrage launched. The shells hit hard, kicking dust, shattering rock, but striking terrain that led nowhere. The forbidden angle remained untouched. Reyes observed their pattern with surgical calm. Every correction, every overreaction, every misread was now predictable. "They're sealing the net on empty air," Diaz whispered. Reyes finally allowed herself a single, quiet breath. "We own the battlefield." Nguyen stared through the dust. "Ma'am, what happens when they realize nothing is where they think?" Reyes didn't blink. "They escalate." Liu swallowed. "To what level?" Reyes's answer was cold. "Division." Diaz frowned. "A full division?" "Yes," Reyes said. "And when a division deploys to contain a ghost, the real war begins." Chapter 34. Division Shadows. The first hint of escalation wasn't an order. It was a tone. German radio traffic changed pitch. Not frantic, not confused, but structured. Liu stiffened. "Ma'am, new voices on the net." Reyes didn't need more than that. Higher command had arrived. Diaz shifted in his seat. "Ma'am, those aren't battalion officers." "No," Liu said. "These are cleaner, fewer filler words, and deliberate cadence." Nguyen exhaled slowly. "Butte division staff." Reyes lowered her binoculars. That was the nightmare she'd been trying to outrun. "Ma'am," Liu continued, "they're referencing maps, sector boundaries, reserve positions, supply corridor width." Diaz muttered, "This just went from a hunt to a theater-level problem." Nguyen added, "For them, maybe. For us, it's a disaster." Reyes didn't disagree. Battalions could be fooled. Companies could be misdirected. Specialists could be overwritten. But divisions were not built for flexibility. They were built for elimination. Liu translated the next intercept with tightening breath. "They're classifying the unknown weapon as operationally significant. They want a containment line. They're requesting additional batteries." Reyes closed her eyes for a brief second. Not prayer, calculation. "Ma'am," Diaz said quietly, "a division will level this valley." "No," Reyes said, "a division will map it first." And mapping was worse. Liu's voice sharpened. "Ma'am, They're talking about Luftwaffe coordination. Nguyen jerked up. Air assets? Yes. Diaz whispered. With air in the mix, concealment dies. Reyes nodded once. That's the danger. German conversation turned crisp, coherent and hierarchical. The difference between a barking dog and a trained command language. Liu kept translating. They're planning an aerial pass to confirm terrain shifts. A low-fly reconnaissance, possibly Storch or H-126. Nguyen swallowed. Aerial recon in this mess will see something. Not necessarily, Reyes said. Smoke density is high, artillery debris rising, thermal distortion from shell impacts masks silhouettes. Diaz added, and they won't fly directly over the forbidden angle if they fear subterranean movement. Reyes nodded. That buys us minutes, maybe more. Below them, the Germans reorganized with sudden professionalism. The infantry straightened lines. Panthers reoriented with exact spacing. Officers checked elevations and relays. The chaos vanished, not solved but overwritten by structure. Ivanov watched with dread. He had fought Germans before, but this was different. He saw their formation tighten. He saw discipline snap back like a stretched wire. He saw the shadow of a larger command fall over the valley. "Ma'am," Liu said, "division staff is ordering a grid formation. Around the ridge. They want the entire valley compartmentalized." Nguyen muttered, "Gridding the battlefield?" Diaz added, "That's how you search for mines, bunkers, buried armor, anything unusual." Reyes' jaw tightened. And ghosts. She knew the German method. Divide the land into cells, search every cell, destroy any cell that behaves incorrectly. The worst part, it worked. Liu wasn't done. They're also ordering daylight confirmation. They want a morning sweep with engineers. Nguyen whispered, "We won't survive a daylight sweep." "No," Reyes said. "Not unless the Germans stop believing in the ghost." Diaz blinked. "Ma'am, we need them to think the weapon left the valley." "No," Reyes said quietly. "We need them to believe it never existed." Liu froze. "That's impossible. They have debris, slope collapse, firing patterns." "All of which contradict Soviet capability," Reyes said. "Contradictions can be erased." Nguyen stared at her. "Ma'am, you're talking about wiping their model entirely, not shifting it, destroying it." "Yes." Diaz frowned. "How?" Reyes looked down into the valley, studying the German reformation. She saw order, structure, precision, and she saw something else, the gap between certainty and overreach. "We pushed the ghost outside their map," Reyes said coldly. "Not upward, not downward." Nguyen whispered, "Then where?" Reyes pointed toward the far eastern exit of the valley, a narrow pass Germans were not covering, because it led nowhere important to them, and certainly nowhere a Soviet prototype could flee. "They believe it's a closed path," she said. "Dead space, militarily irrelevant." Liu understood instantly. "And if the ghost escapes through a sector they consider irrelevant?" Diaz finished the thought. "The Enshai. They stop building the model." Reyes nodded. "We give it a final movement, one that makes no tactical sense, no doctrinal sense, something no real weapon would do." Nguyen exhaled. "A miracle." "No," Reyes said. "An error. The kind that collapses the entire map." She keyed the net. "All vehicles. Prepare for lateral displacement." Diaz swallowed. "Ma'am, that's a long slope." "It's the slope that ends the hunt." Liu listened again, and his face tightened. "Ma'am, the division commander is arriving on site." Reyes didn't hesitate. "Then we move now." Chapter 35. The Lateral Vanishing. The eastern pass was a mistake, not by design, by geology. A narrow, sloped seam carved by erosion, and ignored by every German officer who'd ever surveyed this valley. Too steep for artillery teams, too narrow for tanks, too irrelevant for doctrine, which made it perfect. "All vehicles," Reyes said, "prepare for lateral traverse." Nguyen stared at the pass. "Ma'am, that slope is angled wrong. The center is convex. The edges are loose." "Yes," Reyes said. "So they will never expect a heavy weapons platform to attempt it." Diaz exhaled. "Or survive it." "We will survive it," Reyes said, "because we have to." Below them, the German reorganization accelerated. Infantry squads prepped for cell-by-cell sweep. Engineers gathered equipment. Officers marked the ground with measuring rods. Panthers shifted into overwatch positions. The division commander's vehicle approached the center line, its staff officers forming a ring around it. Liu listened. "Ma'am, division-level orders are now live. Their commander is directing the grid approach himself." Diaz muttered, "If we stay here, they'll grid us out by morning." Nguyen's voice dropped. "We won't make it to morning." Reyes didn't need to say it. She just pointed. "We move." The Bradley started first, angling into the seam, treads gripping a surface that wanted nothing to do with traction. The vehicle tipped dangerously, corrected, tipped again. "Easy," Reyes said. "Let the slope take you." Diaz followed, pushing his Bradley against a gravity vector that would have toppled most 1943 armor inside 30 meters. The Abrams moved last, the giant of the formation, the miracle machine that no one in this valley could comprehend. Its tracks crushed into the slope with slow, patient weight. Shale cracked, dust cascaded. Rocks splintered under the Abrams' mass, but the hull held its position, just barely. Nguyen whispered, "Ma'am, one wrong angle and we slide." "Then don't choose a wrong angle," Reyes said. Below, the Germans misread the dust plume entirely. Instead of reading escape, they read settling. Instead of reading movement, they read subterranean displacement. Liu confirmed it. "Ma'am, they think the weapon is burrowing deeper. They're preparing to close off the central ridge for containment." Diaz laughed once under his breath. "They're sealing the wrong half of the valley." Nguyen shook his head. "We're disappearing right in front of them." "No," Reyes said. "We're disappearing outside their imagination." The Germans didn't check the eastern seam. They didn't even look. It wasn't on their maps. It wasn't in their doctrine. It wasn't within their understanding of Soviet weapon capability. It was blind ground. The Bradleys eased. Through the seam, metal shuddering as the slope tightened and twisted beneath them. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, we're past the first choke." "Good," Reyes said. "Now take the angle at 12 degrees right. Smooth traverse." Nguyen complied, dust plumed behind him. The Abrams followed with a low, grinding roar. Every meter was a negotiation between traction and gravity. Liu glanced back toward the German valley lines. "Ma'am, they're building the grid wrong. They're collapsing the wrong sectors. They're sealing lines we never used." Diaz almost smiled. "Their whole model's collapsing," Reyes corrected him. "Their model is consuming itself." German radios crackled with confusion. Units shouted contradictory data. Officers demanded confirmation of tunnel behavior. One specialist insisted the weapon had re-emerged. Another said it vanished entirely. A third claimed it was splitting into multiple signatures. Nguyen whispered, "They're breaking." "No," Reyes said. "They're trying to rebuild a broken map. That's worse." The Americans pushed through the second choke point. Dust clouds hit them from below. The slope angled them high, then higher until the valley lay beneath them like a bowl. Finally, the pass widened into a shallow shelf. The Bradleys rolled onto solid ground. The Abrams crested last, shedding dust in slow, heavy plumes. Liu exhaled. "Ma'am, we're outside every German line of sight." Diaz scanned the terrain. "We're clear." Nguyen looked back into the valley. "What do they see now?" Liu listened. "Ma'am, they see nothing. They're calling it a disappearance event. They're arguing whether the weapon dematerialized." Diaz snorted. "Dematerialized?" "Yes," Liu said, "and Division Command is furious." Reyes watched the valley one last time, quiet and measured. "Let them argue?" Nguyen asked softly, "Ma'am, did we just end this?" "No," Reyes said, lowering her binoculars. "We created a vacuum." She paused. "And someone will fill that vacuum with theory, fear, or orders." Diaz nodded slowly. "So the hunt isn't over." "No," Reyes said. "It's just become larger than the battlefield." Chapter 36. The Strategic Echo. The valley didn't quiet down after the Americans vanished. It became louder, not in sound, in interpretation. Liu had heard this kind of radio traffic before, not chaotic, not panicked, but analytical voices desperately trying to form coherence. "Ma'am," he said, tightening his headset, "division staff is arguing. They're trying to construct a unified interpretation of the disappearance." Diaz frowned. "What are the theories?" Liu ticked them off with grim precision. 1. The weapon tunneled beneath the central ridge. 2. It shifted to a deeper underground position. 3. It destabilized the slope to camouflage relocation. 4. It used terrain collapse as a cover to exit. 5. It split into multiple elements. Nguyen blinked. Split? They think they saw multiple movement signatures. Reyes closed her eyes briefly. Residual dust patterns. Echo scatter. They're misreading it. Diaz leaned back. "We gave them ghosts. They're giving us mythology." Liu listened again. "Ma'am, the division commander just overruled all of them." Reyes looked up. "That's bad." It was? Because division commanders didn't need theories. They needed decisions. Liu continued. "He's calling it a strategic anomaly. He wants it escalated." Diaz's eyes widened. Escalated to who? Liu swallowed. "To the core." Nguyen muttered. "A core's inquiry over a vanishing weapon." "Yes," Liu said. "He says the enemy may possess terrain denial technology beyond known capability." Reyes looked down into the valley, a battlefield now empty of meaning, filled instead with interpretations. She spoke quietly. "We're no longer dealing with tactics. We're dealing with narrative." Diaz frowned. "Narrative?" "Yes," Reyes said. "War is built on information. When the information collapses, the fight spreads to fill the silence." Liu confirmed it with the next intercept. "Ma'am, the division commander is ordering a complete halt to offensive movement. He wants a containment perimeter around the valley." Nguyen raised an eyebrow. "Containment? Of empty ground?" "Yes," Reyes said. Diaz muttered. "They're protecting themselves from something that isn't there." "No," Reyes said. "They're protecting themselves from what might be there." The Germans below reorganized again, but this time not to attack or search. They were fortifying. Engineers marked defensive stakes around the valley perimeter. Infantry dug positions facing inward. Tanks repositioned to cover every entry path except the eastern seam. The division commander's staff clustered around a field table, arguing over incomplete diagrams. Ivanov, exhausted and dust-covered, saw the Germans shift through torn vision. He didn't understand it. He only knew they were no longer trying to kill his men. He staggered to a rock, lowered himself, and breathed out for the first time in an hour. Reyes didn't celebrate. "Diaz," she said, "engine temperature?" "Nominal." "Nguyen, posture." "Hull stable." Liu listened again. His expression changed, slowly darkening. Ma'am, he said carefully, Corps staff is requesting something else. Reyes tensed. What request? They want intelligence liaison. They're asking for cryptographers and physicists. Diaz blinked. Physicists? Over what? Nguyen whispered. They think it's scientific. Reyes's voice dropped to a thread of iron. This is what happens when you give the enemy a mystery. They escalate it. Liu wasn't done. Ma'am, they're also talking about weather anomalies, earth tremors, radiation. They're trying to build a model from nothing. Nguyen rubbed his forehead. This is spiraling. It will keep spiraling, Reyes said, until someone gives them a reason to stop. Diaz looked at her. Ma'am, what reason? A contradiction so large, Reyes said, that every current theory collapses. Nguyen asked quietly, and what kind of contradiction is that? Reyes finally answered, we have to give them evidence that the ghost weapon was never a weapon. Diaz frowned. A malfunction? A decoy? A trick? No, Reyes said. A mistake. Liu stared at her. A mistake of whose? Reyes lowered her binoculars. Of theirs. She pointed to the far ridge, the side the Germans now refuse to touch, the blind spot created by fear. That ridge is untouched by artillery, untouched by infantry. They think the ghost vanished through it. Nguyen nodded slowly. So we use it. Yes, Reyes said. We plant evidence that the Germans were firing at nothing, that the collapse was natural, that they misread their own artillery misfires. Diaz's voice rose slightly. Ma'am, you want the Germans to believe this entire scenario was their error? Yes. Nguyen exhaled. That would erase the ghost. Reyes nodded. And if the ghost disappears from their narrative, the strategic echo dies with it. Liu listened to more chatter as the German field commanders debated the impossible weapon. Ma'am, we need to act before Corps staff arrives. Once they arrive, they'll expand the model, not collapse it. Reyes keyed the net. All vehicles, she said. Prepare for controlled noise signature. Nguyen blinked. Ma'am, we're creating another deception? No, Reyes said. We're creating a correction. Diaz swallowed. A correction to what? Reyes looked down at the valley one last time. To their story. Chapter 37. The Correction Pattern. The eastern ridge was quiet, too quiet. No artillery, no infantry movement, no engine noise, no scanning mirrors, no spotters. It was the only part of the valley the Germans considered too dangerous to approach, too unstable to fire on, too unpredictable to interpret. Perfect. Reyes pointed toward a shallow defile where wind had carved a slanted gully into the rock. There, she said. That's where we'll leave the correction. Nguyen stared at the empty ground. Ma'am, we're planting evidence in open terrain. Yes. Diaz frowned. Won't they investigate it? They'll investigate once they're looking for an error, Reyes said. Not a ghost. Liu tightened his headset. Ma'am, division staff is still arguing. Corps liaison is asking for a preliminary report. They're escalating the anomaly classification. We're out of time, Reyes said. We have to collapse their interpretation before new leadership imposes a new model. Diaz asked the question none of them wanted to phrase. What exactly are we planting? Reyes answered with the cold clarity of someone who had already calculated the geometry of truth and lies. Noise, impact, evidence of natural collapse, nothing that suggests human agency, nothing mechanical, nothing traceable. Nguyen whispered, Shell debris? No, Reyes said. Shell debris tells a story someone can follow. She pointed at the rock. Gravity tells a story nobody questions. Liu blinked. We're faking natural erosion? Yes, Reyes said. Diaz exhaled. So, we need a landslide signature without a landslide. No, Reyes replied. We need a landslide signature the Germans can explain without us. Reyes keyed the net. All vehicles. Engine idle. We need vibration. Controlled, low-frequency pulses. Diaz frowned. We're shaking the rock. Yes, Reyes said. Nguyen shook his head slowly. Ma'am, if we're too strong, we won't be, Reyes said. 2 pulses, 5 seconds each, low amplitude. Diaz adjusted engine load. Ready, Nguyen nodded. Ready, Reyes raised her hand. Mark! Both vehicles pulsed. Deep, low, almost subsonic vibrations that ran through the slope like the groan of shifting earth. Dust loosened first. Then a seam of shale cracked. A thin line of rock sheared downward. A small, convincing collapse. Not large enough to be dangerous, just large enough to be geological. A perfect correction. Liu watched the dust plumes settle. Ma'am, that's believable. Very believable. It has to be, Reyes said. Diaz asked, will they find it? Yes, Reyes said. And when they do, they will reframe everything else as misinterpretation. Nguyen raised an eyebrow. Why? Because a small, explainable collapse makes the large collapse. Seem explainable, Reyes said. It restores narrative discipline. Liu picked up new radio traffic. Ma'am, division staff is receiving reports of terrain shift on the eastern ridge. Their engineers are arguing it's natural fragmentation from earlier shells. Diaz almost smiled. Nguyen breathed out. They're correcting themselves. Not yet, Reyes said. One more step. She pointed toward the slope, specifically the cracked line where the Americans had just induced the faux landslide. We need a footprint, something the Germans recognize as their own error. Diaz frowned. What kind of footprint? Reyes answered without hesitation. A misfire. Liu looked up sharply. Ma'am, we can't produce shell debris. No, Reyes said, but we can produce dust patterns from impact echoes. Nguyen understood instantly. We mimic a dud. Yes, Reyes said. Diaz's eyes narrowed. A failed German round? Yes, one that struck deep, destabilized the ridge and caused misread debris. If they believe a dud struck here, it rewrites their entire chain of assumptions. Nguyen asked, how do we mimic a dud without the dud? Reyes pointed at Diaz. Coax burst. Low angle. Dust only. No fragmentation. Diaz nodded and positioned his Bradley carefully. Reyes raised her hand. Mark. A tight, controlled burst cracked into the gully, sending dust pluming upward in a distinct cone pattern. A dud signature. Natural. Explainable. Consistent with artillery error. Liu listened as German radios caught the plume. Ma'am, they're alerting engineers. They think one of their shells failed to detonate earlier. They're calling it likely source of slope deviation. Diaz let out a breath. They're buying the correction. No, Reyes said. They're buying their own mistake. Nguyen corrected her quietly. They're buying the mistake you gave them. Reyes didn't respond. Below them, German engineers advanced cautiously toward the correction zone. Infantry formed a protective ring. Specialists rechecked maps. Officers scribbled new notes. The division commander shouted for updated reports. Then Liu stiffened. Ma'am, they're revising the entire incident. They're saying the ghost movements were illusions from dust distortions caused by the dud. Diaz blinked. All of it? Yes, Liu said. They're folding everything back into a single error. Nguyen stared in disbelief. The ghost is dying. No, Reyes said softly. We're killing it. She watched the Germans converge on the small collapse, the collapse they now believed explained everything. Ivanov, bleeding and barely standing, watched them too, confused, dazed, alive. Reyes keyed the net. All vehicles, hold position, do not break silhouette. Diaz asked, Ma'am, What now? Reyes answered calmly, Now we let the correction spread. Chapter 38. The Engineer's Verdict. German engineers approached the correction site with a kind of reverence, not religious, professional. The reverence of men who respected the ground, understood the ground, believed in the ground. Reyes watched them through her binoculars as they moved with careful discipline, crouching near the shallow collapse, brushing dust with gloved hands, tapping loose shale with short metal rods. Liu listened. Ma'am, they're confirming a dud. Diaz exhaled slowly. Already? They're matching soil displacement to artillery blast signatures, Liu said. They're saying it's consistent with a misfire from the left battery. Reyes didn't smile, because this wasn't victory. This was responsibility. Below, one engineer signaled his team. Another knelt with a small transit level. A third sketched the slope in quick, efficient strokes. Their posture said everything. No fear, no anticipation, no talk of ghosts, no talk of seismic movement. Just a simple, grounded explanation. A dud, a flaw in the firing table, an artillery error, a human mistake. Nguyen watched quietly. They're rebuilding the story we want. No, Reyes said. They're rebuilding the story they need. Diaz asked, why do they need it? Because an army without a narrative fractures, Reyes said. They need coherence, even if it's false. Down by the ridge, the engineers stood and saluted their officer, a confirmation gesture that required no words. Liu translated the officer's reply. He accepts the finding. He's telling Division Command that the collapse was caused by an earlier misfire. They're downgrading the anomaly. Diaz rubbed the back of his neck. That fast? Yes, Liu said. The moment they have a physical point to anchor to, everything else becomes an illusion. Nguyen murmured, We boxed them into Occam's razor. Reyes didn't answer. Instead, she tracked the German infantry as they repositioned according to the new interpretation. Weapons lowered, stances relaxed. The pointed tension of the last 2 hours softened into something almost normal. Almost. Because German doctrine didn't relax, it recalibrated. Liu kept translating updates. They're revising earlier engagement reports. They're saying dust plumes from the dud interfered with visibility. They're attributing slope movements to earthquake-like tremors from artillery. Diaz snorted. So now the valley had an earthquake? It doesn't matter, Reyes said. They believe it, and belief shapes orders. The division commander stepped forward, studying the ridge with binoculars. Then he barked something to his staff. Liu translated quietly. He's ordering a rollback of the grid search. No subterranean threat. No weapon anomaly. He's telling them to re-establish standard doctrine. Nguyen let out a long breath. They're letting the ghost die. No, Reyes said softly. The ghost is being written out of the after-action report. There was a difference, and it mattered. Below, Ivanov still clung to the rocks, exhausted and bleeding. His men were barely conscious. They watched the Germans pull back with confusion, suspicion, and disbelief. Reyes tracked him for a moment. He had survived because of ghosts he didn't know existed. He had survived because of decisions made 60 years in the future. He had survived because Reyes had constructed a deception so perfect it was now becoming history. Nguyen said quietly, Ma'am, are we done here? Reyes lowered her binoculars. She didn't answer immediately, because this was the first time the weight of what she'd done finally caught up to her. A slow, cold, quiet recognition that she had manipulated an entire army's belief not to win a battle, but to erase one. A different kind of responsibility, a heavier one. Diaz saw her expression change ever so slightly. Ma'am, you did what you had to. Reyes didn't look at him. We changed their understanding of reality, Nguyen said gently. We saved lives. We also shaped decisions for commanders who never asked to be misled, Reyes said, and they will act on those decisions beyond this valley. Liu picked up another intercept. Ma'am, division staff is ordering withdrawal to staging positions. They're ending offensive operations in this sector. Diaz blinked. They're pulling out? Yes, Liu said. They're leaving the valley. Nguyen nodded. It worked. Reyes exhaled once. Diaz. Nguyen. Engines cold. Maintain concealment. We let them go. Diaz nodded. Copy. Nguyen swallowed. Copy. Liu listened to the final German broadcasts as their tanks turned, infantry reorganized, and engineers marked the correction site as a mundane accident. He spoke quietly. Ma'am, they're closing their log entry. Reyes finally allowed herself a fraction of relief. Good, she said. Then she added with a gravity none of them missed, because now the consequences move up the chain. Chapter 39. The Core. Question. The Germans left the valley like men backing away from a cliff they weren't sure they ever stood on. Infantry pulled out first, weapons low, faces still coated in dust. Engineers followed, hauling their equipment and marking the correction site with small wooden stakes. Panthers reversed in deliberate arcs, turrets pointed outward, not inward. The division commander left last, flanked by staff cars and a trailing line of radio operators. Silence returned to the valley, but it wasn't peace. It was the silence of unfinished business. Liu broke it. Ma'am, Corps just acknowledged receipt of the division report. Reyes didn't look up yet. Tone? Cold, Liu said. Clinical. Diaz muttered, not good. No, Nguyen agreed. Corps staff are the ones who read between the lines. Reyes finally raised her binoculars and scanned the ridgeline the Germans had abandoned. They won't believe everything, she said quietly, but they'll accept what their subordinates insist is true. Liu listened again. Ma'am, they're debating the possibility that the division overreacted. Diaz allowed himself a small breath. That's good. No, Reyes said. Liu kept reading. They're also questioning whether the division underreported the initial anomaly. Nguyen blinked. So, which is it? Both, Reyes said. That's what happens when higher command gets contradictory evidence. They assume the truth is in the middle. Diaz frowned. And we need them all the way on one side. Exactly. Below them the valley looked peaceful for the first time all day. Smoke dissipated. Dust settled. Broken rocks lay in still shapes that no longer meant danger. Ivanov lay slumped behind a ridge, head resting on his arm. He was alive, barely. His men were scattered in small clusters, tending to wounds and counting ammunition. They had no idea the war above their heads had shifted into a higher register. Liu's voice sharpened. Ma'am, Corps staff is sending 2 analysts to cross-check the correction zone. Nguyen's head snapped up. They're coming back? No, Liu said. Not the division. Just a small team. Diaz groaned. Analysts are worse. They don't care about doctrine. They care about anomalies. Reyes put down her binoculars. They won't find anything. Nguyen looked at her carefully. Ma'am, are you sure? Yes, Reyes said. All they'll find is exactly what we left. Dust, rock, natural collapse. Nothing patterned, nothing mechanical. Liu stiffened again. There's more. Reyes nodded for him to continue. They're sending a message to Army Group staff. They're reporting unusual artillery interactions, but not enemy technology. They're framing the entire event as internal error. Diaz exhaled. So it's dying up? The chain. No, Reyes said. It's transforming. Liu's face tightened. Ma'am, the Army Group wants a follow-up clarification. Nguyen asked, on what? Liu read the next line slowly. on why the division lost an entire afternoon of operational capability. Reyes closed her eyes for a moment. There it was, the strategic consequence. Higher command didn't care about the ghost. They cared about the time. She spoke quietly. They're asking why a full division halted its advance, why artillery was wasted, why positions shifted, why engineering assets were misused, why the enemy didn't collapse as expected. Diaz rubbed his jaw. The division can't explain that without admitting confusion. Nguyen nodded. And confusion looks like weakness. Liu listened again, eyebrows tightening. Ma'am, Corps staff is pushing them for a justification, one that doesn't mention anomalous weapons. Reyes gave the answer they all understood instantly. They need a scapegoat. Diaz exhaled. Some poor captain is about to lose his job. No, Nguyen said. It'll be a major, or a lieutenant colonel. Someone high enough to take the fall, but low enough that no one cares. Liu spoke carefully. Ma'am, the division commander is drafting his justification now. They're arguing about who misread the battlefield. Reyes kept her voice steady. They'll blame the correction site. Diaz frowned. Why? Because it's real, Reyes said, and real errors can be assigned to real officers. Nguyen winced. We made a geological mistake that wasn't a mistake. Yes, Reyes said, and someone on their side will pay for it. Liu swallowed as more radio traffic came through. Ma'am, they're saying the collapse was due to premature artillery discharge by an inexperienced battery officer. Diaz looked sick. They're pinning it on their own artillery lieutenant. Yes, Reyes said, and that lieutenant will never know he is innocent. Silence hung for a few seconds. Nguyen finally whispered, Ma'am, this is the first time it feels like we're not just shaping a fight. We're shaping people's lives. Reyes didn't answer at first. She looked down into the valley, at the broken rocks, the dead soldiers, the survivors, the empty ridges, at Ivanov's men, alive only because of a lie so perfect it had replaced the truth. At this scale, she said quietly, there's no difference between shaping a battle and shaping a life. Diaz asked the question none of them wanted to acknowledge. Ma'am, are we still in control of this? Reyes raised her binoculars again, scanning the far horizon where the Corps' liaison units were assembling. Her answer was steady, cold, and honest. No, she said. We're in control of the valley, but the echoes are leaving it. She lowered the binoculars. And echoes don't belong to the people who make them. Chapter 40. The Silent Flag. Corps headquarters was 40 kilometers east of the valley, but its presence was already felt long before the Germans' boots had cleared the ridgeline. Reyes saw it in the way the radio traffic changed. Shorter bursts, tighter phrasing, cleaner command structure. The casual speculation that had filled the division net was gone, replaced by filtered questions with bureaucratic weight. Diaz noticed it too. Feels like the air got heavier. No, Nguyen said. The scrutiny got heavier. Reyes agreed silently. Corps wasn't interested in ghosts or anomalies. Corps was interested in accountability. Corps wanted to know why a full division had burned half a day and gained nothing. Liu pressed his headset tighter. Ma'am, new message coming down. They're formalizing a review. Diaz groaned. A review? That's going to trigger paperwork all the way up the ladder. No, Reyes said. A review triggers fear, and fear creates new stories. Nguyen swallowed. Are we still inside their story? We are, Reyes said, but they've turned a page and we don't know what's on the next one. Below them the valley lay still, an empty shell of violence. Smoke had thinned to a faint veil. The sun had begun to angle westward, turning the broken rock into long shadows. German units continued to retreat in neat formations,
leaving the correction site behind them like an embarrassing footnote. Ivanov still sat hunched against the ridge. He wasn't moving much now. His surviving men clustered around him, watching the German withdrawal, as if afraid it might reverse without warning. Reyes tracked him for a moment longer. He had survived because the Germans had been convinced of their own error, because Corps hadn't arrived in time, because the division commander needed an explanation that didn't involve the impossible, because correction had worked, but correction had limits. Liu's voice sharpened suddenly. "Ma'am, Corps liaison just issued a directive." Nguyen's hand froze on the periscope handle. "What kind of directive?" "Operational posture," Liu said. "They're reallocating reconnaissance aircraft. They want a full sweep of the sector." Diaz looked alarmed. "Aircraft? Here?" "No," Liu said. "They're not looking for us. They're looking for anything the division might have missed." Reyes nodded slowly. "This is the real danger." Because ground concealment was one thing, narrative concealment was another, but aerial reconnaissance was the point where both could intersect. Nguyen asked carefully, "What do we do?" "Nothing," Reyes said. "We remain exactly what we already are to them." Diaz blinked. "Invisible?" "No," Reyes corrected. "Irrelevant." Liu kept listening. "Ma'am, the aircraft won't be here soon. They're scheduling sweeps for tomorrow morning." Nguyen exhaled. "Good. Gives us time to get everyone out." Reyes didn't say yes. She watched the German battalions continue to pull back. Something was bothering her. "Liu," she said, "repeat the last part of the message." Liu scanned his notepad. "Corps wants the division to submit a revised operational tempo. They want justification for the delay." "No," Reyes said. "The part before that." Liu found it. "They said, sector remains high priority until incident is fully resolved." Diaz frowned. "Incident?" Nguyen muttered. They accepted the dude explanation. "What incident is left?" Reyes' expression didn't change, but something in her posture did. "They don't mean the collapse," she said. Nguyen stared. "Then what do they mean?" Reyes lowered her binoculars. "The missing." Diaz blinked. "Who's missing?" Reyes answered with steady, cold clarity. "The German reconnaissance platoon that vanished at the start of the engagement. The one we neutralized before the main push. Corps never got a full report on them." Nguyen swallowed. "Division never told Corps they lost them." "No," Reyes said. "And now Corps wants a casualty accounting." Liu listened again, tone tightening. "Ma'am, Corps is asking for names." Diaz closed his eyes. "So, they're going to dig?" "Yes," Reyes said. "And if they dig long enough, they may start questioning why a reconnaissance element died in a sector supposedly hit by natural collapse." Nguyen whispered, "We can't correct that." "No," Reyes said. "We can only hope the division buries it under doctrine, not curiosity." Liu stiffened as another burst came through. "Ma'am, division commander is asking for disposition confirmation of the missing platoon. He's trying to justify losses without invoking anomalies." Diaz muttered, "He's improvising." "Yes," Reyes said. "And if he improvises badly, Corps will smell it." Below, the Germans finished their withdrawal. The valley was theirs no longer. Reyes raised her binoculars one last time, not to watch the Germans, not to check the terrain, not to look for threats, but to gauge the distance between what she controlled and what she couldn't. "This isn't about the valley anymore," she said quietly. Nguyen nodded. "It's about the paperwork above it." Diaz added, "And the officers trapped between truth and explanation." Reyes lowered the binoculars. "No," she said. "It's about the story they still think belongs to them." She turned away from the valley. "Because starting now,
it doesn't. Chapter 41. The Missing Line. Corps headquarters didn't move quickly, but it moved with weight. The first sign wasn't aircraft, it wasn't vehicles, it wasn't even new orders. It was the questions. Liu heard them first, carried across multiple frequencies, structured like legal briefs disguised as radio checks. "Ma'am," he said, "Corps staff is opening a formal inquiry panel." Diaz muttered a word under his breath. Nguyen stayed quiet. Reyes didn't react outwardly, but she heard the tone. Command-level inquiries always sounded the same. Overly polite, overly precise, overly dangerous. Liu continued reading. "They want updated casualty lists from the division. They're asking why the reconnaissance platoon's report ended mid-transmission. They want last known positions." Diaz frowned. "Last known? Didn't the division give coordinates?" "No," Liu said. "They gave a grid 500 meters off." Nguyen's voice dropped. 500 meters is sloppy." "It's worse than sloppy," Reyes said. "It's suspicious." Diaz rubbed his jaw. "So now Corps thinks the recon platoon died somewhere else?" "No," Reyes said. "They think the division commander is hiding why they died." That was the problem, not the deaths, the unexplained part. Reyes had seen this dynamic many times in the Middle East, the moment when a higher command realized a subordinate commander was improvising evidence. Not lying exactly, but bending events around his own uncertainty. That created gaps, and institutions hated gaps. Liu listened again. "Ma'am, Corps wants the division to provide a topography-consistent explanation." Diaz blinked. "Topography-consistent?" Nguyen looked ill. "They want the story to match the terrain." Reyes finally lowered her binoculars and turned toward them. "That's the one thing we can't correct. Because the terrain told the truth, and the truth wasn't something the Germans could explain using their own doctrine." Diaz looked uneasy. "Ma'am, they'll send someone out here, corps engineers, maybe staff officers." "No," Liu said. "They won't send engineers first. They'll send someone from operations." Nguyen's stomach tightened. "Someone who knows how recon elements move." Reyes felt the weight settle. "We need to assume Corps is going to rebuild the platoon's last movement path." Diaz exhaled. "From scratch?" "Yes." And Nguyen ran a hand down his face. "And when they see the path stops just short of where we engaged them," Reyes finished it for him, "they'll see a missing line." Liu listened, his voice dropping. "Ma'am, Corps is already asking for the platoon's last confirmed radio direction. They're reconstructing forward angle." Diaz swore. "Forward angle leads straight to us." "No," Reyes said steady. "Forward sitios. Angle leads to the place they died, and we can't move that." The three of them fell silent. Below them, the ridge where the reconnaissance platoon had fallen looked quiet now, just a patch of broken earth, a shallow dip, scattered debris swallowed by dust. To Corps analysts, that kind of silence was loud. Nguyen spoke carefully. "Ma'am, what happens if Corps finds the exact spot, the real one?" Reyes didn't answer immediately, because there was no deception for this part, no correction, no geological signature to mimic. This wasn't about shaping what Corps saw. This was about shaping what Corps concluded. "Reyes," Diaz said quietly, "we can't rewrite ground truth." "No," she said, "but we can rewrite why the platoon was there." Liu looked up sharply. "Ma'am, we're not forging evidence." "No," Reyes said. "We're understanding enemy logic." She pointed to the terrain. "The platoon moved toward that ridge because they misinterpreted movement. That part is true. We didn't cause their initial approach, we only finished it." Diaz asked, "So, what do we give Corps?" Reyes answered with the cold precision of a staff officer who had fought more wars on paper than in desert sand. A reason for the platoon to be exactly where we killed them. A reason that fits German doctrine. A reason that makes the location inevitable. Nguyen swallowed. What's inevitable? Terrain advantage, Reyes said. Recon elements seek height. They seek angles. They seek visual dominance. That ridge provides all three. Liu nodded slowly. We frame the platoon's movement as standard procedure. Yes, Reyes said. And Corps will accept it because Corps respects doctrine over anomalies. Diaz frowned. But what about the sudden disappearance? Their recon platoon never sent a complete report. Because they were hit by artillery, Reyes said. But they weren't, Nguyen said. No, Reyes corrected. But the division can't disprove that possibility, and Corps won't question it if it fits the topography. Liu listened again, eyebrows rising. Ma'am, Corp just sent the division commander a question. Was the platoon within overlapping arcs of your artillery fire? Diaz blinked. Nguyen stared. Reyes answered before either of them spoke. They're giving the division commander an out. Nguyen let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Corps wants to believe a simple explanation. Yes, Reyes said. And the simplest explanation is friendly fire. Diaz shivered. That's brutal. It's also believable, Reyes said. And more importantly, it's theirs. Their mistake. Their narrative. Their paperwork. Liu looked up. Ma'am, what do we do now? Reyes turned away from the valley. We let Corps finish the story. She didn't add what they all understood. Even the best correction couldn't stop a military hierarchy from rewriting the truth in whatever way made the bad news easier to swallow. Chapter 42. The Reconstruction Line. Court headquarters didn't send aircraft. Not yet. They sent something worse. Logic. Liu caught the first structured inquiry minutes after the division forwarded its revised casualty grid. Ma'am, Corps wants sequential reconstruction of the platoon's movement. They're demanding timestamps, shell cadence logs, and forward observation notes. Nguyen whispered, Shell cadence? They're going mathematical. Yes, Reyes said. They're going to rebuild the battlefield from paper. Diaz grimaced. Paper is dangerous. Paper doesn't give mercy. Reyes stayed focused. Paper also has limits, and those limits are what we exploit. Liu continued. They're asking for wind drift data and dust movement estimates. Diaz groaned. They're building a visibility model. Nguyen nodded. If they model visibility, they'll question why the platoon didn't see the collapse. They didn't see the collapse because we killed them before it happened, Diaz muttered. Reyes cut him off. No, they didn't see the collapse because artillery and dust impaired visibility. That's the story, and that's the model corps wants. Below them, the ridge where the recon platoon had died sat quiet, the earth undisturbed except by the slow, natural settling of dust. To corps analysts, it would look like a plausible spot for an observation team caught in overlapping fire arcs. But plausibility wasn't enough. Reyes knew how analysts worked. They didn't look for anomalies, they looked for consistency, and consistency required a clean path. Liu, she said, what's Corps' main concern? The collapse, the dud, or the missing platoon? The missing platoon, Liu replied immediately. They've already accepted the collapse and the dud. What they don't accept is why the platoon ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Diaz sighed. So they're not doubting the correction. No, Reyes said. They're doubting the division commander. Nguyen rubbed his temples. If Corps thinks he hid information, he'll be replaced, Reyes said. And his replacement will re-examine everything from scratch. Diaz winced, including the ridge and the valley, Nguyen added quietly. Reyes didn't flinch. She'd already calculated this outcome. Then we need to make the platoon's movement path inevitable, so inevitable corps won't question it. Liu listened again. Ma'am, they just asked for the platoon's standard operating procedures. Nguyen frowned. Why? To check if the platoon followed doctrine, Reyes said. If they did, corps moves on. If they didn't, Diaz finished the thought. Corps starts asking why. Reyes pointed to the terrain. Nguyen, look at the slope angle on the ridge where they died. Nguyen adjusted the periscope. Approximately 22 degrees. Steep, but not impassable. And the lateral approach path? Gradual, Nguyen said. If they were following contour lines, that's the natural route. Diaz slowly realized what she was doing. You're building their reconstruction for them. No, Reyes said. I'm predicting it. Liu picked up a new transmission. Ma'am, Corps just asked, was the platoon advancing per standard contour line approach to achieve overwatch on the valley floor? Nguyen stared. That's exactly what they did. Diaz whispered, they're matching doctrine to geography. Yes, Reyes said, and we need them to keep doing it. Below, the ridge looked almost deliberate in its shape, as if carved for military reasoning. It gave height, angle, and a clean view into the valley, exactly the kind of position a German recon element would choose. Because they had. Liu's voice sharpened. Ma'am, Corps is requesting an explanation for the broken transmission. What caused the interruption? Diaz closed his eyes. Here we go. Reyes didn't hesitate. They'll assume artillery. Nguyen shook his head. But the platoon wasn't inside an artillery arc. No, Reyes said. But Korf does yes know that? Liu leaned forward. Only the division has the actual firing logs. And the division, Reyes said, is desperate for a simple explanation that makes them look merely sloppy, not incompetent. Diaz frowned. So Corps wants a cause of death. Yes, Reyes said, and the division will give them the one explanation nobody challenges in a war. Nguyen whispered it like a verdict. Friendly fire. Liu nodded. They're already leaning that way. They just requested the artillery battery logs. Diaz looked at Reyes. Do they match? No, Reyes said. But they don't need to. They only need gaps big enough to hide a mistake in. Nguyen breathed out slowly. This is turning into a staff officer's war. Reyes didn't disagree. This was always a staff officer's war. Liu raised a hand. Ma'am, Corps just sent a new line. He read it carefully. If the platoon died from misinterpreting dust or artillery effects, division must provide precise environmental conditions at the time of casualty. Nguyen froze. Environmental conditions? We can't control that. No, Reyes said, but we can understand what they're trying to prove. Diaz frowned. What is Corps trying to prove? Reyes answered with quiet certainty. That the platoon wasn't killed by an enemy. Nguyen whispered. They're protecting their narrative. No, Reyes said. They're protecting their chain of command. Liu listened again. Ma'am, Corps is requesting dust dispersion patterns from the Dude location. Diaz stared. Dust dispersion? Why? Reyes didn't blink. Because if they link the two events, they will erase everything else. Nguyen nodded slowly. The Dude caused dust. The dust impaired visibility. The platoon misinterpreted movement. They advanced. They died. End of story. Yes, Reyes said. And not one part of that requires us. Diaz let out a breath. So they're building a story that protects them, and accidentally protects us. Reyes turned back toward the valley. Exactly. Chapter 43. The Drafting Table. By mid-afternoon, Corps headquarters had stopped asking questions. They had started asking for wording. That was always the sign. Questions could be open, questions could be exploratory. But requests for wording meant the analysts had begun drafting the report, and once the draft started, the truth had to fit inside it. Liu heard the shift first. "Ma'am, Corps staff is requesting sentence structures." Diaz blinked. "Sentence structures?" "Yes," Liu said. "They want plausible phrasing for the collapse event. They're asking the division to confirm terminology." Nguyen rubbed his forehead. "They're trying to standardize language." Reyes nodded once. "That means they're locking the narrative." Below them, the valley was a skeleton of smoke and broken stone, slowly cooling in the late daylight. The German withdrawal was nearly complete. Ivanov and his men still clung to the rocks, too exhausted to understand the scale of the machinery turning above them. Liu listened again. "Ma'am, Corps is proposing reconnaissance element advanced unexpectedly into a dust-obscured fire zone." Diaz winced. "That's vague." "It's supposed to be," Nguyen said. "Vagueness spreads blame without assigning it." Reyes agreed. "It's the opening line of a narrative intended to satisfy political, doctrinal, and operational needs simultaneously." Liu resumed. "They're also proposing resulting misperception of hostile movement compelled forward posture." Diaz muttered. "They're framing the platoon's approach as a mistake caused by dust." "Yes," Reyes said, "and the division commander will support it because it frees him from direct negligence." Nguyen's tone hardened. "It also buries the actual reason." Reyes didn't flinch. "The actual reason can't stand in their report." Liu lifted his chin slightly. "Ma'am, Carr is sending draft language for the engineering correction. Subsurface instability caused partial slope detachment consistent with earlier artillery deviations." Diaz snorted. "Artillery deviations? That's diplomatic for someone screwed up." "That wording is deliberate," Reyes said. "It preserves division dignity while admitting nothing actionable." Nguyen stared at the valley. "So Corps is writing a story that keeps everyone comfortable." "No," Reyes said. "They're writing a story that keeps everyone safe." Another burst of transmission came through. Liu translated. "They're asking the division to confirm the phrase, 'no verified enemy contact.'" Diaz's jaw tightened. "That's a stretch." "No," Reyes said. "It's a demand." Nguyen nodded. "Corps wants the record to show that nothing unusual happened here." "Exactly," Reyes said. "Because the moment they acknowledge uncertainty, they create vulnerability, and vulnerabilities ripple upward." Diaz frowned. "But they did have enemy contact with us." "Yes," Reyes said. "And Corps will never know." Liu raised a hand again. "Ma'am, they're sending a new block of text." Reyes steadied herself. This part mattered. Liu read slowly, carefully. "Reconnaissance platoon likely succumbed to impaired situational awareness due to environmental distortion from unobserved artillery malfunction. Casualty event attributed to misidentification within overlapping fire patterns. No evidence of hostile action." Nguyen closed his eyes. "That's it. That's the burial." Diaz shook his head in disbelief. "They just wrote off an entire platoon as fog of war." "It's not fog of war," Reyes said quietly. "It's fog of command." Liu kept going. "Ma'am, Corps wants a final confirmation. Is this language acceptable for transmission to Army Group?" Diaz muttered. "They're asking permission to make it official." "Yes," Reyes said. "And once Army Group accepts it, the incident becomes doctrine." Nguyen frowned. "Doctrine?" "Yes," Reyes said. "Because doctrine isn't just tactics and strategy. It's also the narrative of what happened." Liu checked the next transmission and stiffened. "Ma'am, division is hesitating. They want more time." Reyes's eyes narrowed. "That's a problem." Nguyen looked up sharply. Why? Because hesitation invites scrutiny, Reyes said, and scrutiny invites revision. Diaz exhaled. Revision is the last thing we need. Reyes nodded. If Corps senses uncertainty, they'll keep digging, and the more they dig, the more likely they find inconsistencies. Liu listened again. Ma'am, Corps is asking why the division is delaying acceptance of the language. Nguyen whispered, If the division commander cracks under pressure, he won't, Reyes said. He can't afford to. Below, the light shifted as clouds moved over the valley. The long shadows gathered at the base of the ridge, swallowing the signs of the morning's violence. Reyes watched the light, watched the terrain, watched the space where truth lay buried under dust and doctrine. Liu's voice trembled slightly. Ma'am, Corps is requesting a final justification for what they call the visibility impairment event. Diaz frowned. Visibility impairment. That's their official term. Yes, Reyes said. It's vague enough to survive scrutiny, but specific enough to avoid suspicion. Nguyen nodded grimly. They're building a story sturdy enough to stand, but flexible enough to bend. Reyes finally spoke. Then we need to make sure their story bends in the direction we want. Liu raised a hand again. Ma'am, Division Headquarters just responded. She waited. Liu read the sentence. That solidified the moment. Language acceptable. Forward. Diaz let out a breath. Nguyen sat back. Reyes closed her eyes briefly. It's done, she said. No, Liu said softly. One step remains. Reyes opened her eyes. Liu continued. Army Group still has to approve the record. Reyes nodded slowly. And once they do... Diaz finished the thought. The valley becomes a footnote. Nguyen added quietly, and the men who died here become a line in a report. Reyes stood. No, she said. They become a lesson Corps will pretend they already learned. Chapter 44. The Seal. Above. Army Group Headquarters did not speak often. When it did, it spoke in iron. Liu heard the transmission before Reyes did. He recognized the signature immediately. Longer bursts, older equipment, clipped cadence, the sound of a command tier that didn't negotiate with uncertainty. Ma'am, he said slowly. Army Group has acknowledged the forwarded report. Diaz straightened. That was fast. No, Nguyen said. That was deliberate. Reyes didn't look up yet. Her eyes stayed on the valley, on the ridge where the recon platoon had died, on the place where truth had been swallowed by doctrine. She waited for the next line. Liu swallowed. They're requesting that Corps provide the finalized incident summary for record sealing. Diaz blinked. Record sealing? Nguyen's voice hardened. They want this buried. Yes, Reyes said quietly. Army Group doesn't want the incident explained. They want it erased. Below them, the valley looked calm now, almost indifferent. The wind picked up dust, drifted it across broken rocks, smoothed over signs of violence. Ivanov and his surviving men were still lying low, too weak to move, too spent to piece together the strategic storm forming overhead. Liu continued reading. Army Group says, incident shall not influence operational tempo. No deviation from planned engagements permitted. Diaz let out a humorless laugh. There it is. They don't care what happened. They care that nothing interferes with tomorrow. Nguyen exhaled. Typical senior command. No, Reyes said. It's practical senior command. Liu wasn't finished. Ma'am, they included a directive. Local uncertainty shall not alter strategic interpretation of the sector. Diaz shook his head. Local uncertainty? They're talking about a wiped-out platoon. Nguyen muttered, and a division frozen for half a day. Reyes corrected them both. They're talking about embarrassment. Because Army Group wasn't reacting to a tactical event. They were reacting to the possibility that someone failed to maintain initiative. And initiative was everything. Liu raised a finger as the next transmission came in. Corps shall ensure all anomalies are attributed to environmental distortion. No exceptions. Diaz blinked. They're mandating the cause. Yes, Reyes said, and by doing so they're closing the case. Nguyen frowned. What about Corps analysts? They'll have doubts. They'll bury them, Reyes said, because once Army Group sets the frame, subordinate echelons don't challenge it. Liu listened again, his expression tightening. Ma'am, they're sending a second directive. Diaz tensed. Another. Yes, Liu said. It's about the platoon. Nguyen swallowed. What does Army Group want? Liu read. Reconnaissance casualties shall be categorized as unavoidable operational friction inherent to dust-obscured combat conditions. Diaz winced. Operational friction is code for accepted loss. Yes, Reyes said. It means they will not investigate further. The weight of that sentence settled across all of them. Nguyen whispered, so the platoon dies twice, first in the valley, then in the record. Reyes didn't disagree. Liu kept going. Army Group also requests no further inquiry, sector to proceed with standard tempo, Corps retain discretion for internal correction. Diaz frowned. Internal correction, Reyes explained. That's senior command's way of saying, fix your paperwork, not your battlefield. Nguyen nodded grimly. They want Corps to polish the narrative. Yes, Reyes said, because the narrative protects the chain of command. There was silence for a moment, then Liu stiffened. Ma'am, Army Group added a final note. Reyes waited. Liu read the line that made her jaw tighten. Any deviation from approved phrasing in subordinate reports will be considered a failure of command discipline. Diaz whispered, they're threatening them. No, Reyes said. They're solidifying the seal. Nguyen's voice dropped. This means once Corps signs off, the story's final. Liu nodded. And once final, it becomes doctrine. Reyes looked back over the valley, at the place where a reconnaissance platoon had been erased from history by men who had never seen the ridge, never breathed the dust, never heard the gunfire. She spoke quietly, without anger or triumph. This is what happens when a battlefield reaches people who weren't on it. Diaz asked softly, Ma'am, what do we do now? Reyes lowered her binoculars. Nothing. Nguyen frowned. Nothing? Yes, she said. This is no longer our battlefield. Liu added the last transmission. Ma'am, Army Group is invoking operational silence on the incident. No further traffic permitted. Diaz leaned back. They're sealing it. No, Reyes said. They're sealing themselves from it. She stepped away from the ridge, because the truth of this valley is no longer a threat to us. Nguyen asked, Then what is? Reyes answered without hesitation. The decisions they make tomorrow based on the lie they just accepted. Chapter 45. The Second Order Front. Army Group Headquarters had sealed the report. The incident was now a fixed point in their operational universe, the kind of bureaucratic certainty that tolerated no deviation, no reconsideration, no nuance. But the battlefield didn't care about sealed reports, and neither did second-order effects. Liu caught the first sign before anyone else. Ma'am, Corps is issuing new guidance to subordinate divisions. Diaz tensed. Guidance about the valley? No, Liu said. About tempo. They want all units in the sector to accelerate movement tomorrow. No discretionary pauses. Nguyen frowned. Accelerate? After today? Reyes nodded slowly. It's the natural reaction. Army Group doesn't want hesitation to spread. Below them, The valley was starting to feel like a memory, dust settling, shadows lengthening, wreckage disappearing into evening haze. The Germans were completely gone now, leaving only the quiet churn of their consequences behind them. Liu continued. Corps is warning commanders. Environmental conditions should not be overinterpreted. Diaz blinked. Overinterpreted? Nguyen understood before he finished. They're telling everyone not to be cautious. Yes, Reyes said. That's the second-order front, not the valley, not the collapse, not the platoon. She looked at the horizon. It's the fear of being seen as hesitant. Liu received more traffic, his voice tightening. Ma'am, they're instructing artillery units to maintain higher rates of fire to disrupt dust illusions. Diaz stared. They're increasing fire to reduce dust? Nguyen swore softly. That's not how physics works. No, Reyes said, but it's how command psychology works. Liu wasn't finished. Another line. All reconnaissance patrols are to maintain aggressive posture to counteract misidentification risks. Diaz shook his head. Aggressive posture creates more misidentification. Yes, Reyes said, and more casualties. Below, Ivanov and his men still hadn't moved. Their survival depended entirely on the Germans looking elsewhere. Nguyen glanced at Reyes. Ma'am, if every recon element tomorrow pushes harder, moves faster, and takes fewer precautions. Reyes nodded. There will be more dead men on both sides, and it won't be because of us. Diaz rubbed his jaw. So our correction fixed today but broke tomorrow. No, Reyes said. It prevented one disaster and helped cause a different one. That's how institutional fixes work. Liu stiffened as another burst came through. Ma'am, Corps is sending doctrinal amendments. They're updating procedures. Nguyen blinked. Updating what procedures? For dust-obscured combat, Liu said. Diaz stared. They're writing new doctrine tonight? Reyes didn't blink. Of course they are. They think they just survived a near disaster caused by environmental misinterpretation. Liu read the next line. Units must maintain fire on suspected movement posture during reduced visibility windows. Nguyen's jaw tightened. That's shoot first doctrine. Yes, Reyes said. And it will kill civilians, friendly units, and anyone unlucky enough to move the wrong way at the wrong time. Diaz looked sick. All because a report had to be clean. No, Reyes said. All because a narrative had to be stable. Liu's voice dropped. Ma'am, they're sending final guidance to Corps. Incident must reinforce enemy underestimation and encourage decisive posture. Nguyen whispered, They're using the lie as fuel. Yes, Reyes said. And when command uses a lie as fuel, it burns clean on paper and dirty everywhere else. Diaz asked quietly, Ma'am, does this come back to us? Reyes paused. Her answer was careful, considered, and brutally honest. Yes, she said. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. Nguyen swallowed. How? Because the more aggressive they become, Reyes said, the less predictable they become, and unpredictable armies do things that force us to intervene again. Liu listened one final moment. Ma'am, Corps is acknowledging all directives. Reyes nodded. The second-order front is open. Diaz frowned. What does that mean for us? Reyes looked out over the valley at the place where truth had died and doctrine had been born. It means, she said, that today we controlled the battle. Nguyen waited. And tomorrow, she finished, the battle will try to control us. Chapter 46. The Night Shift. It was not yet dark, but the valley felt like it had crossed into another kind of night. The Germans had left the sector hours ago, but their absence was deceptive. It wasn't retreat. It wasn't disengagement. It was repositioning. Liu picked up the first sign as the sun dipped low behind the western ridge. "Ma'am, new transmissions, not from division, from subordinate regiments." Reyes lifted her head. "Post-withdrawal activity?" "No," Liu said. "Posture change." Nguyen frowned. "Posture change how?" Liu adjusted the gain. "Reconnaissance elements redeploying to forward observation posts for night conditioning." Diaz groaned. "Night conditioning? Tonight?" Reyes stayed calm. "They're implementing the new doctrine immediately." Below them the valley darkened in slow waves as the sun disappeared behind the ridge. The broken terrain softened, edges blurring, contrasts flattening into gray. Nguyen scanned through his periscope. "I see movement along the eastern high ground, small teams, tight spacing." Reyes nodded. "Forward observation posts. They're pushing recon units into positions where they can't afford hesitation tomorrow." Diaz shook his head. "That's risky. Visibility's terrible at dusk." "It's deliberate," Reyes said. "Army Group wants to train them against the very conditions that caused the earlier incident. They think they're correcting a doctrinal weakness." Liu stiffened again. "Ma'am, another line. All recon patrols shall maintain continuous perimeter mapping." Diaz muttered. "Continuous mapping means they'll be walking grids all night." Nguyen replied quietly. "Walking grids in low visibility leads to accidents." Reyes didn't comment. She didn't need to. They all knew what came next. Liu caught the next burst. "They're assigning dual security corridors." Diaz frowned. "Dual security?" "Yes," Liu said. 2 recon teams patrolling overlapping paths." Nguyen's face darkened. "Overlapping? At night? Someone's going to walk into someone else's sights." Diaz exhaled. "Friendly fire waiting to happen." "No," Reyes said. "Friendly fire designed to prevent hesitation." Below them, small shapes moved along the ridges, flickering like shadows against the darkening terrain. Quiet footsteps, brief glints of metal, slow arcs of binoculars sweeping the valley. Nguyen adjusted focus. "They're doubling their observation points." "Yes," Reyes said, "and trying to fill every gap with bodies." Liu received another line. His tone shifted. "Ma'am, this one is strange." Reyes glanced over. "How strange?" "They're instructing recon teams to perform preemptive silhouette drills." Diaz blinked. "Silhouette drills?" Nguyen translated the implication. "They're practicing identifying shapes before they can confirm what they are." Reyes nodded slowly. "That's the second-order effect in action. They're training themselves to react to uncertainty with aggression, not caution." Diaz muttered, "This doctrine is going to kill them." "No," Reyes said. "It's going to kill both sides. Doctrine doesn't discriminate." Liu interrupted again. "Ma'am, they're setting up listening posts in places they normally avoid." Nguyen's voice tightened. "Which places?" "The low ground," Liu said. Diaz looked up sharply. "Low ground is suicide at night." "Yes," Nguyen said. "They know it, we know it, but headquarters thinks aggressive posture means occupying every space." Reyes remained stone still. This is what happens when doctrine is written by people who weren't here. Below them, the Germans moved quietly, methodically, obediently, the kind of obedience that ignored terrain reality in favor of command necessity. Nguyen turned to Reyes. "Ma'am, are they a threat to us?" "No," Reyes said. "Tonight they're a threat to themselves." Liu wasn't done. "Ma'am, I'm seeing a message from their regimental staff. Report all anomalous terrain signatures immediately." Diaz froze. "Anomalous terrain," Nguyen whispered. "They're looking for mistakes." Reyes corrected him. "They're looking for things that don't fit the new doctrine, anything that contradicts the sealed report, anything that doesn't look like environmental distortion." Diaz swallowed. Ma'am, they might stumble across the ridge where we hit the recon platoon. No, Reyes said. They'll avoid that ridge. It's been classified as unstable. Nguyen exhaled. But they will search near it, Reyes added. Both men stiffened. Liu confirmed the worst. Ma'am, they're being told to inspect terrain deviations adjacent to suspected collapse zones. Diaz's voice dropped. That's us. Yes, Reyes said. And if they get too close, they might notice patterns in the debris we didn't shape. Nguyen whispered, Ma'am, do we intervene? Reyes stared down at the darkening valley, at the moving dots of German recon teams following doctrine instead of terrain, orders instead of instinct. No, she said. We watch. Diaz frowned. Watch? Yes, Reyes said, because tonight is the first time their new doctrine touches the ground. She lowered her binoculars. And doctrine always breaks itself before it breaks the enemy. Chapter 47. The Edge of Intervention. By the time night settled fully across the valley, the German patrols had scattered into a loose net of movement. The air had cooled. The dust had settled. The silence had returned. But the pattern of patrol routes did not match silence. It matched fear shaped into obedience. Nguyen adjusted the periscope again, slower this time. Ma'am, one of the patrols is deviating. Reyes didn't look away from her binoculars. Which one? The two-man team on the northern contour, Nguyen said. They're drifting off their assigned path. Diaz frowned. Drifting or searching? Hard to tell, Nguyen replied. Their pacing is wrong for standard mapping. Feels investigative. Liu listened in. Ma'am, their regiment is requesting micro-reports every 60 seconds. They're not responding on time. Reyes exhaled once. Then they saw something. Below, two German figures stood near a slanted outcrop, one kneeling, one scanning the ridge with a small hand torch covered by a blackout filter. The light was faint, barely a glow, but it was directed toward a place Reyes did not want attention. Nguyen stiffened. They're near the shallow runoff path, 20 meters from the debris. Diaz swore under his breath. Why there? Why now? Liu translated something new. Ma'am, regiment told all teams to flag terrain deviations adjacent to collapse zones. This pair is interpreting that literally. Reyes lowered her binoculars. They're doing what they were told. Nothing more, nothing less. Nguyen's voice hardened. Ma'am, if they move another 10 meters, they'll find the pattern we didn't shape, the scatter from the initial ambush. Diaz whispered. The place where we dropped the first recon team. Yes, Reyes said, and the place where no collapse signature supports it. The two Germans continued examining the rocks, slowly, methodically, unaware of the weight of their steps. Liu swallowed. Ma'am, their lapse in hourly reporting has been noticed. Regiment is asking for their status. If they don't respond, then someone else comes looking, Reyes said. Nguyen's hands tensed on the periscope grips. Ma'am, do I reposition the turret? No, Reyes said immediately. Diaz blinked. Then what do we do? We wait, Reyes said. But if they find... We wait, she repeated. Nguyen hesitated. Ma'am, if they stumble on the debris field... They won't, Reyes said. Diaz whispered, How can you be sure? Reyes watched the two figures below. One was kneeling. One was scanning. Both were following the wrong instinct at the wrong hour. She spoke quietly. Because they're scared. Nguyen frowned. Meaning? Fear limits curiosity, Reyes said. They'll go as far as they can justify, but not one step beyond it. Their doctrine tonight is aggressive, not reckless. Liu raised a hand suddenly. Ma'am, signal from regiment. They're demanding immediate status from that team. Diaz muttered. They're out of time. Below, one of the Germans finally lifted his radio handset. A burst of static followed. Then a clipped response. Liu translated. Sector clear. Minor deviation corrected. Nguyen blinked. They're lying. No, Reyes said. They're stopping themselves. The two Germans stood, took one last look at the outcrop, then turned around and resumed their assigned path, E. Faster this time. Diaz let out a breath. That was close. No, Reyes said. That was doctrine. Nguyen turned slightly. Ma'am, do you think they understood they were somewhere they shouldn't be? Yes, Reyes said, and that understanding saved them. Liu received new traffic. Ma'am, regiment warns all patrols to maintain strict path control. Deviations will trigger disciplinary action. Diaz almost smiled. So that pair just got the whole sector tightened. Reyes nodded. They'll keep their heads down now. Nguyen finally relaxed. Ma'am, what if another team wanders too close later? They won't, Reyes said. Tonight was the peak of their uncertainty. Tomorrow they'll move with guidance, not instinct. Diaz asked the last question quietly. Ma'am, would we have intervened if they kept coming? Reyes didn't answer immediately. When she did, the words were quiet, steady, clinical. No, she said, because one intervention would start a chain we couldn't stop. Nguyen stared. So, if they walked straight into the truth? Reyes finished the sentence without emotion. Then the truth would have become theirs, and the war would change shape. Diaz looked out into the dark, where the shadowed patrol disappeared behind a ridge. But tonight, he said, the shape stayed intact. Reyes raised her binoculars again. For now. Chapter 48. The Doctrine's Crack. The deviation by the two-man patrol didn't vanish into the night. It echoed upward, not loudly, not dramatically, but with enough distortion to cause a ripple inside the regiment, the kind of ripple that grows when orders outrun reality. Liu heard the first signs 30 minutes after the patrol returned to its prescribed path. Ma'am, regiment staff is sending internal queries. They're asking the patrol for clarifications. Diaz frowned. They reported the sector as clear. What's there to clarify? Nguyen answered for him. They waited too long before responding. Regiment noticed. Doctrine demands precision. Hesitation threatens precision. Reyes nodded once. Regiment is trying to determine whether hesitation came from terrain or from fear. Liu listened again. Specify nature of deviation. Indicate environmental catalyst. Confirm absence of collapse-related anomalies. Diaz muttered. They're interrogating their own men? No, Reyes said. They're interrogating the gap between doctrine and instinct. Below, the night had deepened fully. The shapes of the German patrols were thin silhouettes now, moving against the darker shapes of the ridges. The valley floor was nearly invisible, swallowed by shadow. Nguyen tracked another set of figures along the western approach. They are repositioning more recon teams. Reyes narrowed her eyes. They're tightening the net because someone broke pattern. Diaz sighed. This is the problem with fear-driven doctrine. One deviation becomes a sector-wide overcorrection. Liu raised a hand again. Ma'am, the regiment commander is asking if the patrol encountered unmapped depressions during their deviation. Nguyen winced. That's dangerously close to our debris field. Yes, Reyes said. But they won't go back. Not tonight. Diaz asked. And tomorrow? Tomorrow is Doctrine Day, Reyes said. They'll follow new orders, not old instincts. Liu read another incoming line. Patrol is instructed to file a brief written report on deviation source before morning assembly. Diaz frowned. A written report for a patrol-sized hiccup? Yes, Reyes said, because written reports become part of regimental record. Regimental record becomes ammunition for corps inquiries. Corps inquiries become justification for army groups' sealed narrative. Nguyen shook his head. And all because 2 men stepped 15 meters off their line. That's how brittle doctrine becomes, Reyes said. It snaps at the smallest misalignment. Below, the 2 soldiers who had deviated earlier regrouped at a temporary outpost. Their posture was tight, their movements rigid. One was writing on a clipboard under a blackout cover. The other kept scanning the dark ridge as if expecting it to shift. Liu listened carefully. Ma'am, they're arguing quietly. One is saying the depression looked unnatural. The other is saying they must not include that in the report. Diaz flinched. They're scared to tell the truth. No, Reyes said. They're scared to tell anything that contradicts doctrine. Nguyen whispered, that means the truth has become a liability. Reyes nodded, and doctrine has become a shield. Liu caught the next internal message. All patrols maintain strict alignment with mapped routes. Deviations will be logged as discipline issues. Diaz shook his head slowly. That's it. They're sealing the crack. No, Reyes said. They're sealing the crack on paper. Nguyen tracked another team through the periscope, but on the ground, the crack is growing. Yes, Reyes said, and cracks spread unpredictably. Liu stiffened again. Ma'am, one more line. He read it aloud. Patrol deviation will be noted for training adjustment. Unit to participate in enhanced night identification drills. Diaz exhaled sharply. They're punishing them without calling it punishment. Yes, Reyes said. And by doing so, they're reinforcing a rule that contradicts the terrain. Nguyen asked the question that mattered. Ma'am, does this new crack jeopardize us? Reyes thought for a moment. No, she said. Not tonight. Diaz frowned. But later? Reyes nodded. Later, yes. Nguyen kept scanning the dark ridge. What form will it take? Reyes answered with the cold, measured finality of someone who had watched doctrines fail across multiple wars. Sooner or later, she said, a German patrol will follow orders into a place where orders don't work. Liu added quietly, and when they do, they'll assume the danger came from the terrain, not from themselves. Reyes lowered her binoculars. Exactly. She looked back at the place where the patrol had nearly discovered the truth. That's the doctrine's first crack, she said, and cracks don't stay small. Sir. Chapter 49. The Misread. By midnight, the regiment had settled into a rhythm that looked like discipline and sounded like strain. Patrols moved in rigid arcs. Listening posts shifted at predictable intervals. Micro-reports arrived exactly on the minute, terse, formulaic, and carefully stripped of uncertainty. But the rhythm was not stable. It was brittle. Nguyen noticed it first. Ma'am, patrol spacing is tightening. Reyes raised her binoculars. How much? 10 to 15%, Nguyen said. Maybe more. Diaz frowned. Why would they tighten spacing? That increases overlap risk. Liu had the answer. Regiment is issuing new instructions. Minimize blind gaps between patrol sectors. Overlaps preferred to ensure continuity. Diaz blinked. Preferred? Overlaps lead to double-counting accidents and false positives. Nguyen added quietly, and friendly fire. Reyes nodded. This is what happens when doctrine reacts to fear instead of reality. They're trying to erase uncertainty by adding bodies. Below them, the German patrols crossed paths so often their movement began to resemble a confused lattice.
predictable on paper, chaotic on ground. Liu caught the next line of communication. "Ma'am, one patrol is reporting movement shadows near the western approach." Nguyen stiffened. "Movement shadows? They mean silhouettes?" "No," Liu said. "They mean they saw something they couldn't classify." Diaz muttered, "Dust and darkness playing tricks." Reyes shook her head. "No, it's their doctrine playing tricks." The regiment staff responded quickly. "Investigate and confirm." Nguyen frowned. "Investigate what?" "It's a shadow." "Doesn't matter," Reyes said. "Tonight shadows are orders." Below, the reporting patrol redirected toward the western ridge, stepping harder, faster, fueled by anxiety and compliance. Another patrol shadowed them, moving parallel in case of misidentification, doubling pressure in a place where pressure was the enemy. Liu listened. "Ma'am, a second team is claiming they saw the same shadow from a different angle." Diaz frowned. "Improbable. Conditions aren't stable enough for that." Nguyen's eyes narrowed. "They're seeing each other." Reyes nodded once. "That's the misread." Diaz breathed out slowly. "So they're chasing themselves in the dark." "No," Reyes said. "They're chasing the doctrine that told them shadows matter." Liu raised a hand again. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is alarmed. They're asking for precise coordinates of both sightings." Nguyen muttered, "2 sightings in different places. They'll assume movement." Diaz shook his head. "Movement where? There's nothing down there." Reyes exhaled. "That won't matter. 2 reports create a pattern, and patterns become threats." Liu
translated the next burst. "All patrols converge on grid intersection 41A. Suspected disturbance. Caution advised." Nguyen blinked. "They're massing reconnaissance teams." Diaz swore under his breath. "That place is a blind pocket. They'll confuse each other and escalate." Reyes nodded slowly. "They're stacking teams on top of each other. A perfect incubator for misinterpretation." Below, multiple teams redirected, moving briskly toward the same patch of darkness. Silhouettes crossed, footsteps echoed, voices whispered. Equipment glinted briefly before being swallowed by the night. Nguyen scanned harder. "Ma'am, they're getting too close to each other. They don't have line-of-sight separation." Liu received another burst. "Report all irregular noise or movement immediately. Assume enemy reconnaissance presence." Diaz stared. "They're escalating shadows into enemy contact." "No," Reyes said. "They're escalating doctrine into threat." Another transmission hit Liu's headset. "Ma'am, patrol just reported possible enemy footfall." Nguyen snapped upright. "Footfall? They're hearing each other." Diaz groaned. "This is going to collapse fast." Reyes watched through the binoculars, calm but not relaxed. "It won't collapse. It will converge." Nguyen whispered, "Converge into what?" Reyes lowered the binoculars. "Into the illusion of certainty." The next message confirmed it. "Regimental command authorizes limited probing fire if contact is confirmed." Diaz froze. "They're 2 misinterpretations away from shooting their own men." Liu's voice tightened. "Ma'am, another patrol is reporting suspected metallic reflection." Nguyen whispered, "That's a helmet." "Yes," Reyes said, "but once an army accepts shadows as evidence, helmets become confirmation." Diaz turned to Reyes. "Ma'am, do we intervene?" Reyes didn't answer immediately. Below, the German patrols closed into a densely packed cluster, each team interpreting the shapes and sounds of the others through doctrine instead of judgment. Liu took a breath. "Ma'am, regiment is requesting readiness status from every team in the area. They're preparing for a coordinated reaction." Nguyen asked again, quieter this time. Intervene or not? Reyes finally spoke. No. Diaz stared at her. Ma'am, if they fire. They won't, Reyes said. Nguyen asked, how can you know? Reyes answered with the same cold certainty she'd used all day. Because they're operating under fear, not aggression, and fear seeks confirmation, not action. Liu raised his hand, listening. Ma'am, Regimental HQ just sent a new order. Reyes waited. Cease pursuit. Shadow misread confirmed. Return to grid. Diaz collapsed back in his seat. They stopped it. Nguyen exhaled. Doctrine held. No, Reyes said. Doctrine cracked in a different direction. Liu nodded slowly, understanding her tone. They'll adjust again tomorrow. Reyes looked out to the dark valley where misunderstandings had nearly become violence. And every adjustment, she said, creates a new misread waiting to happen. Chapter 50. The Night Conference. Regimental headquarters did not sleep. It gathered. Under a canvas roof supported by poles and tension wires, a folding table had been turned into a command node. 3 lanterns hung at different heights, casting a layered glow that made every shadow sharp and every officer appear more tired than he wanted to admit. Liu listened from the American side, eyes narrowed in concentration. Ma'am, the regiment commander just convened an emergency conference with his ops officer, his adjutant, and the senior engineer. Diaz raised an eyebrow. At this hour? Nguyen answered first. 2 misreads in one night, he said, plus a deviation. They need to explain the friction. Reyes watched the headquarters tent through binoculars. The men inside moved stiffly, shoulders tight. They weren't panicked. They were embarrassed. An embarrassed staff was far more dangerous than a confused one. Liu read quietly. They're reviewing the patrol deviation first. Ops officer is asking why the patrol broke alignment. Diaz scoffed. Because your doctrine is broken. No, Reyes said. They're not asking why in a human sense. They're asking why it contradicts the document. That's a different question. Nguyen nodded. They're looking for procedural failure, not environmental reality. Inside the tent, the adjutant pointed to a map pinned to a wooden board. The regimental commander leaned forward, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Liu continued. Ops officer suggests the deviation resulted from misinterpreting terrain shadows. Diaz muttered, He's tiptoeing around the truth. Nguyen shook his head. He's tiptoeing around responsibility. Reyes continued watching. They'll avoid admitting fear caused the deviation. Fear undermines confidence. Confidence maintains tempo. Liu raised a hand. Ma'am, they're discussing the misread now. The movement shadows. Diaz sighed. This should be interesting. Inside the tent, the senior engineer tapped the table, snapping the others' attention. Liu translated. He's arguing the shadows were caused by the dust still settling from the earlier collapse area. Reyes nodded. That's the explanation they prefer. Neutral, physical, unintentional. Nguyen frowned. But it's wrong. The shadows came from overlapping patrols. Truth isn't the priority, Reyes said. Coherence is. Diaz leaned against the hull. Meaning? Meaning, Reyes said. The Germans need an explanation that doesn't expose flaws in their new doctrine. Liu stiffened. Ma'am, the regiment commander is rejecting the engineer's explanation. Nguyen looked up sharply. Rejecting? Why? Liu listened. He says dust can't explain 2 independent sightings. He wants a more assertive line of reasoning. Diaz groaned. Assertive? They'll invent a ghost again. No, Reyes said. They'll invent discipline failure. That's safer. Inside the tent, the commander pointed sharply at the map, stabbing at grid squares where the 2 patrols had made their reports. Liu read the next burst. He's recommending tighter patrol discipline, more aggressive coordination, and stricter interpretation of shadows as potential threats. Nguyen blinked. They're doubling down? Yes, Reyes said. They don't want to admit they've built a fragile system, so they reinforce the system instead. Diaz sighed. Classic command. Treat the symptom, not the problem. Liu was not finished. All patrols shall increase pacing and reduce pause intervals. Nguyen frowned. Reduce pause intervals? They're telling them not to stop? Yes, Reyes said. They believe stopping gives fear a foothold. Diaz looked out across the valley. That's insane. Fatigue in darkness leads to accidents. Fatigue is preferable to perceived hesitation, Reyes said. She kept watching. The senior engineer now spoke again, slower, more cautious. He pointed to the collapse zone, tapped a few calculated lines, then gestured toward the northern slope. Lau interpreted. He's saying patrol should avoid terrain near recent collapses. Too unstable. Nguyen nodded. That's sensible. Yes, Reyes said, so they won't do it. Lau's face changed. Ma'am, regimental command disagrees. They think avoiding collapse zones encourages hesitation. Diaz shook his head violently. They want patrols to walk toward unstable ground? Yes, Reyes said, because the doctrine demands aggression, not caution. Nguyen stared at her. They're going to break themselves. Reyes lowered the binoculars. No, they're going to pressure themselves into a mistake. Inside the tent, the commander snapped the folder shut, signaling the conference was ending. Liu read the final outgoing message. Regiment will conduct expanded night sweeps from 0400, overlapping patrol routes to be tightened. Collapse-adjacent terrain considered priority zone. Diaz stared. Collapse-adjacent terrain? That's where we killed their recon platoon. Nguyen whispered. They're sending men straight to the place that doesn't fit their narrative. Reyes nodded slowly. And they won't be looking for the truth. Diaz swallowed. What will they be looking for? Reyes answered without hesitation. Confirmation. Nguyen closed his eyes. Confirmation of what? Reyes looked back toward the ridge, where dust had long since settled over the bodies. Of whatever their doctrine says should be there. Chapter 51. 400 hours. The valley before dawn was a place between worlds, not night, not morning, a suspended gray where shapes had edges but no definition, and sound traveled farther than sight. It was the worst possible hour for reconnaissance, which was why the regiment chose it. Liu felt the shift in radio traffic first. Ma'am, patrols are mobilizing. They're staging for the 400 sweep. Reyes checked her watch. CO358. On schedule, she whispered. Nguyen scanned through the periscope. They're grouping on the northern and western approaches. 4 teams minimum, maybe 5, spacing tighter than last night. Diaz shook his head. They're going to collide with something, or with each other. No, Reyes said quietly. Something will collide with them. Below, the German patrols moved in a staggered line down the slope, converging toward the broad fan of terrain near the collapse zone. Their silhouettes were stiff, their weapons angled downward but ready. No one spoke except in the briefest whispers. Liu translated their internal comms. Proceed by contour. Maintain forward posture, no hesitation. Nguyen muttered, There's that word again. Diaz nodded. Doctrine turned into a reflex. Reyes raised her binoculars. They want to erase last night's crack. They're using aggression as a sealant. The patrols reached the lower slope. Dust shifted beneath their boots. Small stones tumbled. Every sound amplified in the pre-dawn stillness. Nguyen tensed. Ma'am, they're heading straight toward the debris zone. Diaz swallowed. The exact place they shouldn't. No, Reyes said. "The exact place their doctrine demands." Liu lifted a hand, listening. "Regiment HQ is issuing instructions. Collapse-adjacent terrain to be validated for stability." Nguyen blinked. "Stability? That ground isn't unstable. It's just bloody." Diaz looked sick. "And the only unstable thing is the lie holding the whole story together." Reyes didn't look away from the binoculars. "This is the moment we've been anticipating." The first patrol reached the edge of the shallow depression. The depression created by the firefight, not by geology. The lieutenant leading the team crouched and touched the earth, rubbing dust between his fingers. Nguyen zoomed the periscope. "He sees something." Diaz leaned in. "What?" "Disturbance patterns," Nguyen said. "But they don't match collapse debris." Reyes lowered the binoculars. "Now watch." The lieutenant frowned. He gestured for 2 soldiers to sweep the slope. They walked a few meters along the ridgeline, right into the scatter from the ambush. A boot brushed a stone that was too smooth, too rounded, too clean to be natural. Nguyen whispered, "He's noticing inconsistencies." Liu's voice tightened. "Patrol is transmitting uncertain language. Irregular ground pattern. Possible. They're stopping mid-sentence." Diaz looked at Reyes. "Ma'am, this is it." "No," Reyes said. "This is the beginning of it." The lieutenant signaled for his radio man. The radio man reached for the handset. Nguyen whispered, "If he sends a formal anomaly report." "The entire sealed narrative collapses," Reyes finished. Liu stiffened again. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is calling for updates, repeatedly. They want confirmation the sweep is proceeding without discovery." Diaz stared. "They're asking for a lie before they know they need one." Nguyen swallowed. "Ma'am." The lieutenant's about to say something. The radio man keyed the handset. Static hissed. The lieutenant inhaled. Reyes felt every muscle tighten. She whispered, "This is the exact point where their doctrine and our truth collide." Liu listened with sharp focus. "Ma'am, he's hesitating," Diaz said quietly. "He sees the contradiction." Nguyen nodded, "And he knows reporting it will open another inquiry." Reyes closed her eyes for a brief second. "He's deciding whether to tell the truth or protect his regiment." A long second passed, then another. Finally, Liu's eyebrows rose. "Ma'am, he's reporting. Sector stable. Minor disturbance from previous collapse. Continuing sweep." Diaz exhaled. "He lied." "No," Reyes said. "He conformed." Nguyen watched the patrol move on. "So the crack stays buried?" "For now," Reyes said. Below, the lieutenant shook his head almost imperceptibly. A man choosing discipline over accuracy because accuracy had become dangerous. Liu listened again. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ acknowledges. Orders patrol to continue towards secondary contour." Diaz leaned back. He saved the narrative. "No," Reyes said, lowering the binoculars. "He trapped himself inside it." She looked out across the quiet valley, the silent ridges, the terrain that refused to match the story being written above it. "And tomorrow," she added, "that trap will close." Chapter 52. Second Sweep. The lieutenant's lie stabilized the first patrol, but the regiment's doctrine required more than stability. It required repetition. Repetition created pattern. Pattern created certainty. So the second sweep moved in. Nguyen tracked them immediately. New patrol entering the primary sector, different route. They're cutting diagonally across the slope. Diaz frowned. Diagonal? That's bad geometry. They'll distort their own spacing. "Yes," Reyes said softly. "And doctrine now prioritizes coverage over caution." Liu raised a hand. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is instructing them. Confirm stability through cross-axis verification." Nguyen blinked. Cross-axis? They want perpendicular inspection. "Yes," Reyes said. That ensures errors compound instead of cancel. Below them, the second patrol advanced with brisk, rigid confidence. They weren't hesitant like the first group. They were overcorrecting, tightening routes, moving faster, reporting on every minor contour shift. Diaz exhaled. This is what happens when command punishes hesitation. The next group compensates by pretending nothing is uncertain. And pretending was exactly what they were doing. One of the German soldiers kicked a patch of slope that was visibly disturbed. He didn't pause. He didn't look down. He simply reinforced his pace as if pausing would constitute weakness. Nguyen muttered, "They're acting like the ground is clean because the report said it was." Reyes nodded, and that's the danger. They're walking through evidence they refuse to register. The patrol reached the depression's rim, the same place where the first group paused but ultimately denied what they saw. But this group wasn't pausing. They stepped straight in. Diaz tensed. "That's reckless." "No," Reyes said, "it's doctrinal." One soldier slipped slightly, catching himself on a loose stone. Another steadied him. Neither commented. Nguyen whispered, "They're ignoring every sign something's wrong." Liu stiffened. "Ma'am, the patrol is marking the depression as verified stable. They're transmitting it as confirmed." Diaz stared. "They're confirming a lie with another lie." "No," Reyes said. "They're confirming a lie with obedience." But the obedience broke at the next meter. Because as one soldier pushed forward, his boot hit a section of ground where blood had soaked deeply into the soil before drying in a thin crust. To the naked eye at night, it was invisible. But under pre-dawn gray, it was a faint discoloration, irregular and unnatural. Nguyen saw it first. "Ma'am, stop! He sees it!" The soldier froze. His posture changed. His breathing slowed. He shifted his rifle angle. Diaz whispered, "He's registering something the doctrine didn't prepare him for." Hughes listened sharply. "He's whispering to the corporal. Tone low, tense." Reyes leaned in. This is the moment. Not hesitation, not fear. Recognition. The corporal knelt and brushed the discolored patch with his glove. The soil was wrong. It held too much weight. It clumped with residue that had no geological explanation. He knew exactly what it meant, and he did not want to admit it. Nguyen whispered, "He's looking straight at the debris edge. If he sees the pattern—" "He will," Reyes said, "and then he has to choose." The corporal signaled for the radio man. Diaz stared. Another decision point. "Yes," Reyes said. "But this patrol is not built like the first. They're aggressive, not cautious. They don't bend to doctrine the same way." Liu caught the incoming transmission. "The corporal is reporting irregular coloration consistent with soil compression." Nguyen stiffened. "He's not lying." "No," Reyes said. "He's not telling the whole truth either. He's hiding the part that matters." The regimental response came fast. Liu's eyes narrowed. "Regiment wants further detail. Specify cause of compression. Identify contributing force." Diaz exhaled. "They're asking him to either invent geology or admit something happened." Nguyen shifted. "Ma'am, he's about to say it." The corporal exhaled slowly, then delivered his answer into the handset. Liu translated. "Compression, likely due to secondary slump effect from collapse." Diaz blinked. He's trying to fold it into the official story. "Yes," Reyes said. "He's improvising fiction while rejecting fact." But the improvisation didn't last. Because as he stepped forward to continue his sweep, his foot caught on something buried, not deep, but enough to feel it. Metal, angular, not a rock, not debris, a fragment of Russian kit. Nguyen froze. "Ma'am, contact." Diaz whispered, "That's it. He knows exactly what that is." The corporal's breath hitched, his posture stiffened. He crouched again, brushing dust aside until the shape revealed its character. Reyes watched the exact second clarity broke across his face. "He sees the truth," she said, and Liu heard the consequence. "Ma'am, he's requesting immediate escalation to Regimental HQ, priority channel." Diaz inhaled sharply. "Ma'am, this is going to blow everything open." Nguyen looked at Reyes. "What now?" Reyes lowered her binoculars. "Now," she said quietly, "we find out how tightly doctrine can hold when reality finally puts its hand on the table." Chapter 53. Escalation. Request. The corporal didn't move, not at first. He kept one hand on the small, half-exposed fragment of Russian kit, as if holding it in place would stop the consequences from spreading. His eyes stayed narrowed, focused, controlled. But his jaw gave him away. He had found something that should not exist inside the regiment's official story. Nguyen whispered, "Ma'am, he's frozen. All posture, no motion." Diaz muttered, "He's trying to decide if touching it again will make the lie collapse." Liu translated the tone before the words. "Ma'am, he's using the escalation code. Priority 2, terrain anomaly with material artifact." Reyes exhaled slowly. "That's the one escalation category they can't ignore." Below, the corporal keyed the handset. His voice was quiet, low but steady. A man choosing precision over comfort. Liu relayed the message. "Regiment, this is Second Sweep Alpha. Reporting irregular metallic component, partially buried, non-geological, requesting guidance." Diaz closed his eyes. And there it is. Nguyen held the periscope steady. "Ma'am, he's not jumping to conclusions. He's describing. Accurate, limited, professional." "Yes," Reyes said. "And that's what makes it dangerous. Ambiguity can be dismissed. Accuracy demands action." Regimental HQ didn't answer immediately. That delay alone was revealing. Liu lifted his hand. "Ma'am, they're debating internally. Ops officer wants more detail before committing. Senior engineer is warning against assumptions." Diaz frowned. "So they're hesitating." "No," Reyes said. "They're calculating how to respond without damaging doctrine." Inside the tent, officers leaned over maps, gesturing sharply. One pointed to the collapse zone, another to the debris pattern. Another shook his head violently. Fear wasn't the issue. Coherence was. Liu listened again. Regiment. Specify dimensions, material characteristics, and placement. They're making him justify the anomaly. Nguyen shook his head. They're trying to force it back into the geological category. "Yes," Reyes said, "because geology is predictable. War is not. And the truth of what happened here is worse than unpredictable. It's incompatible." Below, the corporal crouched lower. He brushed more dust aside. A metal edge appeared, darkened, scraped, recognizable to anyone with field experience. Russian. Diaz whispered, "He's going to identify it." Nguyen swallowed. "And when he does..." Reyes finished the thought. "We step closer to exposure." Liu stiffened again. "Ma'am, he's describing it now." He read the corporal's words with measured precision. "Component appears to be part of a load-bearing assembly. Unknown origin at present. Possible fragment from prior collapse." Diaz blinked. "He's trying to soften it." "No," Reyes said. "He's giving them room to deny interpretation. At this stage, he wants them to tell him it's nothing." Nguyen whispered, "Because if it's something, he has to confront what it means." Regimental HQ answered quickly this time. Liu translated. "Second Sweep Alpha. Classify as collapse residue unless further evidence contradicts. Continue sweep. Diaz stared. That's a forced conclusion. Yes, Reyes said. They're telling him what to believe. The corporal didn't move immediately. He stared at the fragment. His posture hardened. His breath slowed. He knew the collapse zone story didn't explain this, but the hierarchy had given him a way out, and he was taking it. Nguyen muttered, "He's burying it again." "Yes," Reyes said. "Watch." Below, the corporal brushed a thin layer of dust back over the object. Not enough to hide it from someone who knew where to look, but enough to close the moment. He stood. He tapped his radio man's shoulder. He exhaled once. Then he delivered the sentence that sealed the narrative. Regiment. Anomaly conforms to expected collapse displacement. Sweep proceeding. Diaz whispered. He's compromising to survive the contradiction. No, Reyes said. He's conforming because contradiction is punished. Nguyen frowned. So the threat passes? Reyes didn't answer, because at that same moment, Liu stiffened. "Ma'am, new traffic." Reyes turned to him. "What kind?" Liu listened carefully. "The regiment commander is requesting a full engineering team to inspect the depression at first light." Diaz inhaled sharply. "That's bad." Nguyen whispered. "They're sending experts, the kind who'll see what the patrols hid." Reyes lowered her binoculars. "They won't just see," she said quietly. "They'll measure." Liu nodded, expression tightening. "And once they measure, the narrative breaks." Reyes exhaled. "And when the narrative breaks, everything collapses inward." Chapter 54. First Light. Dawn came without ceremony. No color shift, no clean horizon line. Just a slow bleaching of the darkness until everything in the valley looked drained, pale, and exposed. It was the worst possible time for concealment, which, naturally, was when the German engineering team arrived. Nguyen saw them first through the periscope. "Ma'am, 3 engineers, senior NZO in front, they've got instruments." Diaz leaned in. "What kind?" "Survey gear, soil probes, a tape reel, and that looks like a compact alidade." Reyes nodded slowly. "They're not here to confirm doctrine. They're here to confirm physics." Liu raised a hand. "Ma'am, engineering team is receiving instructions from regimental HQ. Tone is formal, precise. No ambiguity this time." Diaz muttered, "Because patrols improvise, engineers record." Nguyen tracked their steps. They're moving deliberately, spacing tight, minimal talking. Reyes watched the slope. The engineers approached the site with none of the fear, hesitation, or doctrinal anxiety that had shaped the patrols in the night. These were specialists. Their world was measurement, not narrative, and measurement was dangerous. Liu listened. Engineering detachment confirm soil displacement trajectory, validate collapse vector, identify foreign material if present. Diaz winced. They're asking the exact questions the regiment didn't want answers to. No, Reyes said. They're asking the questions the regiment needs suppressed. The lead engineer knelt at the depression's edge. He pressed a probe into the soil, checked the resistance, then scraped back a thin layer with a metal spatula. Nguyen murmured, "He's already seeing inconsistencies." Diaz frowned. "How?" "Angle of compression," Nguyen said. "It's directional. Collapsed debris compresses downward, outward. This pattern is lateral." Reyes nodded. "And lateral pressure implies bodies, movement, impact, combat." Liu stiffened. "Ma'am, engineers reporting non-uniform displacement inconsistent with map-indicated collapse." Diaz whispered, "That's the first cut." The second engineer swept a compact directional finder across the slope. Not a detector, a terrain profiler. He stopped abruptly. Nguyen swallowed. What did he see?
Reyes answered for him. Absence. The engineer scraped behind a small outcrop, revealing a void where debris should have been if the collapse story were true. Liu translated. Sector deviation from predicted slump model. Recommend cross-reference with original collapse survey. Diaz shook his head. They're asking for paperwork the regiment probably never created. Worse, Reyes said. They're asking for paperwork that can't exist without acknowledging the truth. Nguyen tracked them further. Ma'am.
They're moving toward the exact spot where the corporal found the fragment. Diaz clenched his jaw. And the corporal only brushed dirt over it. He didn't hide it. Liu raised a hand sharply. Ma'am, engineer found it? The senior NCO knelt, brushed away the thin layer of dust, and lifted the fragment between two fingers. He didn't flinch. He didn't hesitate. He simply examined it like any other object that did not belong in a geological event. Nguyen whispered, He knows instantly it's military. Of course he does, Reyes said. He's trained to recognize foreign material because foreign material rewrites the report. Liu listened to the engineer's call. Regiment. Engineering finds metallic fragment incompatible with collapse origin. Further analysis required. Marking location. Diaz exhaled. That's it. It's out. They'll have to escalate. Reyes didn't look away. No, they'll have to choose. The engineering team worked methodically, cataloging the depression with angles, measurements, and quiet professional language that cut through last night's doctrinal haze. Then Liu stiffened again. Ma'am, Regimental HQ is asking the engineers to confirm whether the fragment could have been displaced from construction or mapping equipment. Nguyen blinked. They're already searching for a safe explanation. Reyes nodded. They're giving the engineers an escape route. Diaz frowned. Will they take it? No, Reyes said. Engineers don't bend physics. Below, the senior NCO delivered his answer without hesitation. Liu translated. Negative. Fragment is foreign. Not associated with regiment. Not compatible with prior operations. Diaz whispered. There it is. Clean. Direct. Nguyen shook his head. And this is the moment the regiment loses control. Reyes lowered her binoculars slightly. No. This is the moment they realize they're losing control. Liu raised a hand again. Ma'am, new transmission from Regimental HQ. Urgent. Reyes looked over. What do they say? Liu listened carefully, eyes narrowing as each word came through. Engineering detachment. Hold position. Await officer escort. Regimental investigation team en route. Diaz stared. They're sending investigators? Yes, Reyes said quietly. They're escalating to the next tier of doctrine, and once investigators arrive, Nguyen finished the sentence. This becomes an incident. Reyes nodded slowly. And incidents can't be buried with dust. Chapter 55. Investigation Team. The investigators arrived fast, too fast. Not the slow, methodical pace of engineers, not the cautious drift of patrols. These men moved with purpose, the kind that came from receiving an order that already implied wrongdoing. Nguyen caught them cresting the ridge. Ma'am, 3 officers, 1 senior, 2 aides, all armed. Diaz frowned. Officers carrying rifles? That's not standard for an engineering review. No, Reyes said. That's standard for an inquiry that expects confrontation. Liu listened, expression hardening. They're broadcasting on a closed regimental channel, higher encryption, not the usual patrol code. Nguyen narrowed his eyes. Means they're planning to report something upward. Reyes nodded. And they don't want the engineers shaping the conclusion before they arrive. Below, the engineering team stayed where they'd been ordered, kneeling, standing, pacing in shallow arcs around the depression. Professionals, calm, But their posture had changed. They knew the implications of what they'd found, and they knew officers would be under pressure to reinterpret it. Diaz muttered, "This is where it gets dangerous. Investigators don't like contradictions. They like culprits." Liu raised a hand. "Ma'am, investigators are asking the engineers for distance measurements, direction of force, soil displacement vectors." Nguyen exhaled. "They're looking for fault lines." "No," Reyes said. "They're looking for someone to blame for discovering the truth." The investigation team reached the depression. The senior officer, a captain, knelt without waiting for explanation. He took the fragment from the engineer's gloved hand, turned it over once, twice, then held it up to the morning light. He didn't speak. That was worse than speaking. Nguyen whispered, "He recognizes it." Diaz folded his arms. "Everyone with combat experience recognizes it." Liu listened carefully. "Ma'am, Captain is asking the engineers if they contaminated the site." Nguyen blinked. "They're accusing the engineers?" "Yes," Reyes said, "because contamination is a safe explanation. Misconduct by specialists is easier to swallow than enemy presence." Below, the senior engineer straightened his back and answered firmly, too firmly for the captain's taste. Liu translated, "No contamination. Site was untouched until sweep. Fragment was found intact." Diaz muttered, "And the officer doesn't want to hear it?" "No," Reyes said. "He wants an excuse not to escalate." The captain stood, turned, and paced the depression's perimeter. His boots scraped soil that already held more stories than the regiment could afford. He signaled to one of his aides. Nguyen zoomed. Aides unpacking a field camera, old model, high-resolution lens. Diaz exhaled. "They're going to photograph everything." Liu nodded grimly. "Once images exist, they enter the record. And once they're in the record..." Nguyen finished the thought. "Be they reach Corbs." Reyes lowered her binoculars slightly. "And once Corbs sees them, the story breaks beyond repair." Below, the investigators photographed the fragment from multiple angles, then the depression, then the slope, then the engineer's footprints, as if already constructing a chain of custody. Diaz whispered, "Ma'am, this is slipping out of our control." "No," Reyes said quietly, "this is slipping out of theirs." Liu stiffened again. "Ma'am, new transmission from Regimental HQ, high urgency. Investigators, determine immediate threat relevance, confirm or deny enemy involvement." Nguyen closed his eyes briefly. "And here it is." Diaz nodded. "The question that turns a discrepancy into a crisis." Below, the captain looked at his aides, at the engineering team, at the depression, and finally at the fragment in his hand. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he keyed his handset. Liu listened. "Regiment, preliminary assessment indicates anomaly inconsistent with collapse origin. Enemy presence cannot be ruled out." Diaz tensed. "That's the sentence. That's the one that triggers escalation." Nguyen whispered, "and pushes them closer to uncovering the bodies." Reyes watched the captain return to the fragment, staring at it as if trying to will it into a harmless explanation. "He doesn't want this," she said softly. "He wants a story he can control, but the terrain isn't cooperating." Liu raised his hand again. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is sending an order directly to the captain. Expand perimeter. Locate additional artifacts. Confirm pattern." Diaz closed his eyes. "They're going to sweep wider. They'll find more." Nguyen's voice was tense. "Ma'am, if they find remains..." Reyes lowered the binoculars completely. "Then they'll open a grave they can't politically close." The valley was silent for a moment, only wind across debris, only the slow movement of officers following orders they didn't fully understand.
Then Liu's voice cut through. "Ma'am, the captain is ordering his men to expand the search by 50 meters. Diaz swallowed. "That's right toward Ivanov's burial contour." Nguyen turned to Reyes. "We're running out of time." Reyes stared down at the growing arc of investigators sweeping toward the truth. Her voice was low, steady, and cold. "Yes," she said. "We are." Chapter 56. Threshold. The investigation team fanned out like a slow-moving blade. They weren't rushing. They weren't sloppy. They were deliberate, the worst possible kind of threat for an operation that depended on ambiguity staying intact. Nguyen's voice carried a rare edge. "Ma'am, they're widening the arc toward the east contour. That's 30 meters from the burial trench." Diaz kept his jaw tight. "If they reach that contour, it's game over. They'll find evidence no narrative can fold back into doctrine." Reyes didn't respond. Liu raised a hand, headset pressed close. "Ma'am, Captain is telling his aides to record all deviations and flag inconsistencies immediately. He's escalating the language." Diaz exhaled. "That's investigation code 4. We're preparing to brief Corps." Nguyen didn't look away from the scope. They're spreading evenly, maintaining line of sight, watching their feet. They're hunting the truth whether they want it or not. The captain moved toward the slope, tracing a finger across the dust as if feeling the terrain's memory. He stopped, bent down, lifted a small shard of uniform fabric, mud-worn, faded, but unmistakably military. Liu spoke softly. "Ma'am." He found textile. Diaz's voice dropped to a whisper. "That's the first thread. Once they see textile, they'll start mapping vectors, and vectors lead to bodies." Reyes exhaled slowly. "We're at the threshold." Nguyen turned. "Ma'am, request permission to consider intervention contingencies." Reyes didn't answer, because her mind was already there, replaying the terrain, the angles, the German spacing, the timing of movements, the current atmospheric haze. Intervention meant exposure. No intervention meant discovery. The margin between them had evaporated. Liu stiffened again. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is instructing the captain to prepare preliminary threat evaluation for command group. They're elevating this beyond the regiment." Diaz shook his head. "That's core. Once core gets involved, the valley becomes a security zone." Nguyen swallowed. "And then anything out of place becomes evidence. We can't hide evidence once the radius widens." Below, the captain pocketed the textile and signaled forward. 2 aides moved ahead, sweeping with rods. The engineers followed with measurement tools. Closer, closer, closer. Then one of the aides stopped. Nguyen zoomed instantly. "He's found a depression that isn't geological." Diaz cursed quietly. "That's a burial marker. It's shallow, but it's there." Liu listened, eyes narrowing. "He's calling the captain over, tone urgent." The captain walked over briskly, crouched, brushed dust aside with surgical precision. He froze. Just 1 second. But enough. Reyes watched the stillness. He's seeing the pattern. He's seeing compression depth that only bodies create. Diaz swallowed. "This is it, ma'am," Nguyen whispered. "What's the order?" Reyes didn't look away from the expanding sweep. She weighed every consequence. Intervene. Risk revealing equipment, signatures, presence. Don't intervene. Germans discover remains, escalate to core, possibly to Army Group reserves. Terrain flooded with troops, every concealment compromised. Then Liu's voice broke the silence. "Ma'am, Captain is reporting. Probable burial disturbance, possible enemy casualties, requesting immediate isolation perimeter." Diaz stiffened. That's the phrase. That's the one that triggers cordon procedures. They'll lock down the valley. Nguyen turned fully to Reyes. "Ma'am, we cannot allow a cordon."
Reyes finally lowered her binoculars. Her voice was clean, measured, cold. "We don't have a choice anymore. The moment they establish a perimeter, they hold the terrain. If they hold the terrain, they find everything." Nguyen's jaw clenched. "So, what do we do?" Reyes answered without hesitation. "We buy time." Diaz looked at her sharply. "How?" Reyes watched the investigators as they signaled more units to approach, a ripple of movement, growing, closing, converging. She spoke quietly. "We interrupt their process, not their people, not their command, their process." Nguyen frowned. "Meaning?" Reyes lifted her binoculars again. "Meaning we create an environmental disruption that forces them to pause, retreat, or reconsider the site's stability." Diaz blinked. "A controlled distraction." "Yes," Reyes said. "Something they can't ignore, can't classify, and can't blame on us." Liu nodded slowly. "And something that won't look like interference." Reyes confirmed with a tight nod. "We're not saving the truth. We're slowing its arrival." She took a breath. "Prepare for non-lethal disruption options, terrain-based only. 0 signatures." Nguyen adjusted the periscope. Diaz steadied himself. Liu monitored the valley. Reyes watched the German investigators raise their markers again, ready to move into the burial contour, and she gave the quiet order that crossed the threshold. "Execute on my mark." Chapter 57. Controlled Disruption. The burial contour was 30 meters downslope from the investigators. 30 meters was nothing. At their current pace, they would reach the first shallow depression in under 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the official story collapsed. 3 minutes until the valley was locked down and corpse descended. Reyes didn't have 3 minutes. She had seconds. Nguyen adjusted the periscope, tension tight in his shoulders. "Ma'am, they're marking grid positions. 1-8 is preparing to probe deeper." Diaz whispered, "If that rod hits bone, it's over." Reyes didn't blink. "Liu, confirm valley crosswinds." Liu listened to the environmental sensors clipped into the team's own instruments. "Wind coming from northwest. Light, variable, gusts irregular at ground level." Reyes nodded. "Good. We can work with that." Nguyen frowned. "Ma'am, what are we triggering exactly?" Reyes spoke quietly. "A micro-slide." Diaz froze. "Ma'am, a slide risks exposing material." "No," Reyes said. "A micro-slide, controlled, limited to surface dust. Enough to force the Germans to pause, not enough to reveal anything." She pointed to the upper ridge. "That slope is naturally fractured after last week's rains. A directed vibration will loosen the top layer, nothing deeper." Nguyen's eyes sharpened. "You want to simulate terrain instability?" "Yes," Reyes said, "and make them believe continuing the investigation is unsafe." Diaz nodded slowly. "They'll retreat. Mark the site as unstable. Request engineers to reassess before digging." "Exactly," Reyes said. "Time. We need time." Below, the investigators moved in a neat line toward the burial depression. 2 minutes now. Liu raised a hand. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is urging speed. They want confirmation before 0900. Nguyen muttered. "They'll get nothing if they're forced off site." Diaz looked at Reyes. "What's the triggering method?" Reyes didn't hesitate. "We use the remote seismic puck." Nguyen blinked. "At minimal output?" "Lowest setting," Reyes said. "Localized pulse. No detectable signature beyond natural resonance." Diaz exhaled. "That'll shake dust, but not rock." "Correct," Reyes said. "And the Germans will interpret dust movement as terrain weakness." Liu already had the puck's controller in hand. "Ma'am, frequency 2 hertz. Short pulses, 3 seconds. Nguyen glanced back through the scope. "Ma'am,
First investigator is kneeling directly at the depression's edge. Reyes spoke calmly. Then we're out of time. She lifted one finger. On my mark. 10 seconds passed. The investigators leaned forward, probes ready. A gust of wind brushed the valley floor, light but noticeable. Reyes lowered her hand. Mark. Liu triggered. The seismic puck. A soft pulse shivered through the upper ridge, barely perceptible. Not a tremor, a vibration subtle enough to mimic the natural settling of terrain under morning temperature changes. But the loosened dust on the fractured slope responded instantly, cascading in a fine sheet. A whisper of gray drifted downslope, rippling toward the investigators like the first silent breath of a larger slide. Nguyen stiffened. "Ma'am, dust movement detected. It's clean. No debris exposed." Diaz leaned in. "They're noticing." Below, the lead investigator jerked upright as dust rolled past his boots. A second pulse followed, even lighter, carrying a fresh curtain of powder that blurred the immediate contour. The aide closest to the burial site coughed, stepped back, lifted his hand to shield his eyes. Liu translated in real time. "Captain, slope instability. Dust shift increasing. Recommend suspension of probing." Reyes whispered, "Wait for the captain." The captain watched the dust movement, scanned the ridge above, and frowned deeply. He was not a panicked man, not reactive, but he was a professional, and dust that moved without visible cause was not a trivial matter in collapse-prone terrain. He keyed his handset. Liu relayed, "Regiment. Terrain possibly unstable. Request temporary withdrawal for safety evaluation." Diaz exhaled hard. "That's it." "No," Reyes said. "Wait." Regimental HQ responded almost immediately. Liu listened, eyes narrowing. "Investigators, confirm instability origin. Proceed with caution. Do not abandon site without evidence." Diaz muttered, "They're pushing him back in." Nguyen tensed. "Ma'am, what if he continues?" Reyes nodded to Liu. "One more pulse. Lighter." The puck vibrated again, barely a whisper, almost imperceptible, but it was enough. A second broader dust drift cascaded down the slope, thicker this time, settling in the investigators' measuring lines, obscuring their markers, wiping key angles clean. The aide stepped back sharply now. "Ma'am," and the captain's hesitating, Liu said. Then, "Regiment, visible dust movement. Stability compromised. Withdrawing team for safety." Diaz almost smiled. "That's professional judgment." Nguyen nodded. "And doctrine can't override physics." Reyes finally exhaled. "Exactly." The investigators marked the site, packed their tools, and signaled retreat. A temporary backward step, a procedural pause, a deep breath for a valley holding too many truths. Liu listened again. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is ordering engineers to re-evaluate slope conditions before continuing the investigation." Diaz nodded. "That buys us hours." Nguyen corrected him. "No, that buys us 1 hour at most." Reyes lowered the binoculars. "And 1 hour is all we need." Chapter 58, The Hour Gained. The valley settled again. The dust from the controlled slide drifted away, caught by the faint breeze and dissipating into the morning haze. For a moment, the scene almost looked untouched. Almost. But time in this valley didn't move freely. It moved under pressure, and pressure always returned. Nguyen lowered the periscope. "They're pulling back to the secondary line, 50 meters tops. They're not leaving the area." Diaz checked the rangefinder. "That's barely a retreat." "No," Reyes said quietly. "It's a pause. Nothing more." Liu listened to the radio chatter. "Ma'am, Regimental HQ is issuing new instructions. Faster cadence, more direct language. They're not letting the incident breathe." Nguyen frowned. "Meaning?" "Meaning," Reyes said, "their doctrine is bruised, not broken." Diaz shook his head.
and Bruce doctrine becomes aggressive doctrine. Liu lifted a hand signaling incoming. Engineers, return to slope with stability poles. Proceed with structural assessment. Investigation to resume once stability verified. Nguyen blinked. They're sending the engineers right back? Yes, Reyes said. Because engineers don't take orders personally. They take them procedurally. Diaz grimaced. That gives us, what, 20 minutes? Maybe 30? No, Reyes said. Less. Below, the engineering team regrouped with new equipment, stability poles, ground contact forks, a weighted plumb line, practical tools, tools that didn't care about stories. Nguyen watched them advance. Ma'am, they're moving to test the upper slope first. That was expected, Reyes said. If the upper slope passes the test, they'll clear the investigators to continue. Liu listened intently. Ma'am, HQ is instructing the engineers to prioritize rapid confirmation. They want a green light, fast. Diaz hissed a quiet breath. So they're not interested in caution. They're interested in momentum. Exactly, Reyes said. Stalled doctrine is a vulnerability. They want movement. Nguyen tilted the periscope. Engineers are positioning the poles. Looks like a standard triangulation pattern. If they establish stability on 3 legs, the depression becomes accessible again, Diaz finished. Reyes nodded, and they resumed digging. Liu stiffened suddenly. Ma'am, the investigators are preparing the probing rods again. They're cleaning off dust. They intend to resume the burial sweep the moment engineers clear it. Nguyen whispered, If they resume, they'll reach the shallow bodies in under 2 minutes. Reyes watched quietly. Not if the slope rejects them. Diaz turned toward her. Ma'am, we can't trigger a second slide. Too much movement risks exposure. No, Reyes said. We won't use. The slope again. Nguyen frowned. Then what? Reyes thought for a moment. Not about the Germans. Not about the bodies beneath the soil. About timing. About sequence. About the one advantage they still held. Initiative. She spoke calmly. We disrupt the engineers, not the terrain. Diaz blinked. How? Without contact. We interfere with their measurement, Reyes said. Liu looked up sharply. You want to confuse the readings? Yes. A localized pressure echo. A false negative. Nguyen nodded slowly as understanding clicked into place. The ridge just above them has enough natural resonance to bounce a secondary vibration. If we trigger it precisely, it'll look like a deeper instability. And engineers, Diaz said, never override instability. No, Reyes said. They retreat and reassess, every time. The team moved quickly now. Liu adjusted the seismic puck parameters. Nguyen recalibrated the periscope's trajectory estimation. Diaz set the timing cue. Reyes watched the engineers place the first stability pole, then the second. Then, Liu whispered, Ma'am, they're about to hammer the third pole. This is the critical point. Reyes nodded. Stand by. The engineer lifted the hammer. The pole hit the ground. The vibration traveled. That was the moment. Reyes lifted a hand. Trigger! Liu executed. The puck on the upper ridge sent a perfectly timed resonance down the slope, delayed by terrain shape, softened by distance, but focused enough to register in the soil beneath the engineer's boots. The ground trembled, softly. Not a slide, just enough to throw off instruments calibrated for precision. Nguyen watched the engineers respond. Ma'am, Yarisparsta, they're stepping back. Diaz checked the rangefinder. Measured displacement 0.8 centimeters. That's significant for a stability test. Liu listened. Engineers reporting. Negative stability reading. Possible deeper fracture. Unable to confirm safe access. Reyes nodded once, exactly as planned. Regiment responds, Liu continued. Delay investigation. Engineers to re-evaluate slope integrity. Investigators hold position until clearance. Nguyen leaned back slightly. That buys us another hour, maybe longer. Diaz looked out across the valley. Ma'am, how many more delays can we create before they push anyway? Reyes didn't blink. We don't need infinite delays. She watched the engineers regroup, confused, recalculating. We need one more window. Liu swallowed. For what, ma'am? Reyes raised the binoculars. For extraction, she said quietly, and for burying the truth deeper than their doctrine can dig. Chapter 59. Extraction. The second disruption bought more than time. It bought silence. The engineers stood in a tight cluster 30 meters below the ridge, recalculating vectors, checking instruments, rewriting their notes. For a technical team, admitting uncertainty was rare. For a German regiment under pressure, it was almost unthinkable. But the readings were wrong, unmistakably wrong, and the engineers, bound by their own professional standards, refused to clear the site. Reyes watched them quietly. They won't move forward, she said. Liu nodded. Engineers are reporting deeper instability. They want geologic mapping before any probing resumes. Diaz leaned back from the turret station. That's at least 6 hours of work if they do it properly. No, Nguyen said, tracking their demeanor carefully. That's 6 hours they don't want to spend. Reyes lowered her binoculars. That's 6 hours we don't need. The investigators stood off to the side, irritated, arms crossed, forced into an unwanted holding pattern. Their authority was operational. But here, the ground had the final say. The regiment sent a terse message. Liu translated. Investigation suspended pending engineering confirmation. Reassigned to perimeter duty until further notice. Diaz smirked. Perimeter duty? That's the command version of being sent outside to cool off. Reyes exhaled. Doctrine just preserved itself through caution disguised as engineering. Nguyen nodded. And we walk away clean. Below them the engineers packed their equipment slowly, methodically, frustrated, but bound by procedure. The investigators walked back toward the headquarters tent, irritated and confused. No one looked back at the depression. Nguyen muttered, They're done. No, Reyes said softly. They're done for today, but the regiment will return. Doctrine doesn't forget. Liu listened again. Ma'am, HQ is issuing a new line. Collapse zone to be fenced off as unstable terrain until full geologic study can be performed. Diaz raised an eyebrow. That's their exit strategy. Yes, Reyes said. They'll classify the entire slope as geologically compromised. It stops the investigation and saves face. Nguyen added, and no one wants to dig through unstable terrain under coarse scrutiny. Too many risks, too many signatures. Liu nodded. And by the time geologists are actually deployed, Reyes finished it. There will be nothing left to find, she stood. Pack the puck, break down observation, prep for exfil. They moved with the same discipline they'd maintained throughout the operation. Quiet, minimal footprint, no trace of tampering, no signatures that could contradict the valley's new official truth. Nguyen folded the periscope rig. Diaz shut down the thermal module. Liu packed. The comm gear, wiping logs and encrypting the debrief sections. Reyes conducted a final sweep of the ridge with her own eyes, not for enemies, not for evidence, but for confirmation that the story now belonged to the terrain. It did. Extraction was silent. Their departure left nothing behind. No tracks, no residue. No disturbance beyond the dust that naturally resettled with the morning wind. Below, the German regiment spent the next hour cataloging an unstable slope event and distributing a standard memo to all patrol teams. The burial contour had become a geological feature. nothing more. By late afternoon, Reyes stood before her own command team in a quiet briefing bay, lights low, screens dark, the air still holding the faint static of encrypted uplinks. She delivered her debrief with the same precision she'd used in the field. No embellishment, no dramatics, just the facts. The German regiment identified a fragment inconsistent with their collapse narrative. We prevented doctrinal escalation by inducing terrain-based instability. Their investigation has been suspended, and the valley is classified as hazardous. She paused. Our exposure risk is now 0. The intelligence officer opposite her scribbled a note, then asked, "And the bodies?" Reyes kept her voice even. "Remain undisturbed, undiscovered, unattributed." Another officer leaned forward. "Any German units likely to revisit the site with deeper tools?" "Not without structural clearance," Reyes said. "And structural clearance requires signatures from corps-level geologists. That process will take weeks." The commander nodded. "And in weeks?" Reyes answered without hesitation. "In weeks, the ground will look the same, but the story will look different. And the story is what they report, not the ground." There was a brief silence. Then the commander spoke. "You executed under pressure, cleanly, quietly. What's your assessment of the German regiment's internal cohesion?" Reyes considered. "Stable on paper, cracked in reality. Doctrine fills their gaps, not confidence." "And long-term risk?" Reyes gave the final judgment. "None that touches us. Their weakness is internal, not external. Their command will bury contradiction with procedure." The commander nodded once. "That concludes the operation." Reyes saluted, turned, and left the bay. Outside, the air was cool, uncomplicated, honest in a way doctrine never was. The valley lay far behind them now, silent, dusty, and holding secrets that would stay buried under a story written by men who could not afford to see the truth. Reyes didn't look back. She didn't need to. The terrain would remember, even if the regiment did not. Epilogue. 3 weeks after the operation, the valley appeared in a German engineering memorandum under a harmless title. Sector 17B, Geologic Irregularities Following Early Summer Slump. The memo included measured sketches, soil density readings, and a recommendation that the area be avoided during heavy rainfall. There was no mention of fragments, no mention of patrol deviations, no mention of bodies. The regiment accepted the report without resistance. Corps signed it without comment. Army Group archived it without reading the attached field notes, and the story became fact. Reyes saw the memo during her post-operation review window. She read it once, then she closed it. It matched exactly what she needed it to match. Nguyen skimmed the technical sections. Diaz checked for anomalies in the wording. Liu confirmed the communication patterns behind the report showed no further escalation. Everything had settled. Everything was sealed. In the long arc of the front, the valley never appeared again in anyone's orders. Not German, not Russian, not Allied. It remained a quiet place, a slope with fractured geology and the occasional dust drift after wind. The regiment forgot it. Corps forgot it. The war itself swallowed it. Only the terrain remembered what happened, and the team that walked away from it. Reyes delivered her final remarks in a secured room far from the front. Mission resulted in 0 exposure. Enemy narrative remained intact. Local contradictions neutralized. No strategic ripple. Her commander nodded, signed the ledger, and slid the report into a drawer. That was the end of it. Not dramatic, not visible, not recorded in anything but the quiet competence expected of her unit. At sunset, Reyes stepped outside, hands in her pockets, shoulders relaxed for the first time since the operation.
The air was calm, the horizon was level. Nothing shifted. The kind of silence she trusted. She didn't think about the engineers or the investigators or the patrols trapped inside their own doctrine. She thought only of the simple, disciplined truth. Some battles are won by not being seen. Some victories are measured by what never enters the record. And some stories end not with revelation, but with nothing more than silence, dust, and a clean exit.